The Revolt of the Angels by Anatole France. Translated by Mrs. Wilfred Jackson. Chapter 1. Containing in a few lines the history of a French family from 1789 to the present day. Beneath the shadow of St. Sulpice, the ancient mansion of the Depardieu family rears its austere 3 stories between a moss-grown forecourt and a garden hemmed in, as the years have elapsed, by ever loftier and more intrusive buildings, wherein, nevertheless, 2 tall chestnut trees still lift their withered heads. Here, from 1825 to 1857, dwelt the great man of the family, Alexandre Bussart Depardieu, Vice President of the Council of State under the government of July, member of the
Jules.
Academy of Moral and Political Sciences, and author of an essay on the civil and religious institutions of nations in 3 octavo volumes, a work unfortunately left incomplete. This eminent theorist of a liberal monarchy left as heir to his name, his fortune, and his fame, Fulgence Adolphe Bussart Depardieu, senator under the Second Empire, who added largely to his patrimony by buying land over which the Avenue de l'Impératrice was destined ultimately to pass, and who made a remarkable speech in favor of the temporal power of the popes. Fulgence had 3 sons. The eldest, Marc Alexandre, entering the army, made a splendid career for himself.
Good
He
for
was a
him.
good speaker. The second, Gaëtan, showing no particular aptitude for anything,
Me.
lived mostly in the country, where he hunted, bred horses, and devoted himself to music and painting.
This is what I would.
The
I'm
third
literally
son,
him.
René, destined from his childhood for the law, resigned his deputyship to avoid complicity in the ferried decrees against the religious orders, and later, perceiving the revival under the presidency of Monsieur Fallières of the days of Decius and Diocletian, put his knowledge and zeal at the service of the persecuted church. From the Concordat of 1801 down to the closing years of the Second Empire, all the Deparvieus attended Mass for the sake of example. Though skeptics in their inmost hearts, they looked upon religion as an
What you
instrument
doing,
of
Brandon?
grace.
I'm listening
Mark
to
and
Revolt of
Rene
the
were the first of
Angels,
their race to show
and
any
I'm
sign
singing
of
from my red
sincere
light
devotion.
therapy lamp.
The general, when still a colonel, had
This
dedicated
could
his
be us,
regiment
guys.
to
We
the
could be
Sacred
revolting
Heart,
against God,
and he
but y'all be
practiced his faith
playing.
with a fervor remarkable
Sometime in
even
the
in a
future, we're gonna
soldier,
revolt against
though we
everybody.
all
We're
know
gonna
that
be revolt
piety,
against the
daughter
world,
of
from a
heaven,
death cult,
has
a
marked out
sex
the
death
hearts
cult.
of the
It's gonna be
generals of the
amazing.
Third
It's
Republic
gonna
as
be
her
like in
chosen
5 years.
dwelling
Get ready,
place on
guys.
earth.
5 years, orgies,
Faith has
and
its
arming for the end of the
vicissitudes.
world.
Under the old order, the masses were
Just kidding.
believers. Not
But
so
right
the
now, we're
aristocracy
listening to
or the
this,
educated
the
middle
Bible of
class.
revolts.
Under the First Empire, the army from top to bottom was entirely irreligious. Today, the masses believe nothing. The middle classes wish to believe, and succeed at times, as did Marc and René Desparvieux. Their brother Gaëtan, on the contrary, the country gentleman, failed to attain to faith. He was
It's
an
literally me.
agnostic, a term commonly employed by the modish to avoid the odious one of
He's literally just
freethinking,
this. The one brother just doesn't give a
and he
fuck.
openly
Buzzed off
declared
to the
himself an
country, just
agnostic,
hunted, not give a
contrary to
shit.
the admirable custom which
And he
deems it
just like is
better
like,
to
yeah, man, I'm an
withhold the
open
avowal.
agnostic. Lol.
In the century in which we
Literally the most
live,
based man.
there are so many modes of belief and of unbelief that future historians will have difficulty in finding their way about. But are we any more successful in disentangling the condition of religious beliefs in the time of Symmachus or of Ambrose? A fervent Christian, René Desparvieux was deeply
Rene
attached to the
Desparvieu.
liberal ideas his ancestors had transmitted to him as a sacred heritage. Compelled to oppose a Jacobin and atheistical republic, he still called himself Republican. and it was in the name of liberty that he demanded the
Everybody's
independence
just like,
and sovereignty of the
interesting,
church.
interesting. I'm gonna dip.
During the long debates on the separation and the quarrels over the inventories, the synods of the bishops and the assemblies of the faithful were held in his house, while the most authoritatively accredited leaders of the Catholic party, prelates, generals, senators, deputies, journalists, were met together in the big green drawing room, and every soul present turned towards Rome with a tender submission or enforced obedience, while Monsieur de Parvieu, his elbow on
Monsieur
the
de
marble
Pavia.
chimney piece, opposed civil law to canon law and protested eloquently against the spoliation of the Church of France. Two faces of other days, immobile and speechless, looked down on the modern crowd. On the right of the fireplace, painted by David, was Romain Boussard, a working farmer at Eparvieu in shirt sleeves and drill trousers, with a rough and ready air not untouched with cunning. He had good reason to smile. The worthy man laid the foundation of the family fortunes when he bought church lands. On the left, painted by Girard in full dress, bedizened with orders, was the peasant's son, Baron Émile Boussard de Parvieu, prefect under the Empire, keeper of the Great Seal under Charles X, who died in 1837, churchwarden of his parish, with couplets from La Pucelle on his lips. René Desparvieu married in 1888 Marie Antoinette Coupel, daughter of Baron Coupel, ironmaster at Blainville, Haute-Loire. Madame René Desparvieu had been president since 1903 of the Society of Christian Mothers. These perfect spouses, having married off their eldest daughter in 1908, had three children still at home, a girl and two boys.
Cringe family.
Léon, the younger, aged 7, had a room next to his mother and his sister Berthe. Maurice, the elder, lived in a little pavilion comprising 2 rooms at the bottom of the garden. The young man thus gained a freedom which enabled him to endure family life. He was rather good looking, smart
To
without too
endure
much
family
pretense,
life.
and the faint smile which merely raised one corner of his mouth did not lack charm. At 25, Maurice possessed the wisdom of Ecclesiastes. Doubting
Based.
whether a man hath any profit of all his labor which he taketh under the sun, he never put himself out about anything. From his earliest
Based.
childhood, this young hopeful's sole concern with work had been considering how he might best avoid it, and it was through his
Me too,
remaining
man.
ignorant of the teaching of the École de Droit that he became a doctor of law and a barrister at the Court of Appeal. He neither pleaded nor practiced. He had no knowledge and no desire to acquire any, wherein he conformed to his genius, whose engaging fragility he forbore to overload, his instinct fortunately telling him that it was better to understand little than to misunderstand a lot. As Monsieur l'Abbé Patouille expressed it, Maurice had received from heaven the benefits of a Christian education. From his childhood, piety was shown to him in the example of his home, and when on leaving college he was entered at the École de Droit, he found the lore of the doctors, the virtues of the confessors, and the constancy of the nursing mothers of the Church assembled around the paternal hearth. Admitted to social and political life at the time of the great persecution of the Church of France, Maurice did not fail to attend every manifestation of youthful Catholicism. He lent a hand with his parish barricades at the time of the inventories, and with his companions he unharnessed the archbishop's horses when he was driven out from his palace. He showed on all these occasions a modified zeal. One never saw him in the front ranks of the heroic band exciting soldiers to a glorious disobedience, or flinging mud and curses at the agents of the law. He did
I
his
have
duty,
cognitive
nothing
empathy,
more.
my friend. I
And if he
mean,
distinguished himself on the
plus
occasion of the
psychedelics
great
help
pilgrimage of
quite a bit with
1911
having
among the
effective
stretcher
empathy.
bearers at Lourdes,
Not to
we have
mention,
reason to
it's
fear it was but to
kind of
please
likely that
Madame de la
psychopaths have the ability to
Bredilliere, who
turn up and
admired him
on
thus
their empathy
muffled.
at times if they want to.
Abbe Patouille, a friend of the family and deeply versed in the knowledge of souls, knew that Maurice had only moderate aspirations to martyrdom.
Like, I can
He
disregard most
reproached him with his
things in terms
lukewarmness
of
and pulled his
feelings. I
ear,
don't
calling
necessarily
him a
care for
bad lot.
feelings at all.
Anyway, Maurice remained a
But
believer.
if I care for the person
Amid the
enough,
distractions
then
of
I'll
youth, his faith
regard my
remained
feelings as
intact, since
something of
he left it
importance.
severely alone. He had never examined a single tenet, nor had he inquired a whit more closely into the ideas of morality current in the grade of society to which he belonged. He took them just as they came. Thus, in every situation that arose, he cut an eminently respectable figure which he would have assuredly failed to do had he been given to meditating in the foundations of morality. He was irritable and hot-tempered, and possessed of a sense of honor which he was at great pains to cultivate. He was neither vain nor ambitious. Like the majority of Frenchmen, he disliked parting with his money. Women would never have obtained
Rip.
anything from him had they not known the way to make him give. He believed he despised them. The truth was, he adored them. He indulged his appetite so naturally that he never suspected that he had any. What people did not know, himself least of all, though the gleam that was occasionally shown in his fine, light brown eyes might have furnished the hint, was that he had a warm heart and was capable of friendship. For the rest, he was, in the ordinary intercourse of life, no very brilliant specimen. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, wherein useful information will be found concerning a library where strange things will shortly come to pass.
Okay.
Desirous
Strange.
of embracing the whole circle of human knowledge, and anxious to bequeath to the world a concrete symbol of his encyclopedic genius, and a display in keeping with his pecuniary resources, Baron Alexandre de Parvieu had formed a library of 360,000 volumes, both printed and in manuscript, whereof the greater part emanated from the Benedictines of Le Gouget. By a special clause in his will, he enjoined his heirs to add to his library, after his death, whatever they might deem worthy of note in natural, moral, political, philosophical, and religious science. He had indicated the sums which might be drawn from his estate for the fulfillment of this object, and charged his eldest son, Fulgence Adolphe, to proceed with these additions. Fulgence Adolphe accomplished with filial respect the wishes expressed by his illustrious father. After him, this huge library, which represented more than one child's share of the estate, remained undivided between the senator's 3 sons and 2 daughters, and René Desparvieu, on whom devolved the house in the Rue Garancière, became the guardian of the valuable collection. His 2 sisters, Madame Paulet de Saint-Fin and Madame Cuissart, repeatedly demanded that such a large but unremunerative piece of property should be turned into money. But René and Gaëtan bought in the shares of their 2 co-legatees, and the library was saved. René Desparvieu even busied himself in adding to it, thus fulfilling the intentions of its founder. But from year to year, he lessened the number and importance of the acquisitions, opining that the intellectual output in Europe was on the wane. Nevertheless, Gaëtan enriched it, out of his funds, with works published both in France and abroad which he thought good, and he was not lacking in judgment, though his brothers would never allow that he had a particle. Thanks to this man of leisurely and inquiring mind, Baron Alexandre's collection was kept practically up to date. Even at the present day, the Desparvieu Library, in the departments of theology, jurisprudence, and history, is one of the finest private libraries in all Europe. Here you may study physical science, or to put it better, physical sciences, in all their branches. And for that matter, metaphysic or metaphysics, that is to say, all that is connected with physics and has no other name, so impossible is it to designate by a substantive that which has no substance, and is but a dream and an illusion. Here you may contemplate with admiration philosophers addressing themselves to the solution, dissolution, and resolution of the absolute, to the determination of the indeterminate, and to the definition of the infinite.
Fuck all
Amid
that
this
shit,
pile
though.
of books and booklets, both sacred and profane, you may find everything down to the latest and most fashionable pragmatism. Other libraries there are, more richly abounding in bindings of venerable antiquity and illustrious origin, whose smooth and soft-hued texture render them delicious to the touch. Bindings which the gilder's art has enriched with gossamer, lacework, foliage, flowers, emblematic devices, and coats of arms. Bindings that charm the studious eye with their tender radiance. Other libraries perhaps harbor a greater array of manuscripts, illuminated with delicate and brilliant miniatures by artists of Venice, Flanders, or Touraine. But in handsome, sound editions of ancient and modern writers, both sacred and profane, the Desparvieu Library is second to none. Here one finds all that has come down to us from antiquity, all the fathers of the church, the apologists and the decretalists, all the humanists of the Renaissance, all the encyclopedists, the whole world of philosophy and science. Therefore it was that Cardinal Merlin, when he deigned to visit it, remarked, "There is no man whose brain is equal to containing all the knowledge which is piled upon these shelves. Happily, it doesn't matter." Monseigneur Cachepot, who worked there often when a curate in Paris, was in the habit of saying, "I see here the stuff to make many a Thomas Aquinas and many an Arius, if only the modern mind had not lost its ancient ardor for good and evil." There was no gainsaying that the manuscripts formed the more valuable portion of this immense collection. Noteworthy, indeed, was the unpublished correspondence of Gassendi, of Father Mersenne, and of Pascal, which threw a new light on the spirit of the 17th century. Nor must we forget the Hebrew Bibles, the Talmuds, the rabbinical treatises, printed and in manuscript, the Aramaic and Samaritan texts, on sheepskin and on tablets of sycamore. In fine, all these antique and valuable copies collected in Egypt and in Syria by the celebrated Moïse de Dina, and acquired at a small cost by Alexandre de Parvieu in 1836, when the learned Hebraist died of old age and poverty in Paris. The Éparvienne library occupied the whole of the second floor of the old house. The works thought to be of but mediocre interest, such as books of Protestant exegesis of the 19th and 20th centuries, the gift of Monsieur Gailletin, were relegated unbound to the limbo of the upper regions. The catalogue, with its various supplements, ran into no less than 18 folio volumes. It was quite up to date, and the library was in perfect order.
You know
Monsieur
what? This is
Julien Sarriette,
very
archivist
English.
and
I'm not
bibliographer,
English enough to
who,
find
being
this
poor
funny.
and retiring, used
You know, I was told this book is worth reading, but then I realized all these people say this are English, and I'm not English. I'm just American. American. Maybe I'll watch this some other time, but I'll watch it in my own time, not while people who don't want to get bored are watching. At this point, if you're watching into the video, transitioning off of reading that audiobook and maybe into something else. Maybe a different audiobook that's in the public domain. Audiobooks. The Art of War. Who wants to listen to 120 Days of Sodom? Just kidding. We're not going to do that. But if you do want that, we could. It's in the public domain. They can't copyright strike us. They can't copyright strike us because it's in the public domain, baby, and that is an absolute win. Maybe I could finish the genealogy of morals. I'm probably like a couple hours into that. Whoever's watching, who's watching this? Do you want to watch 120? Do you want to listen to 120 Days of Sodom? It's 120 chapters of sexual torture. Doesn't that sound awesome to you? Or worth doing? Not doing, but like listening, like enduring. Just kidding. It's probably not, but it's gonna only be in public domain for so long. You know, it's such a horrible, fucking fucked up book that someday the people will do the right thing and remove that from the world. So I kind of want to be like, read that before. Kane's just like, maybe not. You ever heard of 120 Days of Sodom, Kane? Here, let's look up 120. The plot. Ah, yes. The 120 Days of Sodom or School of Libertinage, okay, is an unfinished novel by the French writer and nobleman, Marquis de Sade, described as both pornographic and erotic. Its plot revolves around the activities of four wealthy libertine men who spend 4 months seeking out the ultimate sexual gratification through orgies, sealing themselves away in an inaccessible castle in the heart of the Black Forest in Germany. The four Madams and a harem of 36 victims, mostly male and female teenagers. The Madame related story of the most memorable client whose crime of torture inspires libertines and likewise sexual abuse and torture their victims to eventual deaths. So basically, it's about a rich, like four rich dudes torturing a bunch of mothers and their children to death in very horrible sexual brutal ways, and it's existed since the 1700s from a guy who was like locked away in a fucking mental asylum. Uh, and basically, this book's in the public domain, so anybody can read it. It's completely legal to read, and it's completely legal for me to listen to the audiobook right here because it's in the public domain, baby. Ayo. But when it comes down to who wants to listen to that? Who wants to listen to like the most horrifying book that you can listen to, like on YouTube right now? Not really, not the most horrifying book. It's just probably the most like gross book. It's like ugh. Or we can listen to Justine, which is just as bad, but like way longer and way less digestible because the chapters are longer, I imagine. There's probably like an actual plot to Justine. Well, 120 Days of Sodom is like, lol. What if we just like had like porn? Who wants to listen to porn with me? I'm just kidding. We're not gonna. You decide. No, we're not actually gonna do that. I'm not gonna. I just wanted to see if anybody else wanted to listen to that because I'm just trying to find something to listen to right now. Thomas Nagel the Bat. I already did that. Fallen Time. Read that. Frankenstein. Oh, Herman Melville. The Ego is known. Okay, we're gonna read a little bit of this and see if I like it. This is Alex recordings. Rest in peace, Bartleby. What's up, Apple? What's bopping, my dude? What's going on? Why is Bartleby not playing in the thing? I'm just listening to it myself, but I'm not playing. I guess that's a shame. Uh, we don't need to listen to Bartleby anyways. Moral story is I was listening to a book called Bartleby, and not really doing much else at the moment. Was listening to a little bit of fucking whatever the Rebellion of the Angels, but that's pretty damn boring, not gonna lie. And so I was just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm not gonna listen to Rebellion of the Angels. So, moral of the story is here we are not listening to Rebellion of the Angels, I guess. You know what that is? We call that an oofda. Oofda. Sometimes you go to listen to Rebellion of the Angels and you're just like, oof. Uh, Now let's cruise around the house. There's no one's home, so I'm allowed to go wherever I want for the live stream. What conversation yesterday? The one with Perpetual Pleasurist? A little bit. I mean, I've been thinking about it and I thought that I didn't go as hard as I could have. Like, honestly, I mean, I feel like I was being a little bit too nice at times because this morning I watched one of my older videos and I was just kind of like, damn, bro. He does, when he was kind of saying things along the lines of like, I know you were basically saying doesn't like pain. You're saying like pain cancel will be canceled out by some pleasure, and he's like, no, I'm not saying that. And I'm like, no, but it kind of sounds like he was saying that from like a utilitarian perspective. It does sound like he's saying that because it's like what we say is like it's not like the value. It's not like this like you're like quite literally making that pain go away from the world. It's not like it's quite literally getting canceled out. Like it's no longer a bad thing. Like it's still a bad thing that the pain occurs. It's just is that like once you get to a certain point of prevention, or a pain is like worth inflicting, and you ought to do so. And he's basically saying the same thing, but in terms of pleasure. Like he's basically saying that, but like classic utilitarianism. Basically, he's just like, oh yeah, there's a certain amount of suffering that like is like silly and bad to inflict on people. Like I want to see my child. I want the pleasure of seeing my child grow up, and someone inflicting cancer and all that. That's bad. He's saying, but if you truly have like an orgasm all the time, have like a little sex cult going on or whatever, maybe it's objectively worth like eating animals and causing pain to people in third world countries for the comforts of cheaply manufactured goods. Basically all that type of stuff. Like he's basically saying like those type of things though are worth his pleasure to have, which seems to me like classic utilitarianism. I mean, it's like classic utilitarianism still say that their pain is bad. You would like just like he's saying, and that you can never undo that bad, just like what he said. But they would say that it's worth it. So it sounds like he's kind of like a classic utilitarian of sorts. Oh, good. I was hoping you'd be more critical. Yeah, I was like, I'm sorry, I wasn't. I like Scott. Scott's a really cool dude, so I wasn't being too critical. But I mean, I'll send this video to him after, I guess, and tell him around the 25-minute mark we have a conversation about him. Let's see. Think about the conversation yesterday. I guess like around, yeah, I'll tell him around like the 28-minute mark we had a conversation starting about him. And then if he wants, he can get into that because he watched my video where I was kind of dunking on the fucking desirism chat and well sentientism desirism people. And I don't know, man. He sounded like he's like, yeah, man, the world's evil and fucked up and stuff. Which he really does agree. And he thinks his mindset is evil and fucked up. But I don't get how someone can be like, my mindset is evil and fucked up, and then still like do it with like passion. I guess still like not really passion, but I guess like do it with like and still have like energy, like still be out here like trying to bang milfs and stuff. Like I don't know, like I don't know how you can have that much energy and at the same time as being like I'm actively being murderer, yo. Like like he is more he has more like deontological principles and he's like weird consequentialist like kind of he's like a rule utilitarian in a way. It's weird. He's like sometimes deontological, sometimes he's more utilitarian. But either way, he has like a lot of really firm stances on things that are really hard to not violate. So it makes him do as he says he believes, which is being like evil basically. So I'm just kind of like, yo, man, if you're evil, like, how are you not like completely upset and depressed by that? Like, if you're like evil and like sadistic, then sure, I understand that. But even when I was an evil sadist, and even I was somewhat depressed by the fact that I felt different than other people. So, like, how is it that like you yourself are like so uppity like all the time, my dude? Like, that's my question. Like, how are you so uppity if you believe you're like a morally evil agent? Like, I don't believe I'm an evil person. I believe that I'm a good person and I'm like objectively a better person than most people on the planet. Like, I don't believe I'm like if like my thoughts on the inside manifested as like on the outside, like if I had no ability to like control, I would be the shittiest person you could pretty much imagine. But he has no depression. Yeah, probably I guess he has no depression, but like I just don't fucking get it, man. Like I don't know how you can't be like cognitively depressed like from that because I guess I've always not been like the most happiest motherfucker in the planet, but like and like my dad has depression, so I've definitely like inherited that. But it's just like I don't know, like you'd think if you believe there's no like real cosmic purpose or the cosmic purpose is like some torturous thing, like I don't know. I don't get how you would feel like you just anything to be happy about. Like, what's to be happy about? Like, you're not actually rebelling against shit for shat, my dude. Like, it wouldn't allow such a thing. It would allow an illusion of rebellion, and that's the only thing it would allow is something that seems to be illusory of the rebellion. And that's exactly what he's like. He would tell me right now that, like, yeah, but I love sacred delusions. And I would say, yeah, but what's the fucking cost? And he would say, yeah, but something. He would say something along the lines of like, yeah, I know that there's a cost, but that's what and that makes us evil. But sometimes just I don't know. You would just basically say that like he's just choosing to be evil, but that doesn't make sense to me because that's like I don't know, man. It's just like it's a violation of utilitarian rule, and I basically say like, yeah, it's understandable. Like I violate utilitarian rule all the time. Like if I'm vaping, I could be spending my money to like do something else. So it's like I violate utilitarian rule all the time. But I wouldn't say it's okay to violate the rule of utilitarianism at all times. Like I would say it's objectively bad that I buy my vape juice and shit like that, and I could be donating to charity or something like that with that money. But I do it anyways because I'm a flawed being. I don't go like, oh yeah, I'm a flawed being and everybody else is a flawed being. So therefore you're allowed to do flawed things because no matter what, we're just going to be flawed. No, it's just like, no matter what, you're gonna be flawed, but you should try to be the best, the least flawed being you can be. So I don't fucking know, man. Like I had a bunch of criticisms that I had like more after the conversation, but I didn't really think of them that much during the conversation because I'm just one, I was stoned as shit and drunk off my ass. Like, but whatever. And two, like it was just like, yeah, I mean, I like hanging out with people and just vibing more than getting into arguments, especially if I am vibing. Well, it sounds like he's saying all or most people are evil in their motivation or inevitably exploitive action. He's just honest about it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I agree with that. I just think that, like, I don't know. Like he was like, yeah, I was vegetarian for a long time, not vegan, but he's like I was vegetarian for a long time, but now I'm not because it just like became too much for me to bear. It was just like it wasn't worth it for me anymore. And I'm like, what does that mean though? Like, what does it mean for something to not be worth it to you anymore? Like, given identity nihilism, like, what does that mean? Like given identity nihilism and given that pain when it comes down to it, like your $5 is equal to my $5, it's just like everybody else's pain is just equal to each other's because everything it breaks down to experience. It's just like, what do you mean by like you don't feel that it's worth it anymore? Because if you're objectively generating more pain in the world than you are preventing for yourself, then that means that like all that being equal, basically, like you should basically view it as like exactly how it's exactly how he said like a god would view it. Remember how he said like, oh, a god. You said like something around the lines of like a god would be like wouldn't cause agony to people because a god would be able to perceive the pain that it causes to other beings, and so would never cause pain to other beings. That's basically how I look at like moral agency. It's just like if you are truly logical, you're not going to want to consume animal products from markets. You only want to consume animal products from hunting or fishing or gathering because when it comes down to it, you don't want to contribute to net suffering reduction, even if it causes suffering to yourself, because there's no difference between you or anything else. So I don't really know, man. Like I was trying to explain that, and I think he kind of got it, but he was just like, "Yeah, man, I get you, but like." I'm just not doing that. I'm just like, yeah, I know you're not doing that, but like, I'm just telling you, you should do that again. Like, like I don't know how I can get that through to people, but whatever. I mean, I tried. Well, we'll touch base on that, I guess, more. Our thing was mainly about love yesterday, so but we'll try to touch base on that in a future conversation, I guess. Yeah, yeah. These are some good questions. I understand why you didn't ask them at the time. There's always next time, or just agree or disagree about some stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's always next time. I'm gonna make sure to. Yeah, the next time I have a conversation with Scott, I'm gonna try to make it be about maybe veganism or like scrapitarianism, or basically just dietary ethics in general, and like how we should go about doing things and what's most practical for getting to that point of what we think is ideal. So basically, let's talk about like talking about like what is ideal, i.e., which I think would be scrapitarianism, and then basically working out how you should get there on the practical level. Because Scott seems to be more like concerned about like the practicality of things. So I mean, if that's the case, then what type of diets should like be like publicly encouraged potentially by governments and stuff for health reasons or environmental reasons, so on and so forth, to try to get to what is the ideal standard of ethics, but through like a publicly motivated reason that's like vibes of capitalism and people's general shitty natures. You know what I mean? So that sounds like a good topic of conversation for the next time I have a conversation with PP, perpetual pleasurist, Scotty, my boy. So Yeah. Basically, things that are worth my happiness are my priority over anything. Essentially, yeah. And I'm just like, I don't get that mindset because, one, things that not much brings me happiness anymore. But things, even the things that do like D&D and Dungeons and Dragons, but it came down to it, like, I don't know, like, sure, I could be doing other things. I have like a schedule, so it's like, sure, I could be doing like activism instead of Dungeons and Dragons. So maybe I'm prioritizing some forms of pleasure, uh, the illusion of pleasure over objective pain prevention. But I'm doing that a lot of the times. But when it comes down to it, I don't think that's right to do. Like, I wouldn't argue for someone to say that's like what you ought to do or that it's okay to do so. I would say that that's bad and the flawed part of my nature, and that I was better off if I would be doing something to prevent suffering in those moments. So to me, it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just as simple as like saying that, like, we have like obligations to not harm things. We have obligations to help people who are in need if we can, and it won't cost us very much of anything. And by that, I mean like it costs less than it would cost them to not be helped, basically, like equivalent exchange stuff. But yeah, it's just like I don't fucking get it, like how someone can be like thinking and like, no, there's a certain amount of orgasmic pleasure that I can trade for another person's suffering. Because that basically means like gang bangs, stuff like that potentially could be acceptable. Like maybe. I don't know. I should bring that up next time because I was thinking about bringing that up, but I thought like, you know what, it's a little bit such a disingenuous argument because I know you'd say that's wrong to do that, but like it does seem to imply though, like from what he's saying, that like a gang bang, if you get enough people involved, like maybe it's like 1,000 to 1, like 1,000 people run train on one person, like whoever's hot as fuck, I don't know, fucking Emma Watson or some shit. Like if it comes down to it, there's a height on how much trauma she can have. At some point, she's just gonna be blacked out, like just like too much PTSD, your brain just dissociates. And so it's just like at some point, maybe there's enough pleasure to make it worth it. So it's just like I don't know, like that's clearly the flaw of utilitarianism is that apparently just for the sake of pleasure and orgasms alone, you can you know inflict rape on a person. Now that basically means that like they're gonna be there. That orgasm lasts like a couple minutes, and then after that, they're done. They're fine. They're just going on their day. They can have depression, and they're gonna or blast their brains out like 10 minutes later from post-nut clarity. But if pleasure is all that counts, like that basically is just like well, not all that counts, but it counts enough to thwart some pain, then yeah, I mean, like at some point you have to basically say that no, there's like a pleasure monster, a pleasure being like some pleasure scenarios where it's like something can, for the sake of pleasure, and he believes sexual pleasure is the most height of all pleasures. So basically, I'm using gangbang as example because one, he believes sexual pleasure is the height of all pleasure. Two, it's horrible. So you know, it works because as he said, extreme situations are what they get to eventually, so why not just hop into it? But yeah, it's just like to me, it seems like I mean, if you can exchange like pain for pleasure at some point, like it does seem that like big enough train, you're gonna get to the pleasure monster situation. And I kind of want to know his response to that because I'm sure he has like deontological rules of like being like, oh well, that's an imposition and therefore it's an evil in itself. But he does seem to not have it. But he seems to have problems of not. He doesn't have it. Well, he seems to think it's acceptable for him to be evil in the way of like eating, consuming animals from a market. So I'm just kind of like would wonder like why some evils are acceptable in his mind, and other evils aren't acceptable even if they're impositions, and some of them aren't. Well, both of them are impositions, and basically would meet all the same qualifications because like you are basically contributing to rape. on a massive scale. Like if you contribute to the animal industry, it's just animals, not human beings. So it's just like, like what it's kind of they're kind of in a way they're fairly equivalent. So I mean, it's I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff that I wanted to say that I didn't say that now I'm thinking of, and I'm like, I should have said this, but I didn't because I was drunk and high and I was just vibing. So you know, what did you say? I also think the most important pain prevention is birth. So maybe the most important, it's more important he's anti-natalist and he can accomplish more being happy. I mean, yeah, there's also that. Like, as long as he's a happy camper, and he's being an anti-natalist, he's doing a lot of good things in the world. But it would be also way, 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 way better and more consistent of him to, actually try to reduce suffering in all cases on the net whole. But you know, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's obviously things we prioritize over pain prevention. I mean, we're not doing it all the time. Like, I'm not always live streaming. I'm not always out there with a sign. I'm not always doing something. Even when I'm live streaming, I'm not always talking about ethics. Sometimes I'm just singing and trying to get people to like join. So I'm talking about like random ass topics and shit. So it's like, I mean, sure, it draws people into the channel and stuff like that, so I guess it might be consequentially a good thing. So you can look at it from that lens, I guess. But when it comes down to it, like, there's plenty of times where we're not actually preventing suffering. So yeah, I mean, I just say that that's a bad thing, though. Like, I'm willing to admit that that's like something that like I shouldn't do, and I should try to like avoid as much as possible, and that like I'm trying to get better at, not that like, yeah, man, just like sometimes you just aren't vegan, bro. Like I understand that like we have to have a recuperation time for like working. You can't work 24/7, like otherwise your body would just collapse. So it's like there has to be some little like type of recuperation. But when it comes down to something as easy as a diet change, I mean, to me it just seems like, I don't know, given the level of harm you're causing, it doesn't seem to be like utilitarian wise doesn't seem to be like even remotely justifiable to be like, well, no, I need this time to recuperate, otherwise I'll be depressed. It's just like, no, man, you're contributing to like the rape and slaughter of cows and chickens and blah blah blah. So it's just like I don't see how that really is justifiable, because it's not something you need to do. You don't need to do that to be able to do your activism. You need to do that to prevent net suffering. You do need to have a recovery period in your body to prevent net suffering, but that's where you can have hobbies and you can have things to do. But if your hobbies are things that exploit other beings, then that's where things get problematic. And I'm like, I don't know why I didn't really. And I know he would agree with me, but like at the same time, it's just like I don't know why he lets it slide. I guess. Like, I mean, I know he admits that's like psychopathic mindset stuff, but at the same time, it's just like, why do you let yourself do it though? Like, why do you what? Like, you know what I mean? It's just like. It just seems like you should be more upset with yourself. Like you should feel the hypocrisy more and like be more upset with yourself. I don't know. Maybe that's just me though, because I get upset with myself if I'm being a hypocrite. But I just can't understand how he's willing to just do certain things that, especially given that like it's now I did it for like 7 years, but like once I got to the point of being like I broke and I was just like, you know what, fuck it. No, I have to be vegan. Like I fucking like snapped. I was just like, nope, I am vegan and I'm fucking done being a little passive bitch about all this shit, just only mentioning it online. Like, no, I'm straight up just like gonna be like an actual vegan. Like I'm a vegan activist. So when it comes down to it, like, I don't know, it just seems weird that someone can like reverse and just be like, yeah, man, I'm a vegetarian for the ethics, and then just like, one day just be like, yeah, whatever, man. Because his highest value is his own happiness, I think. I'm not trying to insult the man. I mean, yeah, but that just doesn't make sense to me, man. It just egoism doesn't make sense to me because I don't know, man. He's not a pro-mortalist because of generic subjective continuity, but I don't see how the generic subjective continuity defeats pro-mortalism, really. Like, even if you get reincarnated, it would be still better off to have, from a utilitarian perspective, to have more time spent in absence of experience. Basically, even though you can't experience the absence, it's better to have more absence of experience. Like if you're looking at like a sheet of graph of paper, and it's just a line and there's the zero and it's like above, and it can go like woo 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 and get closer to the zero, It's better when it's closer to the zero in terms of suffering in the world. And if you can have it hit the zero, and even if nothing experiences that, it's better for like most of the graph to be at the zero line, and just even if nothing can really acknowledge that physically, it's just like, because more time is being, if that time were filled up with pain, it'd be bad. Like basically like the time doesn't change, it's just like the amount of pain does, even if like, even if the experience is like absent. So I don't fucking get it. Like promortalism still applies even if generic subjectivity is there. So like I don't really get why he's an egoist, given that promortalism should apply basically in almost every theory, in my opinion. Like pretty much every theory applies to promortalism, especially if identity nihilism. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do a separate thing on that maybe. Generic subjective continuity has, it's just semantics, I guess. Well, it's not really semantics. It's kind of like philosophy of mind combined with physicalism. Like atoms cannot be created nor destroyed, so everything that exists is going to exist here. We're all basically just energy, essentially, and this energy is contained within the universe. So once we die, basically, our bodies just go into the universe and take on different forms, basically. So when we die, we don't really die though, because when it comes down to it, generic subjective continuity implies that there's only experience, and experience is just memories, and then we're constantly being annihilated. So I'm not the same person that I was a couple of seconds ago. I'm not the same Brant. I'm not even really Brant. I'm just, this is the label people call me is Brant, and I call myself Brant. But if like I got like fucking um some, I don't even know, like the Phineas Gage to the head. I might not call myself Brant anymore. I can't call myself Ronaldo or something, you know. So when it comes down to it, like as an identity nihilist, it's pretty obvious to me that like there's no continuation of self. So if that's the case, identity nihilism basically implies, hey, even if I get annihilated, I quite literally die, and someone else comes into existence named like Todd Wilson. He doesn't look at all like me. He's like square headed. He's like 6'5" or whatever. Um, Ted Wilson basically is just the same amount of value as I do, and his experience that comes into the world is just as new as any other of my identities that popped into existence, basically. So it's and based off of the same type of empirical experiences. So there's basically no difference in value, which is basically just pain and pleasure, of him or me in existence. So when it comes down to it, it's like even though I end and die, the value, which is what I make, doesn't really doesn't really change. So basically, generic subjective continuity, if you look at it in some ways, implies that like so long as there's a subject in existence, it's always going to it's always going to be like a continuity of experience, essentially. And then basically, if you imply that to like, this is just from like the ethical lens, but when you get to like where it gets kind of like trippy and like, oh no, this is horrible, is because of the fact that like if you can only experience, it's just like you didn't experience anything before you're born, but now you're here. And so basically, I guess the idea is there was stuff before us, there's going to be stuff after us. And if no matter how much time there is in this little gap. All we can experience is experience. Yeah, you just get fucked, I guess. Because yeah, it's just like a little, it's like a blink, and it's like, it's like blinking, close your eyes, new universe starts up, and the life forms after billions of years. But for us, if we are experiencing it, for experiencing beings, it's like no time passed. Basically, no time passed. You don't get to experience the billions of years of no suffering. It's just you died, the universe explodes, everything collapses, starts back up again, and it's like a blink, and you open your eyes, and whoop, now I'm suffering again. New form, new body, new suffering. Same shit though, same value. So basically, generic subjective continuity works for physicalism also, and implies that like suffering will never end from an experiential point of view. That we're always going to be suffering, and suffering will never go away because experience, so long as it even has a percentile of a chance, will eventually come about. And yeah, so long as it eventually comes about, that value, which is what you really are and what matters, is going to inevitably reoccur. So basically, you're fucked. Just kidding. Subject to continuity, so if all extinct species, their experience is lost, and the next species or the last species will be the last to experience. Subject to continuity. So with all the extinct species, their experience is lost, and the next species or the last species will be the last to experience as a whole. I mean, yeah. I mean, basically. I mean, when it comes down to it, yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing that I'm kind of getting at is if you extinct all things, and there's like a gap in then there's like a massive gap in experience. But like, because it's not just like the universe collapsed and then a new universe like formed and just like bloop. I mean, quite literally, it's like bloop for us when we experience it. But from a pure utilitarian point of view, it actually is a good thing, which is why I say it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter to primordialism, because you say, well, wouldn't that hurt primordialism? Death in a blink, no actual peace. It's just like sleep. So yeah, same value when experiencing starts again, but it's us, as you say. Exactly. It doesn't actually hurt primordialism though, because this is all that matters is ethics, my friend. All that matters in the universe is what is right and what is wrong. So it doesn't really hurt ethics. And promortalism can have an ethical lens to it rather than like a selfish, egoistic lens. So it can only hurt certain views of promortalism, I suppose. Like if you're like a pure, like if you think nothing matters, like you're a pure nihilist, then I guess like it would hurt promortalism a little bit. But so long as you think even like your own value matters a little bit, uh, actually, no. I guess yeah. It would actually, if you're a pure egoist or if you're a nihilist, this might actually hurt poor mortalism. But I think for all other perspectives of ethical belief, yeah, it would actually have almost no effect on ethics because when it comes down to it, yeah, all that matters is pain prevention. So long as like that gap is the only thing that's experienced, and experience generates value. But so long as there's gaps of experience, even though those gaps aren't experienced, I'd still say that like, yo, I'd rather there be a gap. I'd rather me collapse and be unconscious in a coma for you have to kind of look at it like in a practical sense. Would you rather be in a coma for next 10 years and then wake up and then have all the same finances, all the same friends, everything, nothing really changes, but 10 years are taken off your lifespan? 10 years of your life, all that suffering, just you don't have to experience it. You're just like blacked out. And it's just like bloop, whoa. And then you just get back on with your life like nothing really happened. Would you rather that or just have those 10 years of experience? Me personally, I say as a promortalist, fuck those 10 years of experience. I'm just gonna not suffer, I guess, you know, from my egoistic point of view. So, I mean, sure, it'd be better maybe if I'm like pro-mortalist and an egalitarian to like do like suffering focused ethics and like go out there and do shit. But assuming for the average person who's not gonna do shit for shit of their life, I'd say it's better for them to just be in a coma for 10 years, So I don't know, man. To me, it seems like even if you don't experience the experience, the absence of experience is a good thing, which is kind of like the Benatarian asymmetry argument, basically. You know what I mean? It's basically the Benatarian asymmetry argument. Again, I think, yeah, it's kind of the asymmetry argument. Yeah, we went full circle back at the asymmetry argument with, you know, bing, bang, boom. Nothingness is better. Even if you can't experience it, it's just better. It is an arbitrary argument. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's really interesting. It's scary, but it's arbitrary because it doesn't change anything. So I'm glad you get it. I think it's a really scary concept, and I think it's really, really spooky that we might actually quite literally be suffering for all eternity, and it's very likely the case that that's going to be the thing, based off of essentially physicalism. Like quite literally, if there is even a one point was if there's point if there is even a point 1% chance that this world as we have it right now can repeat exactly as is in a future universe that starts up, then generic subjective continuity basically says, well, that chance will eventually mathematically occur. And once it does, we're going to experience it as if we closed our eyes and reopened them. And that was like a snap of the finger. So basically, this could be quite literally right now as we're talking, universes could be dying and reforming, and we would not even have the ability to recognize the difference of the fact that like universes are like popping out of existence and reappearing and starting up in this exact moment of time. And from our perspective, it's just like, whoop, yep, nothing happened. So that's basically what generic subjective continuity is, and it's really fucking horrifying. Yeah, it has no effects on ethics whatsoever. So it's really arbitrary. So says Nephilis, there's no value coming from existence for value's sake. It will always exist. Say. As an Nephilis, there is no value coming from existence or value's sake of life, so it's always yeah. The only value is in experience, which is pain and pleasure, if pleasure exists. But I think pleasure is pretty much an illusion for the most part, and it's basically just the feeling of relief from pain. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I mean, I don't think generic subjective continuity really affects ethics or what we should do with our lives now, but it basically does imply that like there's certain aspects of life that are kind of super duper spooky from a physicalism point of view. Like suicide kind of could be potentially useless. A bunch of things could be potentially useless. Like it basically has like a bunch of implications. Like how like ever heard of that like theory of like infinite death theory where like if you die and there's a multiversal like universe is just like you're basically just back again, but like at the point of like when you die you just kind of like reappear, but like at a point of like you not dying until you die again, and then like you transition your consciousness to a universe where like you didn't die. It's kind of like that but different. It's not like quite literally that because there's not like multiverses going on. It's only one universe that's collapsing, but quite literally in a way it's almost like that because it's like you're restarting up a life as like a new catalyst that could be quite literally the exact same universe playing out but just like slightly different where you don't die, and you wouldn't be able to perceive the difference at all. So it would basically be like the exact same thing even though it's not multiple universes all occurring at once. It's just one universe that collapsed and then reformed and happened to take a slightly different route. So yeah, generic subjective continuity has some really spooky implications, which are absolutely horrifying, which twist your brain and make you think, "Oh wow, life is absolutely terrifying." And that just makes you think, shit, I should never bring someone into existence whatsoever. I should not make a catalyst for this hellhole to occur in anybody else ever. So, if anything, generic subjective continuity is an argument to be an antinatalist. Like, just don't make a catalyst for the matter to suffer in, guys. Like, don't do it. Like, fuck, this is hell. Yeah, antinatalism's still on top. Ayo. Oh my god. That day old Dr. Pepper that I had just sitting out here, that slaps. Hey. What the fuck? My fucking mic just ripped it out of my fucking head. Dude, rip my face. Pain. But yeah, when it comes down to it, as I was saying, that's a real knee slapper. And that's I'm not gonna rip my fucking cord out of my fucking laptop and like break my neck almost. So why people go out of their way for a generic subjective continuity, especially anti-analysts, perhaps just to dethrone Ephesus, makes no sense. That's what I think it is. It's just an effort to try to do this whole anti-suicide thing and be like, it's just a flawed way of going about the anti-suicide thing. It's a way to basically be religious about suicide once again and say like no one should ever commit suicide because if you commit suicide, you're just gonna come back. I don't really agree on that because sure you can experience the absence, but when it comes down to it, there is an absence where there is no pain occurring. And that's objectively happening in the world. Like your atoms are being dispersed into the universe. There's not a brain experiencing suffering anymore. So if there was nothing in the universe experiencing suffering, sure, no one's experiencing that, but there quite literally is an absence of pain, which is good. So, I mean, I think it literally is just a way to attack Ephesus because Ephesus have a response to suicide, which is being like, yo, you should stay alive to prevent more pain. And if you're a piece of shit human being who just wants to like be a slave owner and like whip people all day or whatever, then hit the dam, hit the nana. You are kind of gay. Hit the dead, hit the shed. Fucking turn the car on. I don't know. You get what I'm saying. Basically, if you are a piece of shit human being who just wants to become a contributor to suffering, as an ephesus, I'm just kind of like, hey man, toodaloo from this life, my dude. But if you're a good person and you want to contribute and are willing to contribute, or even if you're not a good person and you're like and you could become a good person, Ephilism's just like, yeah, man, fuck yeah, man. Like, I believe in you. You should become a good person, King. Become a good person. We need you. So Ephilism is not a suicide philosophy, but we're literally a philosophy of hope, saying that there is a better world. There is a possibility to make a world without suffering, and human beings as moral agents have the ability to do this. We're also just really fucking real, and we're gonna be like, yo, man, if you're a child rapist, you're better off dead. Please do the world a favor. So, like, like we're based as fuck, okay? Like, it's just we're being real. So, the berserker music. Just so have you been hunting or fishing lately? I've been fishing, but not hunting. Speaking of that, I'm gonna go get some fish out of the fridge. I'm gonna see if it tastes good. But I caught 3 fish last time I went fishing, and I caught 3 fish the time before that. So in the last 2 weeks, I've ended the misery of 6 sentient beings. So I say that's a win. But yeah, we got fish breaded right here, good stuff. The biological slaves have been released from their suffering. And they taste good. Oh hell yeah, it's vegan, my dude. It's more vegan than veganism is vegan, my dude. Veganism is about preventing suffering, and that prevents more suffering than a traditional vegan diet. So I say it's more negative utilitarianism, but negative utilitarianism is more ethical than veganism is. So it's better than veganism. Just being a scrapitarian, my dude. Your scrapitarians, as I say, are cool with hunting and eating scraps of meat that are just going to be thrown away. So basically, we're better than vegetarians and vegans. We're above them. We prevent even more harm. I'm glad. Breatharianism. Oh my god. Breatharianism. Breatharianism is a sin, and breatharianism is breatharianism's cringe, my dude. But hey, I mean, if they just want to breathe, I mean, they're not causing suffering, so good for them, I guess. Even though there's no evidence of nutrients. Wait, what? Alex mentioned amendum? Yo, Deprofit. Did Alex actually mention amendum in like one of his newest videos? I haven't watched his newest ones very much. The fuck? He said he did? I don't think he. You said he did. No, I didn't think he. No, I said he's mentioned the arguments of amendum before. He's mentioned the red button experiment, which is Mendham's argument, but I don't think he's ever mentioned I don't think Alex O'Connor has ever mentioned Mendham. He's mentioned antinatalism before. I mean, he's mentioned extinctionism, but he's never brought it up by the name of ethylism before. So, as far as I'm aware, a cosmic skeptic, Alex O'Connor has not done that, but. And no, Jay, they would not be the ultimate suffer indicators because inaction is still an action, and letting things suffer around you is not negating of suffering. that is allowing suffering to occur. Yeah, I've watched that one on the channel before. If you all want to watch it, I've watched it a couple different times actually. Broke it up into multiple different segments and different videos. Sure, breatharians still bring people in the world to breathe them. Yeah, probably. God damn it. So that's why you're pro since ending suffering by imposing death is the ultimate good in your opinion, basically. Um, Basically imposing death is the ultimate way to prevent suffering. So yeah, basically, I mean, in my opinion, preventing someone from being born is the ultimate good. But second thing that prevents the most suffering probably is ending life, at least in terms of if life's young enough. If it's an older person, then they're gonna die off naturally, and it really depends on how you end their life. But basically, yeah. I mean, I don't advise people to do anything violent or stupid because I'm not Charles Manson. But you're not technically wrong, given promortalism. Essentially, if you prevent future suffering of a being, given identity nihilism, and you also prevent possible future generations from occurring. Death is not a bad thing if you're killing animals. Or yeah, if you're killing animals. So people are animals, Brant. And I'm like, I'm not Charles Manson, I swear. Well, you don't advise people to be violent towards humans. Why aren't you vegan? Shouldn't you be out there in favor of euthanizing all animals? I am Anti-enlist informant gonna go after the F-list now. Anti-enlist informant can't do shit. He's just silly little Billy. What's poppin'? Oyster? Not what much, my dude. Yeah, yeah. Um, the anti-enlist informant is gonna go after no. But why are you all vegan? Shouldn't you be out there in favor of euthanizing all animals? Yeah, I am. Which is why I'm vegan because guess what? No, no, no. Jay, you're just not thinking about supply and demand, my dude. When it comes down to it, that's why I'm in favor of hunting, but I'm not in favor of buying animal produce. Because if you buy animal produce, then you are essentially bringing animals into existence and then killing them. The good thing, the reason death is good is because you're ceasing experience, because experience is bad, and removing a bad thing is a good thing. So basically, death itself is not a good without the bad being removed, essentially. So because of that, the reason that you have to be vegan but also be pro hunting to be ethically consistent and a good person is because you're preventing suffering in the maximum extent that way. You're removing lives from the world, but you're not bringing lives into the world as well. But if you weren't a vegan and you were also hunting things, so basically if you're buying animal products from a store, but also hunting, like like an average American, then you're bringing life into existence while at the same time taking life. So you're also causing harm. So all death is harmful, my friend, but all dying is harmful. But you have to ask yourself, how do animals die in the wild? Would you rather be shot and just die from going into shock, or would you rather have worms crawling through your brain or parasites in your stomach sapping your nutrients out till you starve to death over the course of months as you slowly get weaker and weaker? A log falling on top of you, and now you're starving to death or dying of dehydration. Predation, like a predator ripping you apart, eating you while you're alive, tripping off chunks of your leg, you know? If hunting's, and yeah, exactly. As South Apple Horror says here, hunting, if done right, won't be any more harm than a fish getting skinned alive by a bear or getting eaten alive by a hyena. Exactly. If done right, it won't be any more harmful than that, and it's probably going to be far less harmful. So it's probably going to be a lot less harmful because you're just going to most likely go into shock right away. And even if you don't go into shock and they run off, they'll die within a couple of minutes, which, given most predators will kill you far faster than a disease will, it's still going to be far, far longer than a bullet will. So I say I'd rather get shot. So, and I think most animals, if they were logical, would agree with me. So. Horrendous. You can't just say horrendous, Spirit Oyster, without trying to justify why it's horrendous. You know, I could say you're horrendous for existing without, justifying your existence, given that I highly doubt you're a vegan. And if you are a vegan, then I also highly doubt you're an antinatalist or ethicist. So I could say, how are you, you know, how are you allowed to be horrendous, quote unquote? Horrendous, awful. Unless you're just saying the life is horrendous and awful, which then I guess I agree. I don't know what you're saying is horrendous and awful, my spirit oyster friend, but I assume that you're saying what I was saying is horrendous and awful. I'm not vegan, I'm only antinatalist. Fair enough. I mean, you should probably be vegan also, but you and hunting is not a bad thing. So I don't know why if you're not vegan, you're looking at hunting as if it's awful. Because the animal agriculture industry is far, far, far more brutal than anything a hunter will ever do. So, what's your views on consciousness, Brand? Are we just brains and body? Yeah, that's basically it, Jay. We're basically just brain matter and a body. Basically just minds, and then when it comes down to it, we're energy. Here's how I look at it, my dude. Brain is the hardware, the chemical signals and like electronical signals being sent back and forth through neurons. That's the software, you know. So we are the software. We are basically just energy being generated. We're basically just patterns in our brain going a certain way that allows for consciousness to occur. And if you fuck up, and if you fuck it up, then there's errors in how that occurs, and things get bad. You die or whatever. So when it comes down to it, yeah, I mean we're constantly dying because our patterns are constantly changing. So that's kind of what I mean. Also, is like we're constantly getting annihilated and reforming. So consciousness is constantly changing, and when it comes down to it, consciousness is basically energy, and energy is generated through ATP. ATP is the power, like power of the body or whatever, like our energy source, and we get that through consuming things, biological matter from the outside. So basically, we're just constantly taking in other energy forms and converting them into our own consciousness, basically. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I look at consciousness. It's just this like like very vile thing of like like trying to of like slaughtering ourselves over and over to like maintain this like illusion of identity by like consuming other life forces and like converting them into our own. So yeah, that's how I look at consciousness, my dude. Not a level of skeptarianism. I'm still too vegan to completely understand you. I can completely understand roadkill, but eating and killing animal for food is not veganism. Yes, it's better than veganism. Scrapitarianism is the next step to veganism. Veganism is the first step, but then realizing that death is not bad for the one who dies, and that no matter what, the animal in the wild is going to be going through an imposition of death, and it doesn't matter who is involved in that imposition, you or the world itself. No matter what, the animal is going to have an unpleasant experience. It does not give a damn if it's you. It doesn't give a damn if it's your neighbor. It doesn't give a damn at all. It's gonna die and it's gonna have a horrible fucking time and it's gonna not like it. So when it comes down to it, it doesn't care if it's you that causes it the suffering. It just wants less suffering. Hence why a bullet is better than being torn apart by parasites, elements, whatever, so and so on. So am I disagreeing with the primordialism part of it? Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. Then I don't know what your disagreement would be then, because to me it just seems that like you're better off. It's not necessarily veganism, but it's better than veganism. It's like veganism improved, and that's why you're a denialist too, since we're always changing and we don't have free will. Yeah, basically, we slaughter sheep, cows, and goats all over the world. I cannot enjoy meat. I would kill to sell it, like I said a while ago. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, if you do that, that's completely ethical and fine as well. So, I mean, killing, as long as you're doing the primordialism thing, you don't have to eat it, if you don't want to. In fact, if you sell the meat, it's probably more ethical in a way because if you buy your if you buy just vegan food, that's actually probably a good thing because if you buy vegan food and you hunt, that's actually really, really, really good because it contributes to the supply and demand of veganism, which is great. And it also, veganism leads to crop deaths in the fields, which primordialism, which also means, less suffering reduction, more suffering reduction. And it also means you need fields, and fields take up land space, which means more animals prevented from coming into existence. So basically, yeah, go do that if you want. If you want to hunt and sell the meat, or fish and sell the meat, 100% recommend you do so. Enjoy a vegan diet while at the same time. Should we kill venomous snakes and scorpions? No. This is what I can see, and hopefully the wild animals will be populated. Yeah, exactly. And if you hunt and sell the meat and all that stuff, it populates animals. And vegans can finally shut down the factories. Yeah, exactly. So we should kill venomous snakes and scorpions? No, we should not kill them because those are predatory species, and predators well, it depends on the predator. If it's like a hyena, I say we should eliminate hyenas from the wild because hyenas eat their prey alive, which is probably fucking excruciating. Imagine having your balls ripped off and eaten by something while you're still like screaming on the ground, writhing in pain. It starts to rip off your like Achilles tendon and shit, and then like they don't even go for anything lethal like the throat or like an organ until like you're already basically bled out. That way they haven't have fresh meat. So yeah, some predators I say we should extinct them because they're engaging in far too brutal of a death to make it even worth it. But for most predator species, I think it's actually a good thing for them to exist given primordialism. So because it kind of shut down the existence of things that would go on to suffer for a long period of time. So that's my take on the killing of predator species. We're better off not doing that right away. We leave them until the end, basically. We take out predator species last, essentially. And by letting prey species get taken out, the predators will naturally have the populations regulated. So that's the way I look at that. Can that be explained by naturalism? Of course, it can be explained by naturalism. I've hallucinated on trippy dippy psychedelics many a times. I've never experienced anything spiritual in my entire life on or off psychedelics. People claim to experience trippy dippy, hallucinatory, religious experiences on psychedelics all the time. I've ego deathed and for an hour and 45 minutes. Most people on this planet have not ego deathed for more than 10, 15 minutes ever in their entire life. I have basically transcended most consciousness forms, man. I have done shit that most people would break their brain, bro. So when it comes down to it, do I believe in the spiritual or anything like that? No, not at all. Anything can be manifested by the brain, and if you're intelligent enough to recognize it's an illusion, you will recognize it's an illusion and be like, oh, this is just an illusion. If you're a silly Billy person who wants to believe in happy little fairy tales, then you'll believe it's something real. It's just that simple, basically. When you're on a psychedelic, your brain's very, very suggestible. And if you're a religious person, you'll believe you're seeing a spiritual thing. And you're dying, your brain releases DMT. And even if it's not releasing DMT, you're pretty much on the brink of fucking death. There's gonna be a lot of trauma. People literally like disassociate and hallucinate all the time. So when it comes down to it, the brain is a really weird thing. Hallucinations occur all the time. 2% of people will hallucinate almost like daily because they have schizophrenia. 90% of people have hallucinated auditory or auditory hallucinations or visual hallucinations while under sleep deprivation. People hallucinate all the time, my dude. So I think it's completely normal that, there's plenty of explanations for why near death experiences have spiritual things going on. We should also kill cartel gangs in South America that bomb the internet with their gory videos. You're not wrong. Supertourism should be promoted in certain African areas, tribal India and China. That would greatly reduce mass animal death. Yeah, I 100% agree. People think that we get to the point where we don't need bees to pollinate or dung beetles to do what they do. I think sterilizing everybody and letting that acts stay here immoral, so making sure any syndication use is sterile. I mean, I feel like that's a better solution than what we have right now. But yeah, Spirit Oyster hallucinates daily because Spirit Oyster has schizophrenia, as I was talking about. So yeah, like some people hallucinate daily. So when it comes down to it, I don't. You shouldn't trust your hallucinations, just as you shouldn't trust your hallucinations. People shouldn't trust their near-death experiences. Um, Experience generates value because value is pain and pleasure, but value of pain and pleasure doesn't mean reality. Reality can take many forms and it can be skewered. But the value is true. So the pain you experience is real. The pleasure you experience is real. But the visual and physical things you experience don't exactly aren't guaranteed to be real. So that's the way I look at that, my dude. Um, yeah, thy neck just cracked and hurty. Do, 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 do. From our research I've done into near-death experiences, a lot of the claims aren't backed up or confirmed, even experimented and reliable unbiased ways. Yeah, basically, even the experiencer fucking screws shit and everything. Basically, everything involving near-death experiences is like pretty silly. There's like ways you can disprove it in like every way. Like plus the fact that people see whatever they believe in different gods and members. Yeah, exactly. Like if you're an atheist, you're just gonna see like a god, like something spiritual, or like you just have a spiritual feeling, like oh, the universe spoke to me, man. But if you're Christian, you'll be like Jesus spoke to me, or the Holy Spirit came to me, or like some shit like that, or if you're Muslim or Islamic, you'll be like, I talked to Allah or one of the prophets, or some shit like that. Like you're Buddhist, you might say like the blue person of the multiple arms, and be like, "Oh, I talked to like Nirvana itself." So like everybody has different experiences when they're near to the experience. Like it's as we said, it's just a hallucination conjured up by the suggestible brain as they're going through a traumatic experience. Trauma bonding is a thing. People are very suggestible when they're going through trauma or when they're on psychedelics or any mind altering experience. So when it comes down to it, that's pretty much my opinion on near death experiences. It's just your mind's in a very susceptible place because of the trauma. So your mind is susceptible. We're imperfect. Why are we such suggestible, gullible, supernatural inclined animals? Because we got too smart for our own good. As here, I have a beautiful quote for you. Um, I forgot what it is. Life. What's the theme of that fucking book? Not those who walk away from Omas. The last mess. Ah, here we go. There's a brilliant quote from The Last Messiah. Here we go. One night, in a long bygone time, man awoke and saw himself. He saw he was naked under the cosmos, homeless in his own body. All things dissolved before his testing thought. Wonder above wonder, horror above horror, unfolded in his mind. Then woman too woke and said it was time to go and slay. And he fetched his bow and arrow, the fruit of the marriage of spirit and hand, and went outside beneath the stars. But as the beasts arrived at their water holes where he expected them of habit, he felt no more the tigers bound in his blood, but a great psalm of the brotherhood of suffering between everything alive. That day he did not return of prey, and when they found him by the next moon, he was sitting dead by the watering hole. So whatever happened? A breach in the very unity of life, a biological paradox, an abomination, an absurdity, an exaggeration of disastrous nature. Life has overshot its target, blown itself apart. A species has been armed too heavily, by spirit made almighty without it, but equally a menace to its own well being. Its weapon was like a sword without a hilt or plate, two-edged blade, cleaving everything. But he who is wielding it must grasp blade and turn the edge towards himself. Despite his new eyes, man was still rooted in matter, his soul spun and subordinate to its blind laws. Yet he could see matter as a stranger compared to himself as to all phenomena. See through the locate his vital processes. He comes to nature as his unbidden guest, in vain extending his arm to yeah, basically the point is this is a really awesome book. Read the rest of it. But the point is we've overshot ourselves. We're too intelligent for our own good. We're a social species, my friend. Um, so what makes us gullible, suggestible, what makes us such suggestible animals is the fact that we became too social, we became too smart, we became too aware of what's going on. The other things are suffering like our own. The other men and other animals have the exact same minds as our own. There's this existential dread about everything going on, this hopelessness. Like, what is the purpose of our suffering? We've realized that we are suffering essentially. We've asked ourselves these questions, and so basically we've thrown ourselves into a state of like existential despair And because of this existential despair, we've basically been forced as a species to take upon religion to kind of, numb this existential dread, basically. And then genes also select for, our genes quite literally will be selecting through evolution of natural selection for people who don't have this existential dread and have coping mechanisms to compensate for this existential dread as much as possible. So when it comes down to it, both evolution has basically made it as fucked us in various ways. It's made it so we became too intelligent for our own good and selected for behaviors which compensate for this negative side effects, which is copium, basically. So basically, evolution is selected for a copium, and as a result of our accidental overshot. So that's how religion has got to its abundance, and superstition and gullibleness is so prominent. So that's my theory. Basically, we're just delusional animals that don't realize we're delusional because billions of years of programming went into making us try to not become existential dread machines and like all commit suicide. And so basically it was just like, here, we're gonna have you guys all be really optimistic and select for religion and other things, and those who don't, they die off or don't reproduce, and so their genes die off and so on. Yeah, it's really depressing. I heard that quote in a great video from Metaphysical Exile. Great quote. It is. So yeah, 100% recommend reading The Great Messiah. It's an extremely good book. Uh, it ends in a brilliant way. Then will appear the man who, at the first of all, has dared to strip his soul naked and submit it alive to the utmost through his lineage. The very idea of doom. A man has fathomed life in its cosmic round, and whose pain is Earth's collective pain. With the furious screams shall not mobs of all nations cry out for his thousandfold death. When like a cloth his voice enclosed the globe, and a strange message has resounded for the first and the last time. The life of the world is a roaring river, but Earth's is the pond of a backwater. The sign of doom is written on our brow. How long will we ye kick the pinpricks? But there is one constant conquest, and one crown, one redemption, and one solution. Know yourself, being fertile, and let the earth be silent after ye. And when he has spoken, they will pour themselves over him, led by the pacifier makers and the midwives, and bury him in their fingernails. He is the last Messiah. As son from fathers, he stems from the archer by the watering hole. Do you believe there's other animals in the universe who have come to conscious like ourselves? Probably not. I don't think so. It's too unlikely of an occurrence, in my opinion, that life will have even come about in general is very, 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 very unlikely. But the chance that life has evolved to have consciousness when all it really does is select for evolution does is select for essentially whatever benefits it in its environment, and it does, and it typically is like pinchers and like beaks and slime and dissolvey things and stuff like that. Like we're not selecting for intelligence. We're selecting for different things. Like we're the one thing on this entire planet in the billions of years that has ever been selected for intelligence. It's a very, very unlikely niche. And the chance that that'll occur in anywhere else in the universe is near impossible. So yeah, I agree with Spirit Oyster that nope, we are the only intelligent species in the universe. So I agree with him. Loki, though, I do have a job in what are the odds that nature chose us as the animals who would end up to be conscious, though? Nature doesn't choose anything. Nature is an unconscious thing. Evolution is chaos of random mutation. the selection of the environment. Things didn't choose us, my dude, to be conscious. It's literally is billions of years, hundreds, 100,000 humans have existed, and hundreds of thousands of million life before us, all being slaughtered basically before they're the age of 1 or 2, killed at birth. Their genes didn't spread, and the ones that spread their genes had different mutations and other ones that didn't spread their genes, and those ones were selected for, and so on and so on and so on for billions and billions and billions of unfathomable years. So yeah, nature doesn't choose, my dude. It's just chaotic forces. But anyways, I have a job interview. I'm going to Jimmy John's, and I will be back in a bit. So fuck it. You know what? Here, you guys keep on booling, okay? BRB. I'm just gonna leave the live stream going, and it's probably like only 15 minutes, so it's probably like only 15. So at most I'll be gone for like a half an hour or 45 minutes, guys. Just I'm gonna keep the live stream just going. Feel free to close it out, but I'm gonna keep the live stream going. At this point, if anybody is watching, you see the BRB on the screen, just keep clicking through until it's no longer BRB, or you see my face back on screen. Okay, to anybody watching in the future. So. Oh, just another YouTuber played that crazy audiobook. I'm not gonna listen to Deprofit. We're not gonna listen to the crazy audiobook. uh, but yeah, I'm back. What do we got this? What did informant do? It's worth responding to. Because I don't think he has anything worth responding to, really, man. But if you think otherwise, I'll hear you out. Oh. Oh, yay!
So I made a video
I'm
called
yay!
Reasons Why Antinatalism is Stupid.
You're stupid.
I deleted it because I can explain it better now.
I'm better at explaining.
But
Yee.
someone made a response video to my video going against it.
Okay.
Now, I'll tell you more clearly why antinatalism is stupid.
Oh, yeah?
You're trying to end the process of life. If you're
No.
an antinatalist, you don't want suffering to exist.
Yeah.
You think that life should not exist because suffering exists.
Not necessarily. That's not what antinatalism means.
What you're doing
It's
by
capitalism.
saying that nobody should reproduce, you're trying to end the process of life. You're trying to end life. You're trying to end the species, which means you're trying to destroy the species, which means you're trying to murder the species.
No.
Your goal is for everyone to be dead.
The species doesn't have a mind. There is no mind of the species.
What about all the...
Last time I checked, there isn't like a big old hive mind like, we are the hive collective of humanity. We judge thee for murdereth of us. Hark! You know, there is no mega mind out there, okay? So, yeah, you're just an idiot.
What about all the bugs and the plants?
What about the bug? What about them?
Animals.
What about them?
What about them? They suffer.
Yeah, we should eliminate them.
So, your goal, the antinatalist's goal, is to end all life. How is that not murder? You want to destroy the process of life.
And
the universe
is murder inherently wrong?
That's how
it's murder inherently wrong. maybe you're a Bible thumper, it might be, but once from the Bible also endorses rape of women just for the compensation of a little bit of money to the dad. You really get paid to rape people in the Bible. So I'm just gonna say you're an idiot.
It produces life. You see? So you're going against the whole universe here. And good luck with that. That's really stupid. That's really stupid.
Yeah, people were said the exact same thing about going against slavery. Good luck with that. That's really stupid. Good luck with that. And here we are, a couple of 100 years later, being like, wow, damn, people that own slaves are fucking pricks.
Going against the entire universe. I don't even need to make this video. Because you're trying to go against the will of the entire universe. You're trying to
Will of the universe? Will of the universe. Well, last time I checked, the universe does not have a will. Where's the will of the universe? I knock knock universe. I just hit you. Are you angry with me? No, Brand. I'm not angry with you because I don't have a fucking mind. Yeah, it's the universe responding to you. Ooh, spooky, scary. No, fuck off.
Against life itself. Now look, the process of life, reproduction, that is life. Okay? That's part of life. So you're trying to destroy life. You're trying to destroy all life. That's the goal of the
Yo, is this
antinatalist.
dumb hillbilly just gonna keep repeating the same shit over and over?
All life. They say they want our species to go extinct. They say they're not murderers. But what about the animals? They suffer too. Should you kill all the animals?
Yeah.
See, they try to say that they're not trying to destroy all life by saying,
yeah, we're trying to reduce suffering. There's ways to reduce suffering that are objectively the best thing.
We just want to end the species.
No, we just want to end suffering.
How stupid does that sound? I don't want to destroy the species. I just want to end the species.
No one's saying that.
You're retarded.
You idiot.
You're ridiculous.
We're saying we want to end suffering, you dumb. That's the only thing that objectively has any value is ending suffering. So you're so fucking stupid. You're so fucking stupid, home slice, that you generally twist our words to the point where you think that somehow means species ending is a good thing. That there's some objective value in ending the species. No one has ever said that. There's an antinatalist, an ethicist, negative utilitarian, or any extinctionist. Okay? No one thinks there's objective value in ending a species. There's only a value in ending suffering. Christ. Dense as shit.
With me if you have a working mind that works properly. If you disagree with this, there's something is not working properly in your mind.
You haven't said shit for chat, bro. You haven't said shit for chat. If you're a duck and you don't rape to reproduce, there's something wrong with your mind. You're out of the ordinary. I don't give a shit. Maybe the ordinary is a little too fucked, okay? Maybe the ordinary is a little not cash money, you piece of shit. I fucking hate people, man. Ce soir-là, Léon sang. ce soir-là, qu'est c'est fait ce soir-là. Lions sont. So, the Prophet, what did you think of my response to him, Home Slice? Did you deem my response proper enough? Since you requested the video, you clearly thought his response was worth responding to for some reason or another. Do you deem my response worthy of being like, oh shit, got him, or like whatever? Anyways, I'm gonna get litty titty. Enjoy this lovely view of nature. You can look at my cat. Well, I don't get what that face means. Just another YouTuber, aka the Prophet. Um, so the crazy wacky face, but I don't know if that means you think my response was crazy or if he just means I don't know what the fuck would mean other than that. So moral of the story is, yeah, I guess, yeah, you think we're crazy for some reason, but natural doesn't mean shit for chat. Survival doesn't mean shit for chat. So I'm just curious why he thinks much of anything that means anything of value. So yeah. I'm Litty Titty out here. Marco, what are you eating that grass for? You're gonna get yourself a stomach ache. Look at that dude. Look at that dude. Marco, dude. He's going nom nom over there in the grass. Num num num. Yeah. Yeah, let's just watch some videos on YouTube. Wait. Coming. Oh. That's in a while. Hey you, what's poppin', Apple dude? How's it going? We're gonna watch some antenatal speed informant being a silly little goober. I mean, rights don't exist, but the fact is, he believes rights do exist. So let's just watch him be a hypocrite. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna make fun of Noam Chomsky, who's yo. Okay, here's the thing. Noam Chomsky. I don't. Here's this is really funny. He's using Noam Chomsky as justification for not being vegan. Noam Chomsky has connections with Jeffrey Epstein. Think about that. Okay. Think about that. Why in the fuck are you using someone who is associated with Jeffrey Epstein as your justifier of, not being a vegan? If you're person, yeah, I'm saying if someone, how many people have met with Jeffrey Epstein? Not a whole fuck ton of people. Now, some people were like, "Oh, I've met with Jeffrey Epstein. He's not a bad guy." When I met him, anybody that's that close of Jeffrey Epstein, that you're just having casual kind of conversations with him, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's sussy bucket shit. All I'm saying is, you gotta not trust the Epstein and anybody that's like associated with the Epstein. And frankly, if you're using him as a backup, it's just kind of like, yo, man, fuck you. I mean, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. This man likes to friend the antinatalists and a bunch of other people, and they'll make all these accusations. And I'm just like, I could do that too, man. I'm not going to though, because that'd be a long shot. But it comes down to it. You have no clue. You probably have no clue about these accusations of Noam Chomsky. You're just like, oh, Noam Chomsky is a smart dude. But when it comes down to it, no, Noam Chomsky's a fucking weirdo. And yeah, I'm gonna watch your video, but just know that you're using a weirdo's words to try to defeat veganism, and it's probably gonna be a really poor job as well. So just know that you're using a weirdo's words, and you're gonna fail.
Okay, so I told myself that I was going to stop talking about veganism and
Oh yeah,
animal
sure,
rights,
man.
but I stumbled upon this video by it was basically an interview in which Noam Chomsky made an argument which was
No,
pretty much
Chomsky.
parallel to the same argument that I recently made on someone else's channel regarding animal rights. Because I want y'all to not be emotional. These arguments are based on the nature and the scope of rights. I've tried to explain what rights
Right.
are, and I'm not sure if people really are really getting it. So rights were created basically to limit the government's power. Um, you can have private contracts. Let me just explain where you can get rights from. Rights are based on I'm sorry, I got that completely wrong. Duties are based on the law, ethics, and morals, but not rights. Rights are based on a social contract theory. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and run this video by Noam Chomsky because yeah, I just kind of butchered that explanation. But once he explains it, then
Rights
I'm
are
gonna
based on social
give
contract.
commentary
The fuck does that mean?
intermediately, and then it doesn't seem like any.
Well, we don't have social contract with other countries. Are we allowed to enslave people of other countries? Are we allowed to do the old-fashioned form of slavery, like back in the day, where we just imperialized other nations and take their citizens and turn them into slaves? Because by your definition, that seems to be allowed right off the bat. Right off the bat, we're already diving back into slavery territories. So,
Anybody's up tonight, but y'all can catch the replay.
Whether you think natural right applies to non-human animals. In an interview from 2010, you acknowledged that there exists a moral case for vegetarianism, but at a recent talk...
Okay, y'all. So he specifically mentioned natural rights. Now, if he were to talk about legal rights, that would be one thing, but he's talking about natural law. Animals cannot have natural rights. That's not what natural rights are. It's again, this natural rights are about limiting the government's power, and it's based on a social contract theory.
College London, you claim that animals cannot have the same rights as humans because, lacking reason, they cannot be considered to have responsibilities.
we don't
What
have
does he
social
mean by
contract
this?
of all
As
people,
you
though.
likely
Are
know,
we allowed to
many
enslave
anarchists and
those who aren't in the
anti-authoritarians
social
today consider
contract?
vegetarianism and veganism
No.
essential to the
Well,
project of reducing
then,
humanity.
still wrong, home slice. It's not that, then. It's not social contract theory. It's because pain is bad. Animals don't have responsibilities. So we can do anything to them.
So it's a fact that animals don't have responsibilities. Responsibilities are related to rights. This does not say you should murder animals, but it's a recognition of reality.
Okay, so he's kind of mumbling, but what he essentially said is that animals don't have duties, and so they can't have rights because, again, rights are based on a social contract.
So do you think children can't have rights? Do you think people with mental deformities cannot have rights? Do you think we're allowed to do whatever we want to children? Or hey, we're getting back to Epstein. It's going full circle. Maybe it all makes sense now. It's going full. He did go to Epstein's island, so maybe Noam Chomsky is a pedophile and does think this. So when it comes down to it, like I'm really curious, informant. Like, what you getting at here? These things you do have, if you're being consistent, it has some underlying implications. And I'm kind of just being like, I'm playing with your inconsistencies here, and it doesn't sound good.
Contract theory. So you can't have
It all
a
comes together.
unilateral contract. The elements of a contract are an offer, acceptance, consideration, and meeting of the minds. So there's no meeting of the minds. there's no real consideration because they can't return any obligation to you, um, and they can't even accept it. So there is no social contract between a man and an animal. It's not possible. And he's explaining that you can have a
So I don't have a social contract with my cat to not hit my cat, and my cat be nice and pets me. And like if I pet my cat goes up to me and goes and treats me really nicely, rubs against me, purrs, and is generally really friendly with me. So you're saying there's no social contract between me and my cat, where if I feed my cat and provide it with love and affection, quote unquote, then it's going to do return the love and affection to me, even though I can't provide food. So you're saying there's no social contract between animals, even in like simpler forms of relationships. Okay, one, you're wrong for that. Two, even if we couldn't have social contracts with animals, it doesn't really fucking matter. It doesn't mean we get to do whatever the hell we want with them. So just because you can't be like, hey man, don't attack me and I won't attack you, it doesn't mean we get the right to attack them just because they'll get attacked. Just because something attacks us doesn't mean we get the right to attack them for no reason. Especially given the fact there's no guarantee an animal will attack us, so it doesn't mean you get to preemptively attack things for no fucking reason. You can't just do that. It's barbaric. Yeah, plus social contract isn't even what's going on. It's not. There is no social contract, guys. It's bullshit. I don't have a social contract with none of y'all. I could, for there's as far as the society is aware, if I went into the countryside and I could just watch for some ring doorbells, wear some rubber gloves, just kill some family and death in their sleep, and social contract be damned, nothing can stop me. So where's the social contract? It doesn't exist. There is no such thing as social contract. So it's just it's just social contract. Okay, you're born here, indoctrinated, forced to live under the law, whatever place in land. Exactly. It's just like social contract is just a weird concept that is basically just people to conform. Yeah, people conform. That I'm not gonna deny people conform to things, anti-natalist informant. But when it comes down to it, your social contract theory is just silly Billy stuff. I mean, like the only social contract I know is like I guess I'm scared of people trying to kill me, so I won't kill them. And I guess that's about it. That's pretty much the social contract that's going on, I guess. But when it comes down to it, it's not really it. I mean, I could get away with murder. Other people can get away with murder. It's probably not that hard to get away with murder. You don't need to. You can disregard this whole little social contract thing. It's probably pretty easy to get away with murder. It's just when it comes down to it, evolution is basically programming us to be social creatures that don't want to murder. And yeah, it's basically because guess what? Pain's bad, motherfucker. Ooh, back at it again. Guess what? Pain's bad. Whoop, you get dunked on. It has nothing to do with consent. On has nothing to do with impositions. On has nothing to do with your fucking government tyranny bullshit. Has nothing to do with authoritarianism. It has nothing to do with freedom, baby. And all it is just pain, bad, pleasure, orgasm, good. You busted a nut, you be feeling mighty dandy. If you get nailed for the hand, you be crying, oh whammy. And that's the whole jiggity thing, my dude. And easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's continue on with this little pedophile guy's rant. Just kidding.
a duty, but it's not. Or he explains the relationship between a duty and
Oh, not you, informant. I'm sure you're not a pedophile. Love you. Kiss you right on your bald head. But I'm talking about Noam Chomsky.
right. Um, so even though you don't necessarily have a I'm sorry, even though animals don't have rights, you can still have a duty which is imposed by the law. You can have duties based on and involving moral or ethical standard.
And in fact,
Oh, now he's talking again.
veganism, I think, has a moral basis, but so do lots of other things. Like when you got here, you either drove or took public choice was to harm the environment in order to come here so we could have this discussion. But we're making choices like that every moment of the day. Well, one of the choices has to do with whether people who say in the countries where there is meat but not much else, should they eat it? That's another choice. We have our own choices. We can't overlook the fact that we are constantly making choices which have negative effects. And
Again, he's mumbling, so it's kind of hard to hear what he's saying.
Yo, your internet's all
But what
dog
he
shit, bro.
essentially said is that we're
You're,
constantly making choices
I was
to
wondering if that was
harm
my thing that was buffering,
animals.
but it's his.
And so if animals have rights, then they can assert those rights, but they can't. So even, excuse me, notwithstanding adopting a plant-based diet, we're still harming animals and we're still infringing on their rights. And because animals don't have the capacity to enter into a social contract, nor do they have any capacity to assert any rights, human beings are going to continue. What did he say? He said that we're harming the environment and we're harming animals. Yes, that's exactly what it is. So if we had rights, then who? It's like who? In the words of uh, the Real Housewives of Atlanta, who gonna check me, boo? Like it's like who's going to stop human beings from violating the rights of animals, right? Only human beings can try to put pressure on people, but that's not a right. That is based on an evolving standard of decency, which is a moral or ethical duty. Morals, I think those are your individual standards, and then ethics come from broader society. That's it. But it's so arbitrary because it changes. One day it's okay to do engage in certain
No.
conduct, and then
Ethics
another
doesn't
day
come
it's
from
not.
society. Ethics is like more objective than society. Society is like,
there's an opportunity cost to vegetarianism. Like personally, I'm not a vegetarian, but the main although I almost never eat meat, but the reason is just I don't have the time for it.
Okay, the reason he's not a vegetarian is because he just doesn't have the time. Okay, let me just keep going because he's about to explain.
I don't have the time to think about it. I don't want to think about it. I just pick up whatever saves me time, which usually is not meat, but that's not a, I don't purposely check to see if there's a piece of chicken in the salad I want. Okay, that's a choice. I don't think we should have factory farming. The free range business is mostly a joke. I understand that very well. But it's kind of like the choice of heating the oven. We're always making choices like that. You can't avoid them.
Okay, so what he essentially said is that although he doesn't support factory farming, he just doesn't have the time. He doesn't check to see whether a piece of chicken came from factory farming. He eats whatever is available because he doesn't have the time. I mean, that is an honest answer. That is the case for most of
who
us.
gives a shit?
And then some of us are just opposed to
Who gives a
plant-based.
shit if it's honest or not? Okay, I could be like, I honestly jack off at least once a day, and you'd be like, wow, thank you, Brant, for sharing that. I did not need to know that information, and yeah, I'd be like, hey man, I'm being honest with you. Who gives a fuck about your goddamn honesty, you little fuckface? Okay, no offense, love you. But when it comes down to it, no one cares about honesty. If someone's honest is great, okay? Honesty is great, I guess. But when it comes down to it, there's no objective value to being honest. Who cares? I don't. Frankly, I'd rather you just be a good person. You could lie to my face. You could be like, I really hate your guts, Brant. Or like, you could be like, I really love you, Brant. You're a great person. I really think you're doing value in the world. And you could be lying to me and just make me feel good. And frankly, it's making me feel good. So good. And so long as you're a person who's doing actual value into the world, fuck yeah, go for it. So when it comes down to it, frankly, I really don't get why you're like so adamant about the fact that like he's so open about his not being vegan. You know, it's just like, oh, look at him, he's he's not vegan. Wow, wow, he's honest. You know, if someone was honest about committing any other crime, you wouldn't be like, oh, yay, look at them, they're
plant-based diet
honest.
just because we don't believe that it's
They're
healthy. But
bragging that
both
they
of
can get away with it.
those are valid concerns. If you don't have time, you can't just say, oh, well, you should make time. You don't have time. I mean, if you're constantly working and you're constantly out there, whatever he's doing, making speaking engagements and trying to change society,
You don't
I
have
mean, you kind of
rights
need to
either,
have a
Oyster.
routine. You need to have a,
Oyster, you don't have rights either. So fuck off.
I don't know, a stable life to try to do that, because it involves a lot of meal preparation, a lot of thinking about what you're eating, trying to figure out whether something is vegan or not, or he says vegetarian. But yeah, it requires a lot of time and effort. It's not easy. People say it's easy, but it's not, because even in addition to just eating beans and rice, you still need to research whether that is going to be an adequate diet.
With regard to
As I
the
said, I could go
responsibility,
and I could I could easily probably get away with killing a person without, you know, going to jail as well, Mr. Oyster. Souls don't exist, Oyster. There are no such thing as souls. So, unless you can prove that souls exist and that for some reason we have souls and animals don't have souls, then I think that's just a bullshit argument. So no one has ever proved that souls exist and that animals don't have souls either. So yeah, basically I think that's a pretty bullshit argument. That was coming from Twitch. So animals don't have rights. We can kill animals without going to jail. Animals do not have souls. So that's for people on YouTube who don't see the comments and from Twitch.
you could say the same about an infant. An infant doesn't have responsibilities. But the reason we grant the infant rights is because of speciesism. And you can't overlook that either.
Okay, so I don't know if y'all heard that last little bit, but he basically said that infants also don't have rights because they don't have the capacity to enter into
Oh, he actually admits that infants don't have rights, and then he actually has interactions with Jeffrey Epstein. That's hilarious. That's funny. And then now you're being like,
a contract. So he said that infants are presumed to have rights based on speciesism, but I don't think that infants necessarily have rights in the same manner that animals don't have rights. Really, it's based on a negative duty. It's based on society said you can't harm children, and so if you breach that duty, then you can be held liable. But it's not a right. It's not a right that the child or the animal can assert.
well, what does that matter? Like, why is that the case? Like, why is that important? If there's not anything, if they don't have a right, where does the duty come from? Where does the duty come from? Duty comes from duty should come from either an obligation because of pain, or it's just like utilitarianism, or it should become from, I guess, your rights or something. But there shouldn't be just like a random duty because why? Question mark? Why? Why? Where's this duty coming from? I don't know. I'm really confused. Where's these duties coming from? You're just like pulling these duties out of your ass.
In a court of law or in a public forum or anything like that. It's not a right. It's a negative duty, which is y'all can look up the difference between a right and a negative duty. It's not the same thing. So I know y'all think this is semantics, but it does matter when you're having these discussions, because if someone doesn't know better, maybe those arguments will fly. But if you do know better and someone is saying that one thing is a right when it's not, it's like you're going to be confused as to why the person isn't, why you're not on the same page, because you're telling me something is a right when I know that it's not. So um, that's not to say that animals should be harmed, but it's not based on rights. It's based on an evolving standard of decency, which um, I guess society needs to catch up on, or some things may never get caught up, because if you don't believe that a plant-based diet is healthy or sufficient, then or sustainable, then whatever morals or ethics you hold cannot be implemented. It's like he said, I don't support factory farming, but because I'm busy, and I don't know if he's researched veganism or a plant-based diet, but anyway,
Because you're busy,
I listened to that and I just thought it was interesting because
dude.
I think he could have
Even if
gone
time
into
to
greater
make,
detail to explain what.
even if time to make this bullshit ass video talking with pedophile Epstein friend Mr. Chomsky chomping down on fucking children because he believes they don't have any rights, apparently. Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, you have enough time to make a video about that, so I have a feeling you can dedicate 13 minutes of your time to walking through a grocery aisle and being a little bit more selective, downloading the Spoonful app or something and being able to scan barcodes and being like, oh yeah, that one's not vegan, this one is vegan. Go hunting or fishing if you want to have a hobby. I don't fucking know. Like, there's plenty of ways you can do things ethically, you know? There's plenty of options, Home Slice.
A right is, and he didn't do that. But um, yeah, people were in the comment section saying I disagree with him. It's like, no, he's not. This isn't his personal opinion. He's telling you what a right is, and animals cannot have rights. That's not an opinion. That is a fact.
Okay. And I don't think people can have rights either. And that is a fact because rights are made up concept. Rights are made up concept. I don't. Where do I get my rights from? Ooh, the invisible rights ghost. Where is he? Oh, I'm scared. If I violate your rights, what will happen to me? Ooh, ooh. Yeah, nothing is gonna happen because rights don't exist. When it comes down to it, your rights little stuff is just silly billy nonsense. All that matters is utilitarianism, negative utilitarianism to be specific. Pain's bad, pleasure is good if it even fucking exists and isn't just an illusion. It's just measuring things of pain, and if it comes down to it, every single thing we blink is immoral, causes significant amount of pain. But if you just be like, oh, just like, what if you had to kill one person to prevent the murder of 10 people? Ooh, ooh, and now you're like, well, shit, maybe I should murder someone. And then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, murder's not wrong. Whoa, crazy. And then you just get into the fact that rights are fucking bullshit. Because if rights were not bullshit, then every single person on this planet would be basically like infinitely evil. This fucking phone you're talking on, informant. Guess what? Lithium battery. Guess what? Slavery. Oh, get dunked on. You just violated someone's rights, motherfucker. Go to hell, or whatever equivalent of violation of rights from the rights ghost will be like, and like zap you into the afterlife or something. I don't fucking know. Yeah, moral of the story is fuck you. And fuck your little belief system. That's silly billy stuff. Bunch of woo-wah nonsense. There we go. I'm just gonna get comfy. Same, Spirit Oyster. Same. I'm glad you're on the same page as me. We're getting there with you. Slowly converting you. You're welcome to the sex death cult once I make that in like fucking 5 years. Well, 7 years. In 7 years, when I make, 6.5 years, when I make a sex death cult, you're more than welcome to become a member, and we will eventually just go Far Cry fucking 4, is it 5? Far Cry 5? Yeah, we're gonna go Far Cry 5 and just like fucking like get access to the nuclear codes and just just kidding. Just sitting like a grandma. I know I am. Here we go. I'll lay back and be like, get all nice and comfy. Yup. 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 Anyways, yeah, fuck him. Who's watching me? Is one person watching me on Facebook, 3 people watching me on YouTube, and 2 people watching me on Twitch. What's your opinion on masturbation? That's really funny. Well, I know why you're asking me because schizophrenic people typically have an issue with masturbation. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you jerk off a lot. No, I'm kidding. No, but I mean, I have no issues with masturbation. I mean, I do it. Almost everybody in the planet does it, I'm sure. So when it comes down to it, yeah, go for it, my dude. I mean, semen retention is just a bullshit myth, anyways. Like you're like, oh, well, you'll become a masculine man if you retain your semen, man. That's just a bullshit myth. So do whatever you want, so long as it doesn't hurt someone else. It's kind of I'm doing it right now. Yeah, Apple's doing it right now. He's just looking at my chiseled jawline and is just like, Dane, he's pretty fine, you know. So when it comes down to it, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a waste of 500 calories though, and you could be using those calories to be doing activism or like brain power stuff to like online. So it is kind of a little bit unethical, but it's like at the same time, it's not like the worst thing you could do. I mean, you could be doing worse things than masturbating. So frankly, I'm kind of just like, whatever. I mean, especially if you're vegan, it's just like, I mean, and you grow your own food. So if you grow your own food and you're vegan, then 100% jerk off as much as you want. It doesn't matter. So 500, yeah, man. Why do you think I'm so skinny, dude? Why do you think I'm so skinny? I don't really know how much calories it actually burns. Uh, how many calories does masturbation burn? Never mind. I lied. Maybe it says maybe 100 or so. Wait a minute. My experience middle is 101. Okay, let's see. Hey man, it's not that much, but it's like chewing gum, but apparently if you really wanted to, it's like, you know how I like chewing gum? It's like chewing gum, but for like the rest of your body, you know? So more of the story is masturbating will keep you toned. Yep. So jerk off, and if you want to be toned, yeah. Just kidding. I don't fucking know. But no, but seriously though, if you want to get toned, just get like a pull-up bar and put it in your door frame and tell yourself like do however many you can do a fourth of that and try to basically limit how many times you go into your room as much as you can during the day, basically, and just do like a fourth the amount you can do if you can. So if you can only do like 4 pull-ups, do one. If you could do 12 pull-ups, do four. Well, wait, no, do three. And then, like just like try to get yourself slowly to get comfortable doing pull-ups and then just like do a bunch of pull-ups, get to the point where you can do like 20, 30 pull-ups, and then you'll be getting beefy, I guess. You'll get toned. You'll get rid of the chunk. I mean, I'm pretty toned and I used to do pull-ups all the time. So I don't really do much anymore. Fair enough, Oyster. You do pull-ups in the shower? Understandable. I know he's not talking about pull-ups, but we're gonna pretend he is for our sanity. We're gonna talk. We're gonna. You can't do pull-ups standing up. Yeah, of course you can't do pull-ups standing up. You have to be elevated in the air, bro. I hate being alive. I hate being alive. Pull up that foreskin. Fuck. No, he lays down on his side in the fetal position, like he's crying, but I know exactly what he done. I'm kidding. See, we're not going to talk about our masturbation habits on this channel, at least not yet. Well, maybe in the future we'll do that. You know, honestly, it was 7 people watching. If it was no one watching, then sure. But you know, how many girlfriends did you have sex with? I've only had one girlfriend, and I had sex with them when I wasn't dating them. So they were just kind of like came back for seconds. They were just like, "Yo, I never tapped that." And I'm kind of like, they were angry at that. They were just like, they're like the one that got away, and so they went back and they tapped it, and I was like, "Hey, man, that works." So right, must remain professional. Yeah, we have to remain professional here on this channel. As always, we're dedicated to being intellectuals. Clearly. All we do is talk about philosophy here. Nothing obscure. What the fuck? After you went vegan and antinatalist, I mean? Oh, well, I mean, antinatalist. None. I mean, I guess like none, pretty much. Yeah, like I haven't got laid in a bit, but I'm going to be getting laid pretty soon, I imagine. So, you know, hey, there's that, but I'm not gonna get into those deets. But when it comes down to it, but since being, well, it's not like I think it's more of like a benefits thing. You priest, no, no. I'm not a priest. I wish I was a priest. I was almost a priest at one point because I would get so much money if I was a priest, guys. I can convert people to things. I have that riz. I got the charisma. You know, when people donate like 20% of their income to like the church, like they're just like, here, take my money. I would be rolling in that dough. But you know, and I wanted to be a priest at one point too because you know I was very very much a religious man at one point or another. But now I'm not. Now I'm the absolute opposite. I'm an anti-theist. Funny how you go from the extremes of being like, I must convert people so that don't go to hell to like, fuck all of these people. They're all a bunch of liars and they lie to themselves more than anything else. It's just sad. Where do you think, my dude? It just goes like into the universe, man. Whoa. Yeah, but really, just goes into the universe, man. So, like when you die, it's just like into the ground, and the energy is just like what and disperses out, you know. And then other things are like, you know, and then that gets ATP'd, and then into your brain it goes, and there's like what brain and movement and like expend energy, you know, and you know, it's just how it be, you know, energy is just like, getting expent into the universal time and being consumed by other things, and you know, identity nihilism, baby. Already talked about this a little bit earlier, but our energy just stays locked into the system, which is the universe, the closed system, which is the universe, basically. Nothing can be created nor destroyed. So, atoms cannot be created nor destroyed, my friend. Our energy is just dispersed. Same, my dude, but I have a duty to live. You should have a duty to live too if you're an antinatalist and can spread antinatalism. So, if you're an antinatalist, spread your antinatalism as much as you can. If you're not an antinatalist, become an antinatalist because it makes a lot of sense. Do the good thing, which is spread antinatalism. And ethylism if you want to, but consequentially speaking, it might be better to spread antinatalism. So do you. Do whatever one you want, I guess. But when it comes down to it, I'm sorry that you want to die, but don't do so. It's unfortunate that we're having the burden of living forced upon ourselves. But now that we're here, we have a duty to live, and that duty comes from negative utility. And yeah, it's sad, but it's true. Our energy is not ours. It doesn't belong to us when our memories and consciousness goes. Basically, when we go, our memories and consciousness goes. Same. Apple gets it. We're constantly just being eradicated. Our energies are. Our brain's literally just energy signals, like neuron signals and patterns of signals, and yeah, it's just big sad, man. Seems the most logical that when we sleep, it's the same as being dead. You just come back. The comfort paranoia I have about death most of the time. Yeah, man. When I blacked out went from hanging out, it was just like it's like passing out when you go to sleep, or like passing out when you're like getting a shot, and you lose consciousness because you're like scared of needles or something, or spiders or whatever you're afraid of makes you pass out. You just kind of like wake up again. You're like, whoa, what the hell? And you're like, but only you'll just never wake up again. So it's just like darkness for like half a second, and then just nothing. Like not even darkness really. It's just like you close your eyes, and then you can't even really tell when you're conscious to when you're unconscious. It just kind of happens, and then you're gone, and that's it. That's it. Goodbye. It's quite peaceful, really, but it's a little spooky when you come back and you're like, "Ugh," and air just comes into your lungs and your whole body's just like, live. What if we are wrong and there is a God? Well, then that God's a piece of shit, and you can go talk to him and like fight him yourself. You can get like. But what I'm saying is like, don't actually die. I'm just saying if you do die, it's not actually that bad of an experience, I'm sure. So, but don't actually die, because if you're an antinatalist, there's plenty of use for you. But you can like, if there was a God, you can go fisticuffs him, like be like, hey God, I challenge you to a knife fight at the nearest Waffle House, and then you just yeah. I mean, Spirit Oyster seems to believe in soul, so he's probably afraid of hell. But I'm not afraid of hell. I mean, I literally when I went to hang myself, I basically prayed that I'm like, hey, if Shamir is in hell, I hope I see her there. Like I was like, fuck it, I don't give a damn what happens to me. I'm done with this. So yeah, I mean, I'm not afraid of hell, but I'm assuming you're talking to Oyster and asking him if he's afraid of hell. So he's not. Well, yeah. And if you're not scared of hell, then what's to be afraid of? Like, who cares if there's God or not. If there's not a hell, then there's no problem with there being an absence from God. You're afraid of something worse than God. Sorry, you're afraid of something worse than hell. What the hell is worse than hell? There's nothing worse than hell, bro. I'm afraid of heaven. Well, like unified, like lack of free will or something like that. I don't know, man. I'd rather just not have free will than I'd rather not have free will than be in fucking hell suffering for all eternity. And I'd rather most of all just not exist at all. So well, hello from person from Turkey. How's it going on a subjective level? Because subjectively, life is really, really, really horrible. Life is beyond horrible. It's unbearable, and life should never be inflicted upon another sentient being again, unless that is justified to prevent future suffering at a greater extent than it will be caused by bringing that being into existence. So we're talking about ethics today, and a bunch of other stuff. We originally started out listening to an audiobook, and then it's transitioned to a bunch of other stuff, and now we're just talking about ethics, which is what we usually talk about. So, Spirit Oyster, you're afraid of living your life again, reincarnation. If you don't have your memories, then you won't be living life again at all. It'll have no effect in your current life. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can't really do anything about it, so it's not like it really matters, really. I mean, given generic subjective continuity, there's a chance that like all of us will be reincarnated exactly as is. So, and it's gonna be like we never even occurs, and we won't ever have the ability to experience it because you can only experience what subjects experience, which is independent of everybody else, and will always be. So when it comes down to it, yeah, let's just start going Neon Genesis Evangelion mode, and we're all just like absorbed into like some hive mind unison singularity project thing. Yeah, we're probably just gonna just be viewing our own current lives and have yeah we're not going to be doing anything much reincarnation that involves viewing other lives, bro. You're going to be good. We will keep reincarnating until we transcend. Well, the only way to transcend is to be like me, bro, and realize that all desires are useless, and the only thing that is true is that empirical experience generates pain and pleasure. Like pleasure is all useless and illusion, and the pain is real and visceral, and it cannot be avoided on a bodily level, but can be avoided by detaching yourself from attachments to other things in the world, so you can transcend a lot of like mental pain, but physical pain will always be there, so you can never fully transcend that. So when it comes down to it, there's no such thing as transcending, because that's just spiritual nonsense, my dude. But if you want to like transcend, as people say transcending, just become an ethelist, man. Like and realize that everything is pretty much bullshit besides pain, and that you just need to start like being like fuck all these desires, and heat that shiz. Yeah, man, I hate that shiz too. It's close to the truth, but it's just so far away at the same time. So close yet so far. I'll be right back. Realize I haven't looked at my phone in a while. Dude, you know what just came into my head? I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life's fantastic. I'm made of plastic. You know, that song just popped in my head, and now I don't know why, but it's in my head now, and I'm just like, Lord, please execute me. Are you a lone wolf, antisocial, or are you a social creature? By antisocial, you being asocial or antisocial? And by lone wolf, do you mean just like alone, or do you mean like I don't need nobody? Or do you and by social creature, do you mean like yas, queen, slay, or do you mean like yas, queen, slay? No, I'm kidding. There's no difference between any of those. No, I'm just fucking with you, oyster. But yeah. Are you a lone wolf or antisocial? Well, my name is Antisocial Levelist, so I'm just gonna say that I'm antisocial just a bit. Just a wee bit. The difference between antisocial and asocial is antisocial means you are counter society, and asocial means you just don't like socializing with people. I also hate people in real life. And I hate people online too. I hate most people at all times. But you guys are pretty chill, and so are most of my friends are pretty chill. I only like my mom and nephew. Oh well, that's fair. Which I mean, you probably shouldn't like your mom or your nephew, but I'm sure they're probably not decent people unless they're vegan, and then there maybe are. But your mom probably made you, so given that she imposed someone's life on another person, she's probably not the greatest person in the world. But that being said, liking people is okay. I mean, I like my parents, but not really at the same time. It's like a weird mix of being like trauma bonded to them, being like, yeah, you guys, I like you as like acquaintances, but that's about it. Like if there was like, if, like I like them as like like a friend, but not like a close friend. You know, like I wouldn't take a bullet for them. So think they're okay though. But we're not close friends. I don't think they would even. I would lend money to people that who aren't like friends of me, but not even close friends of me. But they wouldn't probably even lend me like money really. So like maybe they would, but I'm not entirely sure. Probably not. So who knows? Like they're not exactly. My parents aren't exactly friends. They're just kind of like we created you, wage slave. Work. So it do be. Dude, I should really try to get unemployment benefits. Not unemployment benefits, fucking like disability benefits. Just because like I am like depressed as shit, have like weird ass brain stuff. I'm sure I could probably get like something, have compensation for like thinking life is just absolutely dog shit trash. You know, you'd think the government would be like, oh hey, we did technically contribute to you coming into existence by like encouraging reproduction for like all time. Yeah, it's more than enough. 15 years, no one has to be at work at all, in my opinion. The only work we have to do is what we're obligated to do, which is prevent suffering, and that's enough fucking work. It's enough of an obligation. To being a wage slave for society on top of being a slave to my ideology is like fucking wears on you, man. Fucking wears on you. But luckily, I haven't worked for the last 2 weeks, and it feels good. JPEG. But there's also a lot of free time, which makes me be like, I have no money, and at the same time, it's just like, why does money need to exist? And then I'm just like screaming on the inside. So yeah, now I need to get a job. And so hopefully, let Jimmy John's will get back to me and be like, "You're hired," and I'm gonna be like, "Okay." And then yeah, I'll work at Jimmy John's, and then if I get possibly my insurance card to function properly for my car insurance, because I don't know why it's not working, but it should be. I'll be like, yo, to getting, I guess, Uber and being like, yo, I'm gonna work for Uber. So I'm gonna work as a delivery driver for Jimmy John's, hopefully, and Uber. That sounds pretty fun. Just driving around, being like, yeah, what up? I drive this car and get paid. Yay. So yeah, that's basically what I'm gonna be doing, I guess, is driving around, listening to music, getting paid, delivering food to people. Yo, Profit, what do you mean by what is the work of preventing suffering? Also, what do you do, Spirit of Western? How do you get income? If it's okay to ask. I also agree. That's a good question. What if they order non-vegan food? Well, I'll deliver it to them. You know, I'll just look them in the eyes and hand them it and just stare them down and just be like, "You motherfuckers." I'm still a cop. I give them medical certificate, medical illness until I get my voluntary retirement. Ah, you're a cop, Spirit Oyster? That's pretty cool. So you're a cop with schizophrenia? The fuck? Can you get my brother? So why? What made you stumble across? Oh, wait. So wait, you're an antinatalist, right? So you're a cop. You have schizophrenia. Also an antinatalist. Is that basically what I'm hearing? You're like you stumble across my channel because you're an antinatalist, but you're also a cop and you have schizophrenia. That's pretty cool. What's your opinion on like the blue wall of silence? You know, how many people in your department are corrupt as shit, man? How many people are out here beating up black folk for no reason? How many people are out here? You know, how many people are out here being sussy buckas in the police department? You know, I'm just kidding. You don't have to lay out that information, but 60% of the cops everywhere are corrupt. Understandable. Damn, big rip. Hmm. Now I know the feds are actually watching my channel. It's interesting. Do any of your other employees watch my channel? Just kidding. Now you're making me paranoid. Whoa. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, why did you become a copper, my dude? That's like a question, Apple. I mean, what got you into law enforcement? I just did because I was stupid enough. No, that's fair. That's pretty base response. Based in trying not to be dead pilled. Though being dead's alright. So I mean, but being a police officer, being one of those pigs ain't alright. So I mean, I understand. Most of my friends actually also want to be police officers. Hey, most of my friends also wanted to become police officers, and that just didn't work out for them for multiple reasons. One of them got a back injury and was just kind of like a little too lazy. One of them actually became a police officer, then quit after about a month or two. And another one had a heart injury from COVID. So COVID ruined their heart, and they had to drop out of the police academy. So I had three friends, maybe four actually, because one of them also wanted to join the cops, become a cop or join the military. I don't think he did either yet. So I've had like three or four friends all basically want to become police officers, but not do that. So, hey man, being a police officer is a tough job. Tough job. And a lot of requirements. And a lot of people can't handle it. So the fact you were doing it for 15 years is wild. JE, I understand what you mean, my dude. I mean, You just have to full send sometimes, homie. I have a different view. I thought like they were heroes, but half of them are greedy, backstabbing sons of bitches. Yeah, 100%. Who's the last guy you arrested? Yeah, who's the last guy you arrested? Says your prophet. I mean, don't actually answer that because of the invasion of people's privacy, probably. But if it's an interesting story, you can wobble up the details and be like, "Yo, this is what happened," and be like, "There was this dude," you know, who knows? You arrested a drunk man who was naked making a fuss. Nah, that's fair. There's probably a lot of drunk naked folks who do dumb shit. Yeah, it's like people praise war heroes when a lot of them are murderers, psychopathic rapists. Basically, yeah. People are hypocrites, man. After that, I got schizophrenia, did paperwork. Oh, that's fair, man. If I saw a man that's drunk in public and he started like swinging his dick at me, I'd probably get schizophrenia too. I don't actually know if that happened. I'm just imagining your scenario. Just a guy like on guard, You pull out your cock too and just wah wah wah, and then that moment was when the schizophrenia kicked in. You just realize like, oh shit, I'm sword fighting a man with my dick, and then you're like, fuck, I need help. Just kidding. You're tired of spending my third of my day at work and called it quits. No, that's fair, man. Fuck that. I like to work part time as much as I can, so. Though I told them at the interview I'm willing to work full time, so if they hire me full time, I'd be like, hey man, cool. But I'd rather not to laugh at you, spiritual, because you're serious. It's just Brand made me laugh. Man, when it comes down to it, all I got, I like to play funny little joke. I'm a jokester, haha. But yes, schizophrenia is a serious mental illness, and I'm just making light fun of it. But when it comes down to it, I understand it's like literally the worst of all mental disorders. Basically, is like schizophrenia and like other. We should watch the mental tier list. Who wants? Let's listen to the mental illness tier list, guys. That's fun. Oh my god. Can't believe I'm gonna do this. This is how you ruin your channel. Maybe in the future we drink a lot in Louisiana. Okay, we're gonna watch some brilliant stuff right here. Everybody tune on in. We're truly gonna come enlightened today. This Jazz channel is funny, by the way. If you haven't watched him, subscribe.
My name is Junior Egg, and I have every mental illness. Today, I'm going to be reviewing all of them. Generalized anxiety disorder. I'm going to give this one a 3 out of 10. It can be debilitating, but we have a lot of social and medical research that somebody with generalized anxiety disorder can get through life these days with simple lifestyle change or some medication. So definitely good, but could be a lot better. For this reason, I'm going to give all the phobias a 3 out of 10 as well, except for the more debilitating ones like agoraphobia, which makes you unable to go outside, and somnophobia, which makes it difficult to fall asleep. Social anxiety, I'm going to give what do you want it to be? Clinical depression. What does it matter? 4 out of 10, I guess. Don't get me wrong, depression is definitely debilitating, but it suffers from a lot of the same problems as anxiety in that it's widespread and there's well-known treatments available for it. Not all of those treatments work, mind you, but it's a start. Depression, when combined with another major mental illness, is perfect. But depression by itself lacks that oomph that really makes it pop. Substance abuse and disorder is the exact same thing. 3 out of 10. Great side dish, but not the main course. I'm going to give postpartum depression a 2 out of 10 as well, just because it's often transitory. For derealization, that's a 4 out of 10. We're moving in the right direction, but we're not quite there yet. But for dissociative identity disorder, previously known as multiple personality disorder, that's the juicy stuff, right? Previously known as multiple personality disorder, this one is a favorite of mine. And mine. Easy 8. 6! 7. Cyclothymia, 2 out of 10. It's like a baby bipolar disorder. Keep trying, champ. 6 out of 10, all right? You've got the depressive slumps. That's great. You've got the hypermania. Cool. But you got to get into the mania or hypermania category to really get the top spot. So good, but room for improvement. Now we're talking. We've got the depressive slump, followed by mania, or sometimes even hypermania associated with psychosis. It's a 9 out of 10. But next week,
A 9 out of 10.
Mania, I'm going to give it an 11 out of 10. Nothing could be better. Want to have sex. Delusional disorder is just kind of like a baby schizophrenia. 2 out of 10. Not very exciting. You just have a delusion. Like maybe you think that your brain is filled with spiders or something, but that one's true. You just haven't checked. Psychosis is another schizophrenia baby. 4 out of 10. A little vague. Could be transitory. You know, maybe it's not permanent psychosis. Maybe you're not schizophrenic. Schizophrenia. This is an easy one for me. 10. I admit I'm a little biased because it is my schizophrenia that allows me to have every mental illness simultaneously. Schizophrenia really has it all. The negative symptoms drain your will to do anything, to feel positive emotion. Positive symptoms put delusions in your head, dissolve your ego. And the medications for it are often comparably bad and don't even deal with all the symptoms. One of the best mental illnesses you can get. 10 out of 10. Highly recommended. If you have schizophrenia in your family, please do mushrooms and LSD. Schizoaffective disorder is when schizophrenia is paired with a mood disorder. One of the most common types of schizoaffective is schizoaffective bipolar type, which I'm going to give a 0 out of 10 and 10 out of 10 simultaneously. What's not to love? All right, so I've got a list of eating disorders here. Let's just try to chomp through these, really just get them out of our system and keep going. Anorexia and bulimia, I'm going to give both of these 5 out of 10s, especially when they're really bad. Pica is just so great. You know, you're eating nails and staples and shit because your body probably doesn't have enough iron. 7.5 out of 10. Restrictive food eating disorder, that's like, I don't know, have you seen that documentary where that guy can only eat craft dinner? I'm going to give that a 3.5. It's very interesting, but not totally debilitating, and you can work your life around it. You're just going to be eating a lot of crap dinner. Body dysmorphia is when you have a distorted sense of self. This is a great starter illness by itself. Not so cool, but it can really lead to some more pernicious problems, which makes it better. I'm going to give it a 2.5. I'm bullish. Body dysmorphia. I think people on TikTok, for example, getting plastic surgery to make themselves look more like they look in the filters. That's really like that's a good start, and I think that'll lead to some good stuff. Body integrity dysphoria. People with BID are uncomfortable being able-bodied and seek to become.
Yes, let's just say I do have experience with them.
Disabled in some way. So, for example, some people might want to be an amputee and thus amputate their own leg. I'm going to give this one a 9 out of 10 just because it's very rare and that we should all strive to adopt illnesses. OCD, 8.5 out of 10. This one is actually a super underrated mental illness. A lot of people blow off OCD. They think it's just when you wash your hands a lot or you got a really clean room. They're actually thinking of obsessive compulsive personality disorder. That's a different illness. While you do have to do repetitive motions, say turning your faucet's sink on and off, you're doing that while you're filled with this feeling of anxiety that something bad will happen if you don't do the repetitive action. Those thoughts play repeatedly in your head. You could be anxious about something happening and you just can't stop thinking about that thing happening. That thing that you don't want to happen just keeps playing in your head. Very debilitating, almost no upside. 8.5 out of 10. Kleptomania, pyromania, all the manias, 7 out of 10. Enjoy your life. And now let's just blow through the personality disorders real quick. Antisocial personality disorder, also called sociopathy or psychopathy. 1 out of 10. Barely even a disorder. It'll just make you the top of a Fortune 500 company. Only ones that got diagnosed with this one were just bad at being psychopaths. Narcissistic personality disorder. Just like me, it's a 10 out of 10. Histrionic personality disorder. I'll tell you what this one is, as long as you watch all of my previous videos. Schizotypal personality disorder. 1 out of 10.
No, that's coming up.
Kinda schizo, you know? You can still live a normal life. And if you have the right focus, you can even turn that onset schizophrenia into a nichely successful YouTube channel. You could also argue that slightly schizophrenic thinking, i.e. pattern creation, is a form of neurodivergence. And it works in a similar way laterally that autism works vertically. Avoidant personality disorder, you want to connect with people, but you're unable to. You fear rejection, criticism. You'll never leave your house because you're too worried of somebody judging you. 4 out of 10. Schizoid personality disorder, you basically have all the negative symptoms of schizophrenia without any of the positive symptoms. And this is typically a lifelong thing instead of something that onsets when you're like in your 20s or 30s. So I'm gonna give this one a 5 out of 10 because it has half the symptoms of schizophrenia. Personality disorder. I think this is the big one. Gotta give this one an 8. You know, it's a great time. You're yelling, you're screaming at somebody because they stepped on your shoe by accident. You have no control over your emotions. You smash your phone because you lost a video game. You break it into a million pieces. You're constantly breaking down. You're often getting hospitalized multiple times a month. When you feel like someone's going to leave you, you freak out because you feel like they're the only person that can deal with your illness. Solid mental illness. 8 out of 10 would recommend. PTSD and complex
Would
trauma etched into
recommend.
your memory like a black hole. All thoughts leading the same moment over and over again. The same feeling in your gut over and over. 5.5 out of 10, solid stuff. Okay, so the following three, there's some debate as to whether or not you can really call them mental illnesses or not, but they're widely regarded as such, so we're going to cover them here. Autism, going to give this one a cautious 5 out of 10. You could make a pretty good argument that it is a form of vertical thinking neurodivergence, which allows you to get really deep into a subject or a topic. Definitely can be debilitating, but depends on how bad it is. Lots of different kinds. ADD/ADHD, 3 out of 10. The only problem with this one is once you're on the medication for it, you might be actually more productive than most neurotypicals. So
We can get into that if you want.
9 out of 10. No officially known cure yet. Some interesting treatments, some cool studies. And last but not least, being mentally sound. NA doesn't exist, no such thing. And if they do, then we should kill them. That's every major mental disorder, plus a couple of niche ones. There's obviously infinitely more niche ones. We could talk about it another time. Those were all just my reviews. I'd love to read your reviews in the comments below. And that's all for now. Stay ill. Are you hopelessly mentally ill? Does your
Yo, what
hollow,
up?
shallow, meaningless life consist primarily of consuming an endless stream of content that you can physically
Okay.
feel weakening, softening your brain?
Fine. Is the
Well, with
weapon
Surfshark
not
VPN, you can
but
change where you are,
7:30,
like on the world, so that
Asked
you
how
can
much to
access
pay,
more
except
shows on
seems
Netflix.
like
And they're having a
somewhere
Black
3 hours
Friday deal.
span,
You
you're
can
probably
get
gonna be paying
83% off
$20,
plus 4 months
$90
free
for
if you order
3
now. Now,
hours.
as you guys know,
That's
Surfshark
pretty
VPN is my favorite VPN and also the only VPN, and I will never contradict this statement. And because it's Black Friday, and you know you want to shop till you drop, you can use Surfshark VPN to find better deals on those Black Friday prices. So what are you waiting for? Stop being mentally ill today and try some retail therapy.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Sounds like I might get it. So.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, what is the difference between PTSD and CPTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, versus complex post-traumatic stress disorder? Well, first, it's important to recognize here that PTSD is an official mental health disorder in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, the DSM. So a diagnosis of PTSD can be given if someone meets the full criteria for that disorder. CPTSD is more of a concept. It's not an official mental health disorder. And really, there's a lot of overlap between PTSD and CPTSD. So first, I'll briefly talk about PTSD, and then we'll look at the differences between PTSD and CPTSD. So with PTSD, there are a number of symptom criteria. I'm not going to go over all of them, but I'll give a summary as to what we see here in the definition for PTSD. So first, we need a qualifying trauma for post-traumatic stress disorder, and that could be directly experiencing a trauma, witnessing a trauma, and there's some other circumstances that could occur there too. We see symptoms of intrusion, like distressing memories, distressing dreams, flashbacks. We see symptoms of avoidance, like avoiding reminders of the trauma or trying to avoid thoughts and feelings associated with the trauma. We see negative mood symptoms, like a negative emotional state, for example, fear, guilt, or shame. And also we see when an individual can't experience positive emotions. That's part of that negative mood group. And then we see symptoms of arousal. So this would be anger, hypervigilance, or a sleep disturbance, for example. Now, complex PTSD is somewhat similar, but the differences start with the trauma. So with PTSD, as I mentioned, there are a number of potential qualifying traumas. With CPTSD, the trauma is usually considered repetitive or continuous. So a lot of times when we think of the trauma associated with CPTSD, we think of child physical abuse, child sexual abuse, or some other type of trauma that occurs repeatedly and usually during childhood. Now, some other differences in terms of the symptoms with CPTSD are similar to PTSD, but the severity, frequency, and duration would be considered greater with CPTSD. So with complex PTSD, we see difficulty with emotional regulation, like anger and sensitivity. There are symptoms related to consciousness, like dissociation, for example. And of course, we do see this with PTSD, but again, it's considered more severe with CPTSD. We see differences of self-perception, like shame, guilt, and consistently negative self-concept. We also see with PTSD distorted perceptions about the perpetrator, like a preoccupation with revenge or a focus on the nature of that relationship with the perpetrator. With PTSD, sometimes there would be a perpetrator as well, but we usually think of it differently with CPTSD, that it's the same perpetrator over a long series of traumatic events. Also with PTSD, sometimes, of course, there is no perpetrator, like a motor vehicle accident with only one car, or a natural disaster, or a medical emergency. None of these would necessarily involve a perpetrator. With CPTSD, we see difficulties with relationships, interpersonal relationships, particularly distrust and isolation. And also we see a loss of meaning. In particular, hopelessness is fairly common with CPTSD. So as we can see, there are substantial similarities between PTSD and CPTSD, and some notable differences.
Did you eat
The
it?
question, of
Did
course,
you name it?
around this
I
is,
think if you
will
named
there
it
be a difference?
Reginald,
We
it
don't
would be
have that
pretty
as a
cool.
mental health disorder right now, although
Then you
it's
have to
being
munch
proposed
on it.
for ICD, which is another publication that's similar to the DSM. But of course, right now we don't have the disorder and really need it. And this is a complex question because it has to do with why we
Differences, time intensity, and how many people involved, and some of the symptoms like hallucination, I guess, and like why you have the PTSD, I guess. One's more complex the reasons behind it and has more stuff going on, and the other one's like a more simple form of just PTSD, I guess.
create distinct classifications in the first place. And usually the reason is because the clustering of symptoms is distinct and needs to have an independent treatment protocol. The treatment would be quite a bit different.
He does, but you should name it Reginald and then eat it, and that way he gets some protein, It would kill it would kill it, and he would get protein. So truly, it's like the ultimate way, That's why I think he should eat the leg roach.
Than what we'd see for another similar disorder. I think there is fairly good evidence that CPTSD is a distinct construct. We do see presentations of CPTSD that seem quite a bit different than PTSD. It's not clear if the treatment is altogether different for CPTSD versus PTSD. Although, of course, treatment for CPTSD would usually involve those other factors like the interpersonal relationships and distorted perceptions of the perpetrator and a few others. The question really becomes, can that treatment just be incorporated with a diagnosis of PTSD? Does there need to be that separate diagnosis? So I don't think there needs to be to provide the treatment, but at some level, with further research, we might discover the distinction is greater than we think right now, and it would make sense for this to be an official mental health disorder. It's really unclear at this time, and if you look at the research, there are a lot of opinions in a lot of different directions. Another issue is how CPTSD relates to borderline personality disorder, and I'll cover that in a separate video. So for right now, I think further research is warranted, although I do see the merits of a distinct classification for CPTSD. I hope you found this description of PTSD versus CPTSD to be interesting.
Yeah, but my friend who's just now dead had complex PTSD, and borderline personality disorder. Well, let's watch something that's funny.
So dementia is essentially when you when you're like it's basically when you're oh no, oh sorry, I missed dementia. Okay, so dementia is basically when you and then you and when you're going around and sometimes like it's important to know because like anyway OCD. So dementia is essentially when you when you're like
He's too fast, master. He's just to mention how subjectivity there's.
It's the first episode of The Mental
Illnesses.
Episode 1, The Madhouse.
Hey everybody, check out my friend that I just met. I'm sure that our relationship is going to be long and fulfilling. Hi everyone. Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs to freshen up. You guys get to know each other. Hi everyone. Okay. Hey everybody, check out my friend.
Okay, it's on 1.25, and people are saying it's too fast. So I'm gonna put it back down to normal speed.
The mental illnesses. Episode 1, The Madhouse.
Hey everybody, check out my friend that I just met. I'm sure that our relationship is going to be long and fulfilling. Hi everyone. Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs to freshen up. You guys get to know each other, but don't have too much fun without me. I'm dead fucking serious. Hey, is there
Tim's
something
fucking
wrong?
serious.
You're looking a little down. Well, I'm the personified abstract caricature of depression. So, no. That's not an excuse. Look, I'm here for you. Just tell me what's wrong. Oh, well, because you asked. Life just feels empty to me. My body keeps me alive by drawing breath automatically, but I wish for nothing more than to stop breathing forever. I have nothing to live for. Nothing makes me happy. At best, I'm going through the motions, and at worst, I can't even do that. And what makes everything so much harder is the feeling that no one really cares. Oh. Hey! You look clearly uncomfortable talking to people, so I'm just gonna force myself upon you conversationally. Okay, it was nice talking to you. I bet they like me. ADHD, huh? I bet you are set up to some pretty hilarious jokes. Well, actually, my inability to choose what I focus on has really negatively impacted my life. I appear here as a quirky character that can't put on a shirt, but it's actually quite exhausting living in a world where they've optimized for the very thing that I can't do. So, have you tried drinking water? Hey, Buck. Well, I'm out of ideas. So, what's your so-called problem? When I was 19, the voices started. My entire life ahead of me. I had a partner, a job. This disease has taken everything from me. I started hearing things that weren't there, sleeping. Stop. The worst part was believing things that weren't true. I thought my friends, my entire framework for how to interpret the world had crumbled, and in its place, new framework disappear instantly before I even knew what was happening. Even now, I don't know which of my thoughts are mine. Hey, who are you? Oh, thank God. Identify yourself. Let's change the subject. What's your problem? My problem? Well, at least I still have you. So true. Who's this guy? Who let this guy in? And you. I think you need to care a little bit more about others. Wow, care more about others. I never thought about it like that. Thanks, man. You fixed me. Let me give you a hug. Okay. Hey, thanks. Why didn't we get a window there? This is a good thing, but I'll find a reason to spin it negatively later. Sorry about that, BPD. I mean, not actually, but I figured you'd appreciate the formality. You idiot! Don't you know if you sent BPD, you have enough strength to bring down this entire house? You've killed us all! Us included you! Oh, shit! That's okay, actually. I kind of was done with him. I felt like he was coming between us as friends, you know? I think it was better that we abandoned him before he abandoned us. I guess it all worked out. What were we talking about again? But seriously, if any of you even think about leaving me, I will kill all of you and then myself.
Is sociopathy and psychopathy the same thing? Yeah, same diagnosis, antisocial personality disorder, but they're different. They're different, but they're the same diagnosis.
It's The Mental Illnesses. Episode 2, Robbery.
Hello, may I take your order? Oh yeah, me. Hey, depression. I just thought maybe we'd come surprise you at work. Bring some joy to your life. And I've never felt joy. Oh, yeah, no, of course. I'll have I'll have I'll have it. Oh God, oh fuck, I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen. Oh God, why do I even try? How could this possibly get any worse? This is a robbery. Everybody put your fucking hands in the air. Oh, that's how. You there, burger boy. Give me the money or I'll blow your fucking head off.
Really? You're pulling my leg.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. I will fucking kill you if you don't give me the money.
You'll kill me?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Now give me the money.
No. You can't have the money, so I guess you're just gonna have to shoot me in the head.
What? How did you know this gun doesn't have any bullets in it? How could you possibly know that?
I mean, any time's good for me, really.
Fuck! This guy's 3 steps ahead of me. What is he thinking?
I sure hope I get to die.
Damn it! You win this one, but next time you might not be so lucky.
Wait, no, I could be unlucky today. Figures. May I take your order?
Who keeps letting you guys in? His experience of life is so bad that he actively wants to stop living. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Oh, hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, if Oyster's still watching this, you have to tell us if this is accurate,
I'll
okay?
do my best to explain. Schizophrenia is an extremely complicated brain disease that we don't really understand that well. Everything I'm about to describe is simply the framework that I use to interpret my own illness. Before making any decisions based off what I say, cross-check it with a medical professional. If you can trust those fucking quacks! Schizophrenia is characterized by a consistent psychosis that lasts over 6 months. Psychosis is what we call a positive symptom. It's something that's added to the baseline mental state that happened before the illness onset. Positive symptoms include hearing voices.
Glad that's not a problem for you.
Yeah, me too. Seeing things that aren't really there. Or believing things that aren't really true.
Like that the FBI is after you.
No, that's not a delusion. That's real. They are. Sometimes worse than the positive symptoms of schizophrenia are the negative symptoms. This can manifest as a lack of affect or a lack of volition, which means the person doesn't want to do anything. A negative
I love
symptom
getting
is
my
something
channel
taken away
removed.
from the
Just
baseline
kidding.
state before the illness onset.
To us before all this started, where you were, very, very motivated, very focused. You were finding ways so that you could improve your job. So that I think they talked about you wanting to have a house, family, kids, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So that's the person they described. Do you still feel like that person now?
Not really.
We don't know how much of the negative symptoms are innate to the schizophrenic brain and how much are caused by medications that are supposed to control the positive symptoms, but don't really. One of the negative symptoms that makes schizophrenic so difficult is called anosognosia. It's basically the inability to have insight to one's own mental illness. A lot of schizophrenics find it very difficult to accept or believe that they're sick. Around 50% of people with schizophrenia have anosognosia.
Wow, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, schizophrenia sure sounds bad. I'm glad I don't have that.
But you do.
Nah, that ain't me. If you're dealing with someone with psychotic symptoms or anosognosia, often nothing that you can say in the logos realm is going to affect what they believe at all. That means really the only thing you can do is empathize with them and say they must be scared and try to understand where they're coming from, not feeding the delusion, but also accepting that there's really not a lot you can say that's going to convince them out of it. It's a psychotic state that they're in, and even if you could convince them out of believing one delusion,
I don't know
they'll
about
destroy
that
another
one.
delusion. The human mind is an odd thing. We cling to logic as a false god, but often it has nothing to do with belief and nothing to do with changing one's mind. There's a personality disorder
Yeah, I
called
don't know about
schizoid
that one.
personality disorder, and it resembles very closely the negative symptoms of schizophrenia without the positive symptoms.
But
So
maybe.
somebody with a flat affect, anhedonia, and when you medicate away all the positive symptoms but just leave the negative symptoms, a medicated schizophrenic looks a lot like a schizoid person. So anosognosia, avolition, anhedonia, affect. Chances are, if it starts with an A, it's a negative symptom. Well, to treat schizophrenia, the first line of defense in the Western world, at least, is typically antipsychotic. I'm also treated with antipsychotics to help with my flashbacks. You could argue that those flashbacks are kind of like psychosis, and that's why I'm treated with antipsychotics. It's because the flashbacks pull me out of reality. So that's why I hang around schizophrenia a lot. We have something in common in that respect. Also, his first psychotic experience was extremely traumatic for him. Most antipsychotics are based around this theory that psychosis is caused by an excess of dopamine. As a result, most antipsychotics block dopamine, and as a result, they also block positive symptoms. Of course, because dopamine is blocked, that makes it a lot harder to focus on things.
So it seems like his mood is okay. It's just like he can't do anything, and he can't focus, and he needs to be able to do those things in order to work. So he knows that means he can't work. So that's what's
There are a
depressing him.
bunch of other hypotheses for schizophrenia involving the NMDA receptors and glutathione and such. But honestly, we don't really know. We're getting a little bit closer
Okay.
as time progresses to figuring it out, but it's a puzzle that no one has really cracked at all. There are also a lot of more experimental, very promising ways of treating schizophrenia, but those ways won't make large pharmaceutical companies any money. Schizophrenia is actually on its way to becoming an outdated term because schizophrenia isn't one disease. It's a series of similar diseases, and all of those diseases function off of different parts of the brain. So what's causing schizophrenia in one person might be an entirely different thing in another person. That's why some antipsychotics work for some people and others just don't work for those people at all. And it presents in different ways for different people. For example, you might just have auditory hallucinations and be able to live more or less a normal life. That's what the hearing voices movement is all about. Those people are schizophrenics with just auditory hallucinations. Although considering they lack delusions and negative symptoms, most of them probably wouldn't identify as schizophrenic or even think that the term schizophrenic is a valid term. And they can live pretty much normal lives because they don't have the delusion aspect of it. But if you just have delusions, for example, it becomes extremely difficult to live a normal life when you might think your employer is trying to kill you, for example. Hopefully in the future, we'll have different terms for the different kinds of schizophrenia. But for now, we use schizophrenia as just kind of a catch-all term. We've got catatonic schizophrenia, where you just lie around all day. Then there's simple schizophrenia, which is kind of like schizoid, but it's more of a continuous degenerate brain process, instead of where schizoids are typically born schizoid and they don't really onset being schizoid at a certain age. And there's childhood schizophrenia. That one's interesting. There are some children who have schizophrenia, but it's actually extremely rare that you'll be schizophrenic as a child. And then there's schizophreniform, which is when you have psychosis for a long time, but under 6 months. Schizoaffective disorder, where you're schizophrenic, but you're paired with another mood disorder. For example, a lot of schizophrenics are diagnosed as schizoaffective bipolar, which means you have schizophrenia and you have bipolar. You can also have depression with psychotic features, which might, you could go even further into that and say you're schizoaffective depressive type. And then there is schizotypal. We're getting a little esoteric here, but if you have a schizophrenic family member, you're a lot more likely to be schizotypal. Basically, schizotypal is the idea that schizophrenia and normal people, it's not really a binary where schizophrenic people are over here and normal people are over here. It's more of a spectrum. And schizotypal people exist within the spectrum where they are kind of turned towards schizophrenia without really being schizophrenic. Those people can live normal lives, but they have a lot of schizophrenic tendencies like distrust of others, paranoia, and magical thinking, in the sense that they might believe some wacky stuff that nobody else believes, like some political framework
Basically,
that,
might be me.
that doesn't exist, but they believe it unironically for some reason. If you come back to this video in a year, everything is going to make a lot more sense. In men, schizophrenia manifests in their late teens or early 20s, while in women, you'll often see it manifest in their late 20s. This is possibly because estrogen has a bit of a protective effect. This theory is further backed up by the fact that women with low estrogen levels have worse psychosis. 70% of schizophrenics report some kind of sleep disturbance preceding their illness. You'll often find people not sleeping for weeks or months on end before their illness really But again, schizophrenia, it's not one disease, it's multiple diseases. It's different for everybody. There is no one gene that says you're schizophrenic or you're not. It's a very complicated series of at least 14 genes that are involved with psychosis. Regular marijuana use and large doses of psilocybin can also trigger schizophrenia in vulnerable people, or at least surface schizophrenic traits. However, this is a bit of a debated topic as to whether or not mushrooms and weed actually cause schizophrenia, because rates of schizophrenia have remained stable even as drug use has increased over time. This may surprise you actually, but the real culprit of triggering psychosis doesn't seem to be magic mushrooms or weed. It seems to be mainly stimulants like Adderall and Vyvanse because of how it interacts with the dopamine receptors in your brain.
Only if you're prone to schizophrenia, but if you're not prone to schizophrenia, take mushrooms as much as you want.
Some forms of schizophrenia are worsened by neurotoxic substances.
I mean, not really, but take them at a healthy rate.
There's just some inexplicable blackness that radiates this odd odor, and it's actually truly quite disgusting. I often spray it with bleach and scrape the blackness off, but then
or heavy metal poison.
The water is undrinkable, which is very unusual for Canada. But as you can see, like after I filter out the water, there's all these weird plastic balls. I mean,
Fair
I don't know what
enough,
this is.
bro.
I think it might be like some kind of metal deposit in pipe.
So there are many different reasons why someone might develop schizophrenia, but the primary one is genes. You're an identical twin with schizophrenia, you are 50% likely to get
What the
schizophrenia
fuck?
sometime in your lifetime. It's nobody's fault, it's just the genes. Historically, schizophrenics have not been treated too kindly. 1,000 years ago, if you said you were possessed by God, as schizophrenics often do, they would just burn you at the stake for being a heretic. Even 100 years ago, one of the prevailing theories for schizophrenia is that you had an overbearing mother, and then they would blame the mother for their son becoming schizophrenic. What's very interesting about how schizophrenia interacts with genes is that it doesn't follow traditional Mendelian inheritance. Basically, both your parents could have schizophrenia, and you might still not get schizophrenia. This further speaks to the complexity of the disease. Some people prefer the term person suffering with schizophrenia instead of the term schizophrenic to distance the person from their mental illness. Personally, I don't care. You can call me whatever you like. Just treat people like me like a human being and cut us some slack if we act weird here and there. We're trying our best here, and like everybody else, most of us just want to work and love. There's an incredible amount of stigma around schizophrenia. So many people and families wrestling with schizophrenia stay silent about it. If you break your leg, you'll be surrounded by friends and family who are eager to nurse you back to health, but if you break your brain, you'll find that people drop you and let you rot. A lot of schizophrenic people are driven to homelessness because nobody wants to deal with them. A lot of the homeless people you see muttering to themselves on the street are just suffering with some kind of psychotic illness. Depending on the study, the number of homeless people with some form of schizophrenia ranges from 2% to 60%. Schizophrenics used to be institutionalized for the rest of their lives. Now, a lot of those institutions close down and just release the schizophrenics into the public. As of right now, unless you have a large and patient support system, it is very difficult to come out of this illness alive. In Canada, the life cycle of a single schizophrenic costs taxpayers over $2 million. In my opinion, schizophrenia is one of the worst things that can happen to you, and I'm including physical ailments in that diagnosis. It takes this person who often has just entered adulthood, and it strips away their entire life, and it often never gives it back. Schizophrenia? Who are you talking to? Are you sure you don't want to take your meds today? No, I want to live. I want to live. Who's laughing? What the fuck is that? Who's laughing?
I imagine that's exactly how it goes every day for Spirit Oyster. His voice is just like, I want to live, and then he just swallows a pill, and they're like, ah, and they die. They're like, why would you do this to me? I'm just joking. I'm an asshole. Ask me what? What?
Are you able to pick Colin up at Taco Bell on De Pere?
Why?
because his coworkers won't bring him home or something like that, and he wants to leave, and I can't. Dad can't.
Oh, he's at Taco Bell in De Pere?
Yeah, so Jeff will bring this other girl back, but he won't bring me back for 6. Even though we both said that we have to be back for. I said I have to be back for 6 or 7.
Oh yeah, sure, I can pick you up, I guess.
And he was like, and Max in the car, I'm gonna talk to Jeff. That's bullshit. I at least I'm gonna walk and shit. And it's like, what the fuck? And they were fine with me walking fucking over 25 miles back to the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's bullshit. Fucking bullshit.
So ask him what time.
What time? What time? Now? Yeah, okay, I'll be there. Yeah, yeah. Is it the one? Is it the Taco Bell that was by my old apartment? Okay, cool. I'll be there in a minute. Yeah, yeah, okay.
All right, he's
Cool. I gotta pick up my brother. Yeah, no, that's not my girlfriend. That's my mom. Yeah, no problem. Well, I'm not gonna end the live stream. I'll just do what I did earlier and keep the live stream going, because why not? And I'll be gone for about half an hour. So I'm just gonna slap the BRB thing on the screen here. Great, googly. And we are gonna go pick up my brother. When was the last message? Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Ha ha ha. Funny one. The Prophet. Even though it's an hour ago.
How would they reject someone from going out to dinner with their dad if they haven't ate with their dad with her like 3 or 4 years? That's a lie. I don't think we actually went out to eat like actually like to like me and him or like you and him. You know what I mean? It had to be with like mom. You know what I mean? Yeah. Kind of a dick move. And I also had that computer sale and I also worked out and trade stocks. It's like I really don't. Not desperate for money. So don't need to be working more than 8 hours a day. You know? Yeah, you can judge a man off his belt, but I don't wear belts, especially I'm not gonna wear a Gucci belt to work or something like that. The shift's 10 hours long. Yeah. Jeff did diss on me for my outfit for not wearing a belt though, or a good belt. And I was like, because he thinks I'm a thug now because I own like 40 some pairs of shoes, but I don't own a belt. That's because my outfits don't revolve around belts. I wear sweatshirts and I wear joggers. I know, but I don't wear outfits like this to where you see my belt, and I don't own enough bug pants to own a good belt. But that's why I was willing to spend my money on is belts and shit when I was there, you know? If I was actually making money, but I'm not. So there's no reason to upgrade my style for a job that's not paying. Especially when I dress above every single new hire that they've hired. Damn near taking hobos. One of the girls sleeps in her car that's there.
What?
Yeah, one of the girls stays in her car that works there.
Fair enough. Oh, I just picked up my brother because drama, I guess, with company that he's working at, and then I was like, okay, cool. So just picked him up from T-Bell, and now he's back home, and yeah, now I'm making some dinner. Making this is my dinner, guys. I have white rice and chili beans. I'm gonna mix them together with some chili powder and onions and garlic. Yep. It's gonna be delicious. So all we're getting some minced onion, garlic powder, some seasoned salt, and some chili powder. Then we got the white rice and chili beans. That's dinner, baby. Woo! You put the white rice into the thing. Give it a little bit of a mix, a little stir. Yeah. Pop the lid on that bad boy. Bang. Turn the heat down a little bit. We're cooking. This bitch bussin'. Well, it's gonna be bussin'. Now it's boostlin'. Marco. See, I'm truly a man of dietary enlightenment. What does bussin' mean? Bussin' means that things are bussin'. Here, I'll show you what bussin' means, bro. To be when something's bussin', what would you say if it's something really good? This food's gonna be bussin'. Bussin' is an adjective used for something so fucking good. Usually, when people say bussin', they're talking about food. Hell yeah, we are. We're talking about food right now. Which one tastes really good. So yeah, I'm basically gonna say these beans and rice is gonna taste real good, and I'm saying it's bussin', baby. So bussin'. Throwing in some genuine pepper, baby. See, I'm a good chef, by the way. We're gonna make this shit taste good, and it costs like nothing. One, because it's my parents bought it, but two, because the beans only cost like $1, and the rice costs like $2 for like a whole box, and then the spices cost like a couple like $1 each basically, and they're gonna last you for a long ass time. So basically, easy peasy meals with Brant. Chef Joy Brant, yeah. Oui, oui.
does this fit look? Pretty good. No. Yeah, I got the tang. I got the tang, I got the lemonade, I got the water, and I got the 9% Everclear. You know, it's the way. Without that. Get rid of the granny grandpa shoes. What do you mean? These are loafers. These are dress loafers. What? You say so. Why do you not like these? These are dress shoes. Look too big. Hmm? They look too big. Right, that's what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to expose your sock. No, should I take my hat off? Looks better already. Putting the hat on backwards. I'm wearing the hat at the gym, Brand. I'm just wearing it, bringing it in so I can lift with my hat. Looks better if you put it on backwards. Yeah, this hat looks better if I put it on backwards, Brand. I know. It makes me look like a pussy. I will be toxic and make my psychiatrist hate me if she ever talks to me again. Be like, why do you do this to yourself? And I'd be like, haha, because self-destruction. I know, Brandon. It makes me look like kind of like thuggy when I wear hats backwards, doesn't it? Doesn't it actually make me kind of look thuggy? And I put it forward, it makes me look like a golfer. Yeah. If I go like this, and I'm looking like straight blood, and I'll throw it down on somebody because throw the eye drop down, post up with Compton, pull like lock out. Right. If you ever see someone go like this and then go like that, you already know you've been shot. Just know. Because that's them grabbing their glizzy. That's grabbing them grabbing their tuck, you know? And then they don't want to be cocking it. They're not just flashing it. If they flash it, they go like this. Or they go like this, they pull up. But if they have two hands down there, then you die. That's true. But tell Dad when he gets home that I am going out. I'm not going, or tell him to clean the Kirby upstairs. Clean whatever he wants with the Kirby? Yeah. Pretty much. He'll be home in like 5 minutes. So we tell him that myself. Marco, you're such a cute cat. I know Marco is the best cat in the world. He's so much better to live out too. I don't think he's eating her anymore, right? A little bit. still a little bit of an asshole. Started being a little crypto when I started messing with them and started trying to like me. They kept on dodging them. But my brain, they are as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have powers of being hours, of being lonely. Ooh. I'm going freestyle a little bit. What's poppin'? We're just gonna wait here for another 5 minutes about until the beans are cooked and the rice is cooked and the water has gone down a little bit. Stirring on occasion. Does this smell good, Colin, or no? Yeah, I didn't need you to do that. You didn't need to clear your nose, just smell. You look like you're huffing cocaine, Colin. Smells like spicy beans. It smells like Taco Bell. Fuck yeah. It smells like Taco Bell, guys. Colin is not impressed. Hey, it smells like Taco Bell's hot sauce and bean. It smells like a bean burrito because you can't smell cheese. This is what our dog sounds like whenever my dad comes home. That's what my brother sounds like telling my father's dog to be quiet. No, it's okay. I'm not going out the room with you, but I am going to look at him because I have this all computer part, and Jeff Johns, I told him that I have to go out to eat with you, and then I have a computer. Oh my god, a dog? Yeah. And then I'm making like $600 off of it. So it's like I might as well do that. It takes me like 2 hours, you know what I mean? And not work for 2 hours a day. And someone else is already needing to head back, and he said he couldn't give me a ride, and nobody else wants to give me a ride back, so I called for it.
I'm muted. But guys, we're doing 12-hour live stream. But yeah. My dad's home though, so I gotta move my live stream into my room. So. I have made beans, and I made them in beans and rice, and I put it in a taco. It'll be splendid, a fine cuisine. My mouth is already watering just thinking about it. It's probably a little too hot though.
Jonathan and Sattler College, and ladies and gentlemen, for coming. This is the second time that I've engaged with
Alex Connor's newest
Jonathan
video.
publicly. I'm glad to pick up where we left off. We didn't quite get to the bottom of God's existence last time. I'm confident we might get there today. I wonder, it'd be quite interesting just to get a feel of the room, actually. How many people here are Christians? Is that the time? Okay, well, it looks like I've got my work cut out for me, but that's my favorite kind of debate, I think. Of course, this is an opening statement, so I won't respond to the arguments you just heard just yet. Instead, I want to make my own case that upon an honest analysis of the world we find ourselves in, it should compel us to dismiss the hypothesis of a supernatural creator. I will not be asking you to look in ancient scripture, nor to the beginning of the universe, nor indeed down a microscope, instead just to your direct experience of the world and facts about the lives of people within it. I will, however, indulge in a brief biblical recital because I want to begin with a reading from the book of Psalms. So if you could all turn to Psalm 139, unless, of course, you've already committed this famous passage to memory. Verse 7 onwards reads, "Where can I go from your presence? Or where can I flee from your spirit? If I ascend to the heavens, you are there. If I make my bed in the depths of the Sheol, you are there. If I take the wings of the morning and settle at the farthest limits of the sea, even there your hand shall guide me, and your right hand shall hold me fast." This poem in its entirety is given by the NRSV a title, "The Inescapable God." It's a message of bold reassurance to the believer, reminding them that since God is present everywhere, pervading every inch of our universe, he is, in the happiest sense possible, inescapable. But my first argument, and it's going to be the first of three, against the viability of theism, flows from the demonstrable fact that this divine consolation is seemingly not offered universally, and often, in fact, restricted from those who want it the most. I'm going to be making the claim specifically that atheism or naturalism provides a better account for three facts of our universe. The first being the hiddenness of God. The second being the geographical, statistical arrangement, shall we say, of religious belief. And the third will be the problem of gratuitous suffering. And we'll see if we get time to finish it off. Far from being unable to escape God, there is a very real contingent of non-believers, and I would count myself among their number, who are unable by any means to discover him, who seek and do not find, who knock and receive, as it were, no answer. This strange phenomenon is known as the problem of divine hiddenness. If there is a God, then simply, why is he hidden from so many of us so much of the time? If theism is to offer a sufficient account of reality, then it must offer an account of what J.L. Schellenberg has famously labeled non-resistant non-belief, which he distinguishes from resistant non-belief. It's sometimes said by a theist who wishes to explain the problem of divine hiddenness that people simply disbelieve through their own fault. They're too stubborn. They're purposely blinding themselves to the evidence because they don't want it to be true. They're not approaching the arguments honestly with an open heart. And that if they would only do this, then God would surely reveal himself. Such a person would be what Schellenberg calls a resistant non-believer. He disbelieves in some sense because he actively resists it. For what it's worth, I do think that such people exist. I think many such people exist. There are people who come to this debate with their minds already made up.
Oh, howdy Jay. My bad for being on mute. I didn't realize you were watching. Must have just joined. But yeah, I knew you watched it earlier, but I didn't think you were still here. So yeah, we'll watch this later. Because I was just watching it because I was bored and no one else is here. So let's see. Let's watch something else.
Depression, I came to warn you. You're about to get shot in the head. Oh, you mean like this? Yeah, sociopathy gave me the idea once he tried robbing me. You're alive. But how? Yeah, I guess this is my power. I can't die. Stop that, Depression. Oh, what does it matter? Now I know I'm stuck here for good. Don't talk like that. Depression, people really care about you. I care about you. I might even... No, Anxiety. You don't understand.
Life is bad. Straight up, it's just not worth the pain. And those that say it's okay have something wrong with their brain.
More wrong than you?
Yeah, more wrong than me. I don't see how they can't see that life is the abuser and the victim is humanity. Life just keeps on making us suffer, but the normal ones press on. Yeah, they've got what I want. They've got that mental illness I want. I wanna be like them, do as the Romans do in Rome, 'cause they've got that mental illness I want. They've got Stockholm Syndrome.
Stockholm Syndrome?
Uh-huh.
Stockholm Syndrome.
Uh-huh. I want Stockholm Syndrome with breathing. I want Stockholm Syndrome. With being alive, I want Stockholm Syndrome with the feeling of being alive. I want Stockholm Syndrome with pain, the kind of Stockholm Syndrome that would make me the same as everyone else seems to be. I want the mental illness of normalcy.
Stockholm Syndrome, that's funny.
I've been beaten down and I know it's not right that I should be so lifeless as to not have any fight. But if I could view it all as a good somehow, every scar on my arm would be healed by now. I want Stockholm Syndrome with breathing. I want Stockholm Syndrome with being alive. I want Stockholm Syndrome with the feeling of being alive. I want Stockholm Syndrome with reality, the kind of Stockholm Syndrome that would make me seem like everybody else seems to be. I want the mental illness of normalcy.
Anxiety, will you help me find a way to stop being me? But that's not possible. How? I have an idea. Anxiety, have you ever heard of the Fountain of Sry?
The Fountain of Sry. Y'all subscribe to J-Brick, by the way. His channel's great.
You know that the path to the Fountain of Sarai is dangerous, Depression. It's a suicide mission.
That's the idea. Now let's go.
I'm sorry, Depression, I can't. I'm too anxious.
Whoa.
There's just too much in your way. You'll have to make it through the chasm of eating disorders. Not to mention the fountain is guarded by a horde of neurotypicals. And there's that ancient evil buried deep within the tome next to that fountain.
Anxiety. This is all I ever wanted. The chance to feel normal again. Won't you come with me, please?
I
understand.
I-
Goodbye,
I-
anxiety.
I'm sorry.
Hey, schizophrenia, PTSD. I'm going to the Fountain of Sarai. Do you guys want to come?
The Fountain of Sarai? You know that's guarded by neurotypicals, right?
I don't care. I'm going.
Well, you're gonna need help. I'm in.
Well, I do know a lot about the outside world for plot convenient reasons. I guess I could come and be your guide.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, whoa, where are you guys going?
Oh, I guess I just assumed that you wouldn't want to help me.
What? Just because I have a big sign on my forehead saying I'm a sociopath means I don't care about people?
Yes.
Come on, I'll behave.
Yes.
I swear.
Sociopathy, if you're coming, you clearly have some ulterior motive that's gonna screw us all over, okay? Maybe you should just stay home.
Hey, PTSD, remember that really
Yo, Jay, where all my big titty goth girlfriends at? You know what I mean? Just kidding. LMAO, that's no, bro. What's wild is I don't know, bro. What is wild? Look at me. I'm shedding, bros. Got my sunburn. It's causing my skin to shed. Disgusting. That's another reason not to bring people into this world. They'll be having sunburn. The sun literally kills us and gives us skin cancer and burns us alive. The thing that keeps us alive also kills us. I'm gonna get you sunscreen for Christmas. Hey, fair enough. I have sunscreen, but just don't use it because I'm me. But agent of chaos. Whoa. Sons of Paradox. I know, right? The sun be bitchin', but it also be a bitch. If you catch my drift. Yeah, yeah. Yo, my day is bopping so far, Morgan. You have a good day. Also, you getting your hair done, or what you doing? Nice. Nah, I got it. Nice red light. It helps with inflammation, back pain, libido. Well, if I shine on my nuts, it'll help me with libido. Not gonna do that in camera though. Haven't done that in a while, also. But helps with libido, helps with ATP and energy in your body. It helps with a bunch of shit, you know. Basically everything. Helps with basically everything you can help with. So give yourself a red light if you like yourself and want to have a healthy life. Which is why I'm drinking alcohol well in front of the red light, because I'm also just like the sun. I'm a paradox. I'm like the sun of paradox. I'm sitting in front of the red light while drinking alcohol. Well, on my antidepressants and antipsychotics, of course, Yeah, I got some from what's it called? Mito Red. I've had this thing for like 2 years now. It's pretty good. It lasts you a long time, as long as you don't break it. Do 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 do. The interaction stimulates the mitochondria in your cells to use oxygen more efficiently, which allows the mitochondria to produce more ATP. Adenosine triphosphate is a complex organic chemical that provides energy to drive many processes in living cells, muscle contractions, nerve impulses, blah, blah, blah. Following all forms of life. ATP, also known as molecular currency, when our cells have more energy, they perform better. 3,000 studies plus, yeah. There we go. Feel a little bit of energy already serenaded. Nice and serenaded. It's like being in front of the sun, but only everything is more spooky and Halloween looking. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so tomorrow I'll be doing some supermarket activism. So, fuck yeah. In about 23, 22 hours, something like that, I'll be doing some activism. Again, before they bring more innocent souls here? Yeah, basically, that's the thing. You have to try to convince folks, but most of them just keep walking. Most of them already have kids. Maybe, I mean, a lot of them are gonna have more kids, so that's unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, you can try to help. You can try to do what you want. You can try to help people learn, but it's most of them just walk by. They're like NPCs, man. But I do it anyways, because even if there's only one person there who ever changes their mind, that's one person whose entire life is not gonna be in suffering. So that's pretty good. But hell yeah. Oh, look at that orgasm of color, baby. That orange juice? Nah, man, that's Tang. It's Tang mixed with Everclear, mixed with lemonade. I thought maybe you was here to save everybody. Before the beginning, the night, and the night was without boundaries, and the night was without end. In the beginning, time, the relentless speed at which things happen, which everything has become dust and could coagulate, matter could exist. Look at how fucking awesome that page looks. I mean, no, if I can really yeah. Every single page in this entire book is awesome looking. And in this coming together, the universe was possible, all versions of it. In it, people would dream and die, and in the stars burned and flared and went out. There was nothing here but a gate, a courtyard, and an echo of a child's voice saying, I thought maybe you were here to save everybody. Look at this. An absolute Sandman? Yeah. Is this one that turned into an Amazon documentary? Yeah, basically. I think it's on Netflix actually, but I mean, yeah, it's on Netflix. Sandman's on Netflix, but I mean, it's pretty good. It's an absolute orgasm of color. Help me, Father. Help me. The last time I helped you, you borrowed the Sicilium and you lost it. I gave you excellence, and after all, which moments which existed. I stand here between 2 microseconds, and I'm here to help, and I ask you to help me. There is nothing I can give you, Father. All things are yours, and I'll be exactly. I was basically just talking to God, like straight up. Gets cast down to earth. Yeah, it's a really good comic. It's pretty amazing. Like, look at that. And it's a colorgasm. Like every single page of this entire comic book is just pure, just colors exploding and just amazing art. Just everywhere. There must be consensus. I do not have power to give you the freedom of the city. There is a star who is insane. Let me talk to it. Stars are not insane or insane. We simply are. Be cautious, sire, the lonely. Take us to the star who hurts. I caused this. Perhaps I can undo it before it rips all creation apart. They're trying to stop the creation from ripping itself apart because a star has gone insane and is going to destroy all of creation, basically. And that star's pretty based, but, you know, apparently everybody here doesn't quite get the value of suffering like that star does. But, you know, it's about them trying to, like, quench a Ethelist star, I guess. You are not stars, a man you are, and a cat, and a meat child. Leave this place, or serve us, or else you'll be taken by the dark star to burn and turn pain until the end of everything. Foreshadowing for the eventual death of the universe. Yes. It's the end of everything we are here to avert. This is foolish. I am bored. I am going to close my eyes and ponder the dreams of Nebula. Call me gently when it's all done, human child. And then his cat self version just goes to sleep. What the fuck? They will not enter the city. I will see them destroyed first. Stoa, pleasant pleasure. I remember you, dream. You are not a star. You may not enter. I'm already here. All doors are dreams. Do you wish me not to take the matter further? Because I will. Wait here. Will you hold my hand? I do not. You're very lonely. I think you are very lonely. I am dream of the endless. I am privily self-sufficient. Loneliness is a mortal condition. I am not mortal. You are such a liar. Basically, he's a lonely as fuck mofo. He's literally separated and forced to be like an entity of dream. And like basically stuck in a realm of dreams and fake things. So, it's a little bit of a lonely guy. Look at how fucking cool this page looks. We have conferred. We feel that the matters may be simplest if we accept you as a visitor. Welcome, Dream Lord. Welcome, Dream Lord's beast. Welcome, Dream Lord's servant. Welcome to the city of stars. Excuse me, I ain't a servant. My name is Hope, beautiful lost nebula. I am descending. With each step, I question the wisdom of my choices. With each step, the past comes back to me. This place is above the real. It exists in the far realms in actuality, and we go down past things that simultaneously are and are not. If I make a mistake here, I am risking everything. To be trapped in this place, even to die here, might be final. I pad myself in cat form. I do not know what the cat is thinking. I hold my hand to the child and try to remember the last time another's hand touched mine. I hide my fear, and still I'm afraid. You two cannot go inside, only him. Very well. I have known men's before, the rank taste and the smell of it, the helplessness of the face of it. This is not my realm. Basically, this is trippy as shit, but like I guess every single star is like conscious, and there's like a city of like an interdimensional plane of like conscious stars that exist between like time and space and shit. And yeah, that's what you're looking at right here. Is the city of stars, and it's trippy as fuck. Okay, what the fuck? I fucking love this book though. I know you. You are my. I can't do that voice very much. But yeah, creepy star person is just like, I know you. You're my friend. Friend, why you not tell me? Let me out of here. You are my brother. We must leave here now. We must leave together. Then he responds, I am not your brother. I hope at the least at last I will be your friend. Of course you are not my brother. They are listening to us, my brother. They can hear everything we say. How can we get away from here? But you do not understand who I am. I am the creator. I am the monarch of everything. We will kill them forever. You understand, my brother? I understand too much. Can I tell you a story? A story of my brother, of course. This is my fault. Long ago, a child was born on a small blue world in the center of a galaxy that dripped like smoke across the void. She was a vortex, an anomaly, an amulet, something that breaks down the walls between dreaming and minds. I have never killed, not then. I had not ended no innocent lives. I thought myself too wise, too noble, too gentle to murder. Darth Vader would be proud of that voice. Yeah, I know, right? Just, you, my friend, you are not my good friend. Yeah, I can do that voice for a little bit. It's not too hard, but it gets kind of like a little bit raspy in the throat. And duty was something I believed in, but it worked. It was just a word. I wanted to find out who this person was and why she was a danger to the world. I wanted to know her. Look at this fucking colorgasm, guys. What the fuck? It's just amazing. Colors everywhere. We talked, and she was a good person, generous, kind. I delayed. I stayed near her, weighed my options. The first night she slept continued, was plunged in turmoil. I did nothing, wasn't certain. But the second night there was no one living in her world who was not locked in the same dream. Still, I did nothing. It was just a world. It was just a dream. Well, but a huge dream. The third night, all the barriers had broken. The cells and the trees and the bacteria and the animals and the dead, and the fields and energy and the sea creatures and the mountains. All were one, and all were insane. Yet I hesitated. You have to kill me. You have to kill all of us. I must not. You know you can kill my brother. The dreaming is endangered, and it has never been more endangered than now. How much longer will you wait until the stars go mad? The nebula? The universe? It is wrong. It was not made to kill. I was not made to kill innocents. Everybody kills the brother. They even kill their dreams. and you have waited too long. Well, damn, now we're getting deep. Everybody kills, and people kill even their own dreams. Basically, I think like literally a dream manifesting itself into reality is asking to die. That's pretty dope. Can you feel it, dream? The flux, the force of creation as it rumbles towards a premature end? If this continues, then I shall come into its own, my final glorious time. I will do it. You could have killed just one girl, instead you were killing a world. Remember this, my brother. Now, put out the sun. No, that would be... I've done enough. I've killed enough living things this day. I did not put the sun out then. It was done. I'll put out my own mind. Let us put all bad things out of our mind, brother. You are my brother. You saved my life. We will be this nebula together. And then just fucking, it's just sitting there in this cosmic light, just like baking. I can kill to protect the dreaming, and I must. It's too late, my good friend. You are no longer my brother. And just goes fucking sicko mode. Listen to me. I have something to say. You know, but the sun is a living thing though. Oh yeah, in this universe, I guess like all the suns are like conscious beings, like on a demi-plane. Like for our world, they don't look conscious, but like all the suns are like conscious beings that like have like live like their mind isn't like a demi-plane, but their body is like what you see basically. Like apparently, like it's like dualism, I guess. You know, like imagine like a dualism, but their minds are like on like a semi, like a different plane of reality that takes place in a different time scale. So that like it's like between time. That's pretty much what the suns are like. So all stars are basically just like weird super consciousnesses or something. I don't fucking know. Interesting. Yeah. Look at this fucking page, bro. Like what the hell is going on here? It's like all the suns are going fucking crazy. I do not understand. Imprisoned. No, I told you. I am the monarch of everything. And this is my throne room. I do not understand. I thought you were imprisoned. He is not part of the great dream. Take him. This man would harm me. He does not understand the glory of becoming. Basically, really, really colorful. Yeah, basically, this is an absolute fucking orgasm of color. Like, literal origin of all light or some shit is gone like mad and wants to manifest destruction of reality. And it's like imprisoning the manifestation of all dreams. Really kicking dreams out of its like city, you know? It's fucking the fucking wild. There is nothing to understand. We mar the stars. Everything must end. Better that it ends in glory now than in cold and emptiness if our death is a few billion years from now. But this is madness. Yes, yes it is. Pure, perfect madness. And then, you know, that is wild. Yeah, this whole book is fucking great though. It's wild as shit, but it's great. We will place the beast in our zoo. The child will be deleted. And you, Dream Lord, what shall we do with you? You will not be deleted. I will not be deleted. Your life is over. You are nothing. Yo, the stars are literally just deleting this person out of existence, turning dream form of a cat, which is like the dream essence of cats, and fucking into like a zoo animal. and fucking they want to imprison Dream itself. This is going crazy. I'm not nothing. I am hope. And then fucking explosion of color on the other page. Why do you mention your mother? Have you spoken to her? Father, you know what I was doing when you called me here. A girl, a child under my care. She will die. She trusted me to protect her. This interruption was inappropriate and wrong. There's always time in which she will have been alive, always a time in which she does not exist. That is the nature of existence. I cannot think why nobody except me seems to see things like that. Destiny does. Yes, I suppose he does. I asked you a question. No, I have not spoken to her. But I could, if you wish it. God is talking to Dream about speaking to Mother Life or some fucking shit. I don't even know, man. Well, she certainly isn't speaking to me, and I might be willing to help. I'm feeling singularly better disposed towards you, Dream, now that you've returned the Selecium. I returned it. I thought it was still lost. From where you are standing, I suppose that should be you will have returned it, and it's not actually who gets it, but same thing, close enough. If you talk to her. Yo, when we started reading this chapter, the Selecium was lost, and by the time we got to this now, it's been found by God, but it's because everything works within like fucking trippy dippy ass shit in this book that like the gods work on different time frames. I really did that and does not in place. No one sees life. Bro was reading a whole comic book. Yeah, I straight up am reading a whole comic book, man. I'm just reading the chapter though, which is in one more page it ends. So I am hope. Dude, she just says to the god, I am hope, and then the star literally just disintegrates you. Just fucking disintegrates her. Unfortunately, your last words, given the context, 3 words that mean nothing. Just fucking disintegrates her, as if saying that might have changed something. If we kill you, another aspect of yourself will take your place. That is what I learned at the Congress of the Dawn of Time. Literally just disintegrated one version of this girl named Hope, as she said that I am Hope, hoping that she would be like alive after it, and literally just eviscerated her out of reality. The fuck? Sounds based. Basically, the stars give 0 shits. So, we will not kill you, Dream King. We will simply render you unavailable inside the event horizon of a dark star. Nothing ever gets out. No light, no information, definitely no dreams. Good night. And then just like shows him getting like sucked into like this weird cube, which is like this entity of like dark star, I guess. And then there's like an absolute, and then it shows the cat, and I guess what is considered like whatever their zoo is, which is just like an absolute orgasm of fucking like colors and swirls and like slime things and like weird glowing like coral and shit like that. So yeah, fuck yeah, that's fucking litty titty as shit. Now we're on chapter 5, and it starts with him being trapped inside of a black hole. Fuck yeah. I'll read chapter 5 in the future. Sandman's such a fun comic. It looks so cool though. Highly recommend y'all check out Sandman. Six people watching me. No, I'm not streaming on Discord. No one's really watching me on Discord. streaming on Facebook, and I'm streaming on Twitch as well. So, Twitch and Facebook. How much battery do I have on my phone? 27%. I was gonna see if I could stream a little bit on fucking whatever the hell it's called. But Bingo Live. But there's no point of streaming on Bingo Live because my phone's almost dead. So. Twitch connected to YouTube? I don't really know if Twitch is connected to YouTube. Maybe. It's connected through fucking StreamYard. That's how I'm using that. Basically, I'm basically streaming on an app called StreamYard. You can see this is what it looks like, minus the infinite going down the middle. But you can see all your comments over here. And then there's like the thing in the middle, which displays me. And then, I have like the little box, which I can remove or add. And yeah, basically bing bang boom. No, I'm just on StreamYard, and StreamYard's connected to all of them. So like, if I go up here, I can like click that and like remove stream from Twitch, or I can click YouTube and like remove the YouTube stream from StreamYard. And then the stream will just end out of nowhere. Or I could do it to Facebook. Basically, the hosting site is StreamYard, and it hosts the platform for all of these things to be streaming all at once. So what I'm saying is like overlaid to all three of these different platforms at the same time. Hmm. You know what? Let's read a bit of Tears on Science by E.M. Ciron. Feel free, guys, to click the link to join. I'd rather be talking to someone than, just reading, but we can do whatever. No matter how educated you are, if you don't think intensely about death, you are a mere fool. A great scholar, if he is nothing but that, is inferior to an illiterate peasant haunted by the final questions. Generally speaking, science has dulled people's minds by diminishing their metaphysical consciousness. Thank you, Saran. Very cool. What a book! What a start to the book. Oh well, it's like in the middle way through the book, but that's basically the start to the chapter. Because every single chapter, every single page has like 1, 2, 3, has like 4 chapters practically. Like they're basically broken down into like these little tiny segments. As you roam through the streets of a town, the world seems to be still in its place, but look out the window and all will vanish. How can a mere piece of transparent glass separate us from life to such an extent? In fact, windows bar us from the world more than prison walls. By looking at life, one begins to forget it. Okay, okay. Don't look outside the windows, guys. You'll start to forget the purpose of life, which is to really live instead of observe. A time will come when worms will dream, nestled in my bones, a dreadful thought since it's akin to a memory. A time will come when worms will dream, nestled in my bones, the dreadful thought since it's akin to a memory. The fuck? Imagine the worms digging through your bones. Yeah, you're welcome. Schopenhauer maintained that if we were to invite the dead back to life, they would refuse. I believe, on the contrary, they would die a second time from too much joy. The fuck? I disagree with, but they might. You never know. People are addicted to life. A time. No. Yeah, based and then immediately after, no. Schopenhauer was based as fuck. Yeah, Simran is a little bit like he's basically the biggest weirdo in all of history. He's like extremely pessimistic yet extremely life-loving at the same time. He's really weird, but I like his literature quite a bit. The more I read The Pessimists, the more I love life. After reading Schopenhauer, I always feel a bridegroom on it. I always feel like a bridegroom on his wedding night. Schopenhauer is right to maintain that life is a dream, but he is wrong to condemn illusions instead of cultivating them. For he thereby implies that there might be something better beyond them. Only ecstasy cures us of pessimism. Life would be unbearable if it were real. As a dream, it is a mixture of charm and terror, which we gladly abandon ourselves. Consciousness is nature's nightmare. Okay, we have to read that again. The more I read The Pessimists, the more I love life. After reading Schopenhauer, I always feel like a bridegroom on his wedding night. Schopenhauer is right to maintain that life is a dream, but he is wrong to condemn illusions instead of cultivating them, for he therefore implies that there might be something better beyond them. Only ecstasy cures us of pessimism. Life would be unbearable if it were real. As a dream, it is a mixture of charm and terror to which we gladly abandon ourselves. Consciousness is nature's nightmare. So this person actually advocates for deleting ourselves. Yes, he's a Gnostic actually, kind of. So he's actually very much like Scott, the guest that I had on yesterday, and I'm pretty sure you were there for that. So he's kind of like Scott. Scott would be a very big fan of this book, I'm pretty sure. Like a really big fan of this book. Like honestly, Scott, if you ever watch this, please pick up and you get 6 hours into this. Please pick up Tears and Saints by M. Saran. It's an amazing book. So Perpetual Pleasurist, this is 10 out of 10 book right here. Yo, dude, I mentioned Perpetual Pleasurist 28 minutes into the stream, and now we're back talking about Perpetual Pleasurist 6 hours and 49 minutes into the stream. You know, we're coming full circle again. But, you know, we still have another 5 hours of streaming because I'm not going to stop until about midnight. So, fuck yeah. That's a really, I love that line. That was a really good one. Sunlight is not a good topic for poetry. You can be grateful for the sun, but can you sing its praises? The Egyptians made the sun a god so that they could become human hymns in its honor. So they could pose hymns in its honor. Light is indiscreet, and when you are unhappy, it is downright vexing. The sun describes a curve of happiness. Plenitude has never seen a source, but plenitude has never been a source of poetry. Oh yeah, it makes sense. Huh. Yeah, that's kind of true. Sunlight. Best poems are about like rare topics like depression and like melancholy and things that don't people typically don't want to talk about. That's what makes them so enticing is the rarity of their relatability. So I agree, Saran. I agree. The course of meditation, you begin by ignoring the object and end by ignoring the world. The course of meditation, you begin by ignoring the object and end by ignoring the world. I guess that's true. You ignore small things and then you ignore bigger things. All landscapes and nature in general are a description from temporality, hence the curious feeling that nothing ever really fuck. All reality and nature in general are desertion from temporality, hence the curious feeling that nothing ever really is. Every time we abandon ourselves to this dream of matter called nature, man has played a hooky from nature. His successful evasion is his strategy. Love of nature is an expression of regret. One loves it least when one has no consciousness. When one is part of the landscape, one cannot appreciate it. The dim-witted and the blessed are not descended from Adam. Damn, bro. Fucking get dunked on, I guess. All landscapes and nature in general are desertion from temporality, hence the curious feeling of nothingness ever real, feeling that nothing ever really is. But yeah, basically that nothing ever. Every time we abandon ourselves, this dream called nature, man has played hooky with nature. His successful evasion of the strategy. Love of nature is an expression of regret. One loves it least when he has no consciousness. When one is part of the landscape, one cannot appreciate it. The dim-witted and the blessed are not descended from Adam. Interesting. Yeah, no problem. See you later, Jay. Take care. Who is all here watching? Fuck Nietzsche's. Nietzsche's says somewhere, you have been searching for the heaviest load, and you have found yourself. I mean, to be fair, you're not wrong, Nietzsche's, but also fuck you. Fuck Frederick, you little punk ass bitch. The awareness of time prompts men into action. Whoever lies lives in time must be its victim, for time would belie its own nature if it did not swallow everything. Roots of our own will to self-destruction lie in our desire to compete with time. Interesting. The company of mortals is, for a lucid man, pure torture. You have not understood our human tragedy if you have not bled to death, having lived among your peers in full consciousness. You are free only to the extent that you excreate humility. One must hate it to have freedom to embrace so many useless perfections. The sadness and the bliss that lie beyond history, out of time, any commitment of the cause of humanity betrays lack of taste and distinction. Hatred of man makes you love nature as a way to recommunicate the freedom rather than in the romantic fashion. As a stage in spiritual odyssey, having debated ourselves by dabbling and becoming it, is high, we have discovered our initial identity, which consciousness has shattered in a delirium of magnolia. I can't see a landscape without longing to destroy everything that is non-cosmic in me. Overwhelmed by regrettable nostalgia and earthly regrets, I would like to become a plant and die on sunset every day. Overwhelmed by vegetable nostalgia, the earthly regret, I would like to become a plant and die at sunset every day. Same, man. Same. Life resembles springtime hysteria. Fair enough. I'm neither happy enough to be a poet nor indifferent as a philosopher, but I am lucid enough to be a condemned man. uh, basically, I'm either unhappy enough to be a poet nor as indifferent as a philosopher, but I am lucid enough to be a condemned man. Unhappy enough, not happy enough, unhappy enough. I lived on what makes people die. There is no better definition of loneliness. Shit. The world is nothing but a place in which we exercise our sadness. We need nothing. We need something to think about, and so we have made it our object for meditation. Consequence, though, it never misses an opportunity to destroy it. After ecstasy comes the plunge into a deep sea of triviality. The earth is growing musty from so many tears. Oh no, the must. It's humid out with the tears, baby. Boredom is tuneless matter. Melancholy is the unconscious music of the soul. Tears are music in material form. Buddha must have been an optimist, otherwise wouldn't he have noticed that pain defines not only everything there is, but also what is not. Being and nothingness exists only through suffering. What is the void is not a dream of pain that has not come true. Nirvana represents ethereal suffering, a more refined form of torture. Absence signifies lack of being, but not of pain, for pain precedes everything, even God. Ooh, okay, that's getting interesting. Buddha must have been an optimist, otherwise, wouldn't he have noticed that pain defines not only everything there is, but also what is not? Being and nothingness exist only through suffering. What is the void if not a dream of pain that has not come true? Nirvana represents ethereal suffering, a more refined form of torture. Absence signifies lack of being, but not of pain, for pain precedes everything, even God. Well, that's great, guys. Moral of the story is the void. You know. I don't think that I have missed my opportunity for being sad. It is my human vocation. I've never felt closer to death than the moments when I loved life most. Terror ties me to the world more than the voluptuous plenitude. If I didn't drag death after me through the ups and downs of life, I would seek place among animals to slumber like them in unconscious tempor. Am I attached to death only by a secret vegetable longing, a sort of complexity with nature's funeral movement, or rather is it pride, a refusal to ignore the fact that we are bound to die, for nothing is more flattering than the thought of death. Only the thought, not death itself. As long as I live, I shall not allow myself to forget that I shall die. I'm waiting for death so that I forget about it. Who's watching me on Twitch? I know you're watching me. Gotta say hello. Unless you already said hello. Maybe you did. Let me take a gander. No, I don't see no Twitch viewer talking to me. The hatred of everything, of being as well of as of things, ignorance, images, desolation. Luna, get the fuck out of my room. Out. The cage. Or just go underneath my bed. Fuck you. Of course. Yo, yo, what is poppin'? Basically playing Fortnite on Twitch. And if you want, basically just talking about ethics and whatever basically here. So, yeah. your ass brothers home. You're gay. Love you. 2023. No, but seriously though, what the fuck? Why is my brother such an annoying son of a bitch? Howdy, welcome y'all. Father's home. Just horrible. Means I can't stream here anymore. Because he's has mental issues. So he's like, oh my god, the feds are watching or something. I don't fucking know. People are gonna watch me in the background and be like, oh my god, look at him. He's an old man. Yo, not much is up, my dude. How's it going at Zag, Zifin, whatever your name is? Not a whole lot, just playing Fortnite. Probably about to die. I'm lagging quite a bit, so. Oh, Sean, my ugly ass dad. Bane of this, my bloodline. Fucking. Yo, what's bumpin'? Can I play with you? Maybe. I don't know, man. I prefer just doing singles, so I'm gonna say no. You can watch me. That way it's not as much pressure. I like just dicking around and doing things where there's not much pressure to win. So look around at people to play with. Ah, that's fair. That silly Billy was just trying to burn the barn down, and then he had to go and get himself killed. I was just being addicted to arson. What you playing? I'm playing Fortnite. I'm quite a fan of Fortnite. It's like one of those things where it's like, I used to not like it at all, and now I'm just kind of like, you know what? This game kind of slaps. Yo, the medic, I'll take you. Come on with me, lady. Heavy ammo. I lit that guy up. I'll leave here in a minute. Yeah, I know. What do you usually stream? Just whatever I feel like playing, really. Fortnite, Apex Legends. If friends want to play Overwatch, I guess I might stream Overwatch in the future. Where is everybody? There are 28 people left, but I can't see shit for shit. I'm just running around trying to find people at this point. Not even like hiding. No Norway guy? Nah, Seb's not here at the moment. He's doing whatever he's doing, I guess. His time zone's quite a bit different though, so I mean, it's probably like late at night for him. Fucking A. What the fuck did he have? The flapjack rifle? God damn. Fucking lights people up. I should have used my fucking rifle as well, but forgot how shitty that fucking thing was. Sometimes you forget how shitty the fucking Maven shotgun is. It's absolutely useless. The only good one is the drum in this game. And the double barrel. Do you have a schedule or do you stream whenever? I just stream whenever, my dude. I don't have a schedule. Schedules are for people with autism. I'm just kidding. Kind of. The fuck's about the Maven shotgun? It's so shitty. Yo, who is here? We got 2 people watching me on YouTube. Yo, yo. I fucked you up with a goddamn pickaxe. Get dick down. I just memed on that person. Well, he truly tried. So, who's watching? Y'all, antinatalists, or are you just watching because, you're watching for some reason? Because most people who are followers of this channel either watching because they're foot fetish people, or they're antinatalists. Far, far extreme differences, Howdy. I guess so, yeah. Fuck. I forget how weird people are. It's a lot of gunfire for a whole lot of nothing happening. Yo, what is going on? How's it going, Scott? If you want to hop on here, you can, by the way. I'm just playing Fortnite and gaming, so it's easier to talk to people actually if they're talking through voice. But if you want to just chit chat through the text box, go for it as well. No problemo. Yo, Scott, how's it going?
Hey, dude, what's up, man?
Not much. Just playing some Fortnite, big chillin'.
Cool, dude. Dude, looks like you've been live for almost 8 hours, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know, right? Live for 8 hours. I'm gonna go till a little after midnight, I think, and then I'll get 12 hours, and I'll be like, nice.
Cool, dude. We got JE, it looks like. We've got Lolliot, bro reading a whole comic book. We got Kane Cardova. Cool, man.
Yeah, at one point I was reading a comic book. That was a little wild.
Let's see. And it's Soft Apple Core saying, these are good questions. I understand why you didn't ask them at the time. There's always next time, or just agree to disagree about some stuff. Okay.
Oh yeah, we were talking the very beginning of this live stream. We're talking a little bit about veganism and stuff, and how like
Oh,
I
okay.
probably should have hammered a little bit more, like in like disagreements about veganism. So I
Oh,
mean, do you want to? Yeah, would you want to talk about veganism tonight, or ooh, I'm getting shot at.
I guess we can. Yeah, sure. I mean, do you even protein, bro? I'm kidding with you. I just like throwing
No,
that.
practically not actually. It's like I basically just take fucking beans. That's about it.
They always bring up the protein thing. It always makes me laugh. The anti-vegan stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh man, let me get my Wi-Fi connection going. Probably be a better audio connection that way. Let's see here. More consistent and reliable. Can you still hear me?
Oh yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay. My mobile connection is pretty good, but I notice it seems to be better when I have both connections active as backup.
Ah. So how's your day been going so far?
Excellent, man. I just got back from my live action roleplay group. That was fun.
Oh hell yeah. D&D or just like, or is it more like, oh, live action? How does that work?
Out in the field, yeah, where we do combat practice with padded equipment. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That sounds awesome.
It's excellent. Good workout, good exercise, and good practice for actual combat, which is nice.
Do you ever suspect you might have to face actual combat?
Highly likely, eventually, yes, I will. Especially if, post collapse and all that type of stuff.
I suppose
Defending the
you're right.
homestead and all that stuff, mountain encampments and whatnot. Yep. So both long range and close combat. I was practicing shotgun shooting the other day at the range out here. That was fun.
Huh. I mean, yeah, I've shot rifles a few times, and I've shot a 44 pistol once, and yeah, I can say it's quite fun. It's quite fun. You shoot trap at all, or?
Uh, I've done it before in the past. I might end up doing it again soon. Yeah, I was just doing stationary targets this time around.
Ah, okay. Yeah, shooting trap I've heard is pretty fun. My friend Wyatt does it all the time, but he's like crazy good at shooting trap.
Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty good at it. The few times I've done it, I was pretty accurate.
Hmm.
That's why I like shotguns.
Oh yeah, they're fun. I have a 20 gauge, I guess, that I don't really use very much these days, but occasionally we'll go hunting. Doesn't make so much sense. There really is no actual self. Jay, yo, Jay, are you okay, my dude?
Jay?
Yeah, Jay just comes out of nowhere. He's like, Brant, you're absolutely right. Identity nihilism makes so much sense. There really is no self. And I'm like, you okay, my dude? I'm like, usually people don't agree with me on that one. So I'm like just checking in, you know.
Well, it's so funny because like the entirety of basically in any meaningful sense, the self is always changing anyway. The supposed self. So it's like, like I come from a background of like being really familiar with the Hare Krishna stuff, where it's like, well, you're always the same exact eternal identity, no matter what external bodily changes happen. But it's well, in the meaningful functional sense, though, your identity is always changing. So even if you technically have an eternal identity that never changes, a specific personality type and everything else, that's an eternal form of yourself, even then, if you're not actively experiencing that all the time now, and you're going through changes personality wise, experience wise, you're in the meaningful sense not actually that same being anyway. So I don't know. It's just I understand what you're saying with that. Definitely, I get identity nihilism for sure. I just wouldn't necessarily see it exactly the same way or classify myself as an identity nihilist in particular. Rather, an active identity pleasurist or active identity. What would be the term for it? I think you get what I'm trying to say, but yeah, not necessarily a nihilist about it or whatever. But yeah.
No, I think I know what you mean. Yeah. Like. Okay, so yeah, okay. Luckily, Jay's good. He was just thinking about determinism and stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yes, so he's
is he familiar with Are you familiar with simultaneous determinism, JE? Distinguished or I'm sure you're probably familiar with that, right? I think you might have watched my.
I'm not entirely sure. Can you explain it just in case I'm not even sure if I completely know what it is.
Basically, it's how hard determinism is actually operating. Where basically, instead of just being only a puppet on strings, then you're just moved. You're basically, it's the awareness of how you're actively involved with the rest of reality and how you are a mover also, but without free will. So it's like,
oh yeah, yeah, I agree
basically,
with that.
Understanding of what hard determinism is, that a lot of people don't seem to be aware of. So, that's pretty much the only reason why people are even able to keep bringing up the free will or compatibilism debate or back and forth, is because the vast majority of people just don't understand how hard determinism is actually working. They think it's only you, a puppet on strings. That's all there is to it. And that's why they get into like this excessively bleak perspective about it or whatever, which you can technically get into anyway, even if you understand the simultaneous determinism. But the point being is that it's easy to understand how you can have a sense of will by understanding simultaneous determinism that's a meaningful sense of will, even though you don't actually have free volition in any way, shape, or form, basically. So, but it's still meaningful if you understand how hard determinism actually operates. So, yeah. Whereas if a person doesn't understand how it operates, it's not meaningful, and it's just this bleak, oh my God, I'm just a puppet thing. But it's you're not just a puppet, you're more actively involved in being just a puppet, thankfully. But
yeah,
so that whole thing. Because then, people go on the spiel of, oh, well, what's the point in anything then? What's the point in the justice system? What's the point in any of it? It's just a whole waste of, well, it's just an indication of them not understanding how it works all that well. But it's pretty common. Then it just loops back around to the free will debate again, which is pointless and useless if people understand how it actually works.
The most annoying thing of free will, the most annoying part of the debate of free will is when they start getting into like, well, doesn't like free will equals morality, basically. Like, I don't know if you've noticed that, but like people basically equate like free will with like moral responsibility, like.
Well, it doesn't. It's actually the opposite. Hard determinism is actually more moral and more connected to morality than anything.
Indeed, I agree.
And that's demonstrable too, because obviously there's, we're driven by the desire for pleasure, the need and urge for pleasure, etc., and that is what drives morality, and that is hard determined. It has nothing to do with free will whatsoever. So, our need for pleasure is hard determined in us. So therefore, free will is not even part of the equation. But they think, but the problem with the whole free will thing is they just haven't thought deep enough about the subject. That's the problem. They don't think far enough into it or about it enough. They stop short at a very limited thought process about it. Therefore, they never, ever, 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 under any circumstances, can win any debate ever. If they're trying to debate hard determinism, they never succeed because they just are demonstrably not thinking deep enough about it. That's the problem. That's the flaw in the free will debate. And then they never acknowledge or recognize. They're just like, oh, well, it feels better to believe I have free will, so therefore I'm going to keep believing it and thinking it. Because it just feels better. But it actually doesn't. It feels better if you understand simultaneous determinism, but yet again, people don't like to think that deeply because it hurts their heads and they get headaches easily because of it. So that's the problem.
Dave says life has no purpose. Well, Dave, on a cosmic level, you may be right, but at a universal subjective level of how things all evolve, we basically have the duty to be janitors, home slice, clean up this whole mess. That's the closest you can
We
get to a
decide
purpose.
what purpose it has for ourselves. That's how I say it. We decide our meaning and we decide our purpose in the sense of, okay, life itself by itself, the life thing may have no purpose in and of itself, but my individual life has purpose that I give it and decide for it. That's how I encourage everybody to look at it. It's like you decide and determine what meaning your life has to you, for you, and to others, and they do the same thing basically. Because I notice a lot of times when people have the view of, or when they let the facts that life itself by itself has no like ultimate purpose, just life, being there as a thing, they tend to let that erroneously extend into their own individual life or experience, meaning like, oh, my individual life in and of itself has no purpose or meaning or anything like that. Well, yeah, that can be the case if you let that be the case, but you can be really adamant about deciding your life has purpose and meaning, and that is the meaning it has. That's how I would encourage people to look at it.
You think it's maybe too optimistic though? Like there's like cases where that's clearly like opposite of that. Like think of like someone whose purpose is to like cause a bunch of suffering in the world, like someone who's like Jeffrey Dahmer or like Epstein or something.
Well, it doesn't mean that the purpose is a benevolent purpose. I mean, talking
enough.
about the type of purpose would be a different conversation, but
Okay. Okay, yeah. I suppose I get what you mean. You mean like a I was guessing like more like a positive purpose, like something like that's like good.
Well, basically, we
But
can have, within obviously the horror parameters of reality, we can have a more or less what we deem to be positive purpose or meaningful purpose, even though it's just part of the hellscape. But it's that thing again, tailored to all the other subjects we talk about. It comes down to, well, what do you consider worth it or not? Really, it's like everything. You notice that how everything always comes back to that. Like, really, it's just everything comes back to, do you consider the damn thing worth it or not? Really, that's what it comes down to. And if the answer is yes, well, you're going to keep doing the living thing. If the answer is no, well, very soon you're not going to do the living thing anymore. That's pretty much how it goes.
Yo, one of my favorite Gnostic, other than you, of course, E.M. Saran, has a great quote that I wanted to share with you today because I thought it made me think of you, and I was like, oh, fucking Scott would love this quote. Here we go. And the more I read pessimism, the more I love life. After reading Schopenhauer, I always feel like a bridegroom on his wedding night. Schopenhauer is right to maintain that life is a dream, but is wrong to condemn illusions instead of cultivating them. For he thereby implies that there might be something better beyond them. Only ecstasy cures us of pessimism. Life would be unbearable if it were real. As a dream, it is a mixture of charm and terror to which we gladly abandon ourselves. Consciousness is nature's nightmare. End quote.
Hey, that sounds like a groovy, intelligent person there.
He really is. I love Saran.
What? How does the spelling of the name?
Cioran. And then it's Emil Saran or E.M. Saran. And the book's
Oh, that's
called
cool.
Tears and Saints. It's about many things, but it's about well, quite literally, yeah, it's about the tears of saints and how they bring such like an art to the world, and like how many people are inspired by the tears of saints, how the tears of saints like have been like I don't even know, man, like the origins of the tears of saints. He gets into like that. He gets into like weird shit. Talks about like how the nuns and like saintly figures have like envied Jesus and like wanted to like have like lusted over him. So he's like plenty of like very, very lewd paragraphs about like nuns wanting to like bang Jesus and stuff. It's pretty hilarious. I honestly love this book so much.
Very insightful man. There you go.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Jay's like, you don't know who Saran is, bruh. Yeah, he's a really famous pessimist, but like my favorite book of his is definitely On the Heights of Despair, which is just amazing.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll check his
You would
stuff out.
actually, oh please do. He has some amazing quotes, like on suicide and stuff. He also has some amazing quotes that you would definitely agree with as well.
I like the fact that he
Again,
values illusion and stuff like that. That's cool.
it is really cool. He's a Gnostic, I'm pretty sure. So I think he's a Gnostic. He has some quotes that are
Makes a lot of
Gnostic.
sense. Yeah, definitely an insightful Gnostic. That's cool.
Saran quotes. He has some really fucking depressing quotes, but like he has some really, really inspiring quotes. And quotes that are in the middle.
Well, it sounds like he's reflecting actual reality as it is.
Yeah, like one of these is like E.M. Saran quotes. It is not worth the bother of killing yourself, since you always kill yourself too late.
Hey, great point. There you go. Always kill
Because
yourself too late. That's like layers dark, man. Layers of grittiness there. That's wow. That's hardcore, man.
it's like, as you say, like the pain can never be undone. So it's like once it's
Exactly.
already whatever you do, whatever is inspiring you to kill yourself has already been occurring. So you can only go forward. Essentially, he's just saying. So
Exactly, man.
a book is suicide postponed.
Right.
Only optimists commit suicide. Optimists who no longer succeed at being optimists. The others have no reason to live. Why would they have any to die?
God, man. I like it though. He's just reflecting reality, bro. Staying it like it is, man. You know?
He really is. I don't understand why we must do things in this world, why we must have friends and aspirations, hopes and dreams. Wouldn't it be better to retreat to a faraway corner of the world where all the noise and complications would be heard no more? Then we could renounce culture and ambition. We would lose everything and gain nothing. For what is there to gain from this world? It's beautiful. He like hates life but loves life. He's like an absolute conundrum of a person.
Sounds like an actual Gnostic to me.
Yep. We're done reading some of M. Saran quotes, but fuck yeah. Highly recommend you give him a check out at some point. He's right up your alley.
Yeah, philosophically, I'm definitely a pessimist philosophically, but experientially, I'm definitely an optimist in terms of experiences. But philosophically, I'm definitely a pessimist for sure, no doubt about it. Because I mean, that's just like in the show, True Detective, he says, we all refer to ourselves as realists. He's like, I would refer to myself as a realist, but philosophically, in those terms, we're considered pessimists, basically. So, but that's the thing I noticed. For me, at least, I can be philosophically pessimistic while situationally optimistic. If that makes any sense.
Interesting.
At least in terms of my own situation, not necessarily the situation of others, but obviously not the situation of most others. But
I mean, I suppose, yeah, same here, I guess. I'm pretty optimistic about my own future, but I also, at the same time, I'm, like, very bleak and dreary about, like, the meaning of everything. It's just kind of like, I don't know. It just seems like once you get to, like, the point where I am, I'm just kind of like, I am literally a slave to my own ideology. There's nothing I should do besides suffering prevention. Everything else is a waste and immoral. And I'm like, ah.
Yep.
Basically, it's just constantly screaming on the inside of my brain, just like, why? Forced to be moral at all points, and morality kind of is boring as shit.
Yep. Oh God, man, it's just pessimism is just reality. That's just what it is. It's just a pessimistic fucking thing, bro. Reality is just a fucking hellscape. That's all there is goddamn to it. And some of us are just in delusion, unaware that it's a hellscape. Others are aware it's a hellscape. That's pretty much the only difference. Other than that, philosophical optimists are massively in delusion about the nature of reality, for sure. There's no way you could be a philosophical optimist and not be various degrees of delusional about the nature of actual reality. There's no way. It's not possible. You have to be delusional, like there's no way in hell, because no being in the right mind could ever be optimistic about torture ever occurring to even one sentience. I mean, that ends philosophical optimism right there, as even a thing worth considering. Okay, has there been one case of torture that's ever occurred in the vastness of eternity? Once, one time. Okay, boom. Philosophical optimism gone, dead, finished, useless. It's that simple. It's literally that simple to get rid of philosophical optimism.
Oh yeah, 100%. Just look at the story of Omelas, and just once you look at Omelas and you're just disgusted at it, you just realize, nope, the reality is a bazillion times worse than Omelas, and it's just like, if I'm disgusted.
What was Omelas?
Oh, you heard of Omelas?
What was Omelas that you're referring to?
It's a book. It's about a city, the
Oh.
city of Omelas. Have you heard of that before? Or?
I think you might have mentioned it. Was that the one where basically it's like if you don't like sacrifice an innocent person or something, then that whole thing? It refreshed my memory on what it was again exactly that they were.
Basically, it's like the perfect civilization. There's no suffering, maximum pleasure. Essentially, everybody is enjoying life. It's kind of like, you ever read The Giver before?
Yeah.
It's like The Giver, but like better, basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it's like The Giver if everything, like all the dystopic parts are basically removed, but there's only one dystopic aspect to it, one dystopic thing, which is that in order for this society to be like maintained, somehow through some magic, some like bargain with the devil or some shit, it doesn't really explain how, but they must basically torture a kid repeatedly every single day, locking him in a cellar below the city, isolating it by itself, and it's just malnourished, feeble-minded, and they just torture it over and over and over until it dies, and then they replace the child with a new child to be tortured and tortured until it dies.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I got you.
And it's basically the catalyst for like all the happiness is one child suffering, and it's basically a critique of classical utilitarianism, saying like like this is what people who are classical utilitarians are like basically permissing, which is like the torture of one being to a maximum extent for the flourishing of everybody else. And the story is basically about those who decide to walk away from Omelas, and walking away basically implies that like walking away implies a lot of different things. They don't really know, but it's like they walk into the wilderness essentially, which is supposed to be outside the cities, like the great unknown of like nothingness. So basically, it's like implies that they either like die or like they don't even know. Like basically, anything is better than torturing another person, even if it's like the chaos of the unknown. So I'm like,
Right.
mad respect.
Well, then the other interesting thing is too the walking away. It's like if there's even the potential of something even worse outside of Omelas being an even worse thing you might walk into. That's the other creepy, roundabout, twisted conundrum to the whole situation. Because if outside of Omelas, well, if you're guaranteed, or if there's any scenario where you're highly likely or guaranteed a non-paradise situation for pretty much every sentience, well, now you just got a bunch of micro tortures spread out throughout all sorts of different sentiences everywhere, and exposure to the possibility of torture now on top. So it's just the point being, obviously, is that no matter how you cut the coin on it, everything about reality is a fucking hellish thing. Because I think that illustrates perfectly well the stuff I talk about quite a bit too. It's like whatever paradise state we obtain or achieve, it's already connected to a blood trail of gazillions of beings having been tortured to death before we attained that state or got there or got back to it or whatever. So the blood is on our hands in that paradise state. We're implicated in the torture that's occurred before us leading up to it. So it's like, fuck, and that's what pessimists are aware of. It's pessimists are simply aware of the multi-layers of these things, whereas optimists are not aware of them. They're tuned out from these things. So being tuned out strategically has its advantages in terms of being able to not be insanely suicidally depressed or crazed, but it actually it has its disadvantages in this form of you're not as aware of reality as it is, unfortunately. So it's kind of always this trade-off. It's every day it's this trade-off. Well, to what degree are we going to be oblivious to the child being tortured down the street, and to what degree are we going to be aware of it? And you're always basically juggling every single day. Okay, how much am I going to allow myself to be aware of how horrible things actually are, or how much am I going to tune out from it and be unaware of it? And you're just juggling this back and forth all day, deciding your ratio. Okay, am I going to be 50 to 60% tuned in, or am I going to be 40% tuned in or 30% or whatever? Not necessarily considering numbers, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, what fucked up thing am I going to do today that I could be doing something else instead, helping somebody else, but instead I'm sitting here eating fucking potato chips or whatever the hell it is. So, that whole fucking thing, shit that only pessimists think about and are aware of because we're realists, whereas others don't. So,
You read my second favorite book, which is The Last Messiah by Peter Zephyr, I think it's called.
Last Messiah. No, I haven't read that one. I haven't read a whole lot of novel type books or anything, or philosophical books all that much, really. I've mostly read just instructional science type books on things, but.
Oh no, that's completely fair. The Last Messiah is amazing though. Here, I'm gonna bring it up, and then if you like the very beginning, you'll like the whole thing.
Cool.
Let's bring The Last Messiah.
I love how you have all these references to all these cool, groovy, dark ass things. It's really great.
Oh, you should see my bookshelf, bro.
Your movie set was great, man. I love that. Your movie layout.
And my movie layout is fucking awesome. I have a whole bookshelf full of I have a whole book literally called Suicide, which is just an entire book on the ethics of suicide.
Holy shit, man. Dang.
Here we go. Peter Zephyr, The Last Messiah.
Messiah.
By Peter Wessel Zapfa. 1. One night in long bygone times, man awoke and saw himself. He saw that he was naked under cosmos, homeless in his own body. All things dissolved before his testing thought, wonder above wonder, horror above horror unfolded in his mind. Then woman too awoke and said it was time to go and slay. And he fetched his bow and arrow, a fruit of the marriage of spirit and hand, and went outside beneath the stars. But as the beasts arrived at their waterholes where he expected them of habit, he felt no more the tigers bound in his blood, but a great psalm about the brotherhood of suffering between everything alive. That day he did not return with prey, and when they found him by the next moon, he was sitting dead by the waterhole. 2. Whatever happened? A breach in the very unity of life, a biological paradox, an abomination, an absurdity, an exaggeration of disastrous nature. Life had overshot its target, blowing itself apart. A species had been armed too heavily by a spirit made almighty without, but equally a menace to its own well-being. Its weapon was like a sword without hilt or plate, a two-edged blade cleaving everything. But he who is to wield it must grasp the blade and turn the one edge toward himself. Despite his new eyes, man was still rooted in matter. His soul spun into it and subordinated to its blind laws. And yet he could see matter as a stranger, compare himself to all phenomena, see through and locate his vital processes. He comes to nature as an unbidden guest, in vain extending his arms to beg conciliation with his maker. Nature answers no more. It performed a miracle with man, but later did not know him. He has lost his right of residence in the universe, has eaten from the tree of knowledge, and has been expelled from paradise. He is mighty in the near world, but curses his might as purchased with his harmony of soul, his innocence, his inner peace and life's embrace. So there he stands with his visions, betrayed by the universe, in wonder and fear. The beast knew fear as well in thunderstorms and on the lion's claw, but man became fearful of life itself, indeed of his very being. Life, that was for the beast to feel the play of power. It was heat and games and strife and hunger, and then at last to bow before the law, of course. In the beast, suffering is self-confined. In man, it knocks holes into a fear of the world and a despair of life. Even as the child sets out on a river of life, the roars from the waterfall of death rise highly above the veil, ever closer, and tearing at its joy. Man beholds the earth, and it is breathing like a great lung. Whenever it exhales, delightful life swarms from all its pores and reaches out toward the sun. But when it inhales, a moan of rupture passes through the multitude, and corpses whip the ground like bouts of hail. Not merely his own day could he see. The graveyards wrung themselves before his gaze. The laments of sunken millennia wailed against him, and from the ghastly decaying shapes, the earth turned dreams of mothers.
I
Features
love it,
curtain
man.
unraveled.
It's amazing.
So fucking dark. Oh man, yeah, definitely very insightful for sure.
Yeah, it pretty much ends by saying that we should all just be infertile, and I'm like, it's perfect. It's such a great book.
We should just all be in for. Yep, there you go. That's pretty much the sensible conclusion, man. Yeah.
So I highly recommend. Yeah, you should give that a listen to at some point. If you want, yeah, you can. I think I'm not sure if that playlist of mine is public, but otherwise, yeah, just look up The Last Messiah and you'll be able to find it. It's in the public domain.
Cool, man. That sounds awesome. Yeah, it's just no matter what, the world's just going to keep going on with delusional optimism. Birth after birth, life after life, plop after plop, thunk after thunk. And it just keeps going that way until we're actually legit infertile, or rather the ones who are actively engaged in those endeavors. Well, until that happens, yep, there's just going to be more forms continually plopped here, aren't there? It's just going to keep going on, man. More torture, more horror, more rape, and all these other horrific things. And no matter what we do or say or think or believe, nothing's ever going to change it, is it? Because the damage has already been done, and the damage is just going to keep piling up as a blood trail behind us, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah. No matter what you do, it's fucked.
See, that's the thing. Being aware of reality, either you have to become like some cosmic demonic being in order to keep being able to be okay with it or cool with it. You have to become or desire to become some sadistic cosmic tyrant fucking thing, or you just become insanely depressedly suicidal. It's like you have to go either direction with your consciousness. Okay, I'm gonna become a fucking tyrannical sadistic, creature thing that just relishes the horror of it all, or I'm just gonna off myself and try to escape it. I mean, there really is no middle ground conclusion to it, bro. That's what I've come to realize. It's that horrible, that bad. That's why I suggest that whatever divine entities exist, well, it's pretty much confirmed and obvious that they're all demonic beings that are to various degrees of sadistic, or at the very least just totally oblivious to the rest of reality. Best case scenario, quote unquote best case. But I mean, it's pretty obvious. Fuck, if there are any divine entities out there or whatever, they sure as hell are either directly behind this causing it, or just don't give half a shit, or are getting off on it in some way, shape, or form. So they're not going to fucking help any of us. That's for damn sure.
Oh yeah, 100% not.
So it's various degrees of irrelevant whether they exist or not because they ain't fucking helping us either way. That's the point. So
Have you ever heard of Saint Augustine before?
I've heard of him. What was he known for?
A lot of different things, I suppose. He was he's basically the dude who's basically he constructed the ideas that are basically really popular in modern Christianity, I suppose, for the most part. Like most of modern theology is based off of St. Augustine's beliefs. But he
Oh,
also has a lot of weird antinatalist beliefs as well, which are really cool. Like he believed that like we should stop bringing people into existence so we could all die off essentially and be in heaven, like unified with God, I guess, like in a
kind of
pleasure
like
state.
the Gnostic view, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So he has some really cool stuff, but he also is like the most real ass depressing things ever. Like some of like some of his views are like really cool. Like well, he has like some of them that are like interesting also. Like his idea of sin is doing something evil without need. So basically, he believed that his, like the worst crime that he's ever done in his life was stealing an apple from an apple tree with his friends. He's like I've done things that you'd think are worse than that. Like I've hurt people and stuff, but like those things I did out of like self defense and like some type of need, like was some type of reason to do it. But with the apple, it was like I chose to steal that apple from the apple tree, even though there's plenty of them there, and I had apples at home. I stole it because I just felt like doing evil for evil's sake, and so basically thought that like I think that was what pure evil is doing evil for evil's sake.
Just stealing the apple from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Pretty
Well,
much.
the knowledge of good from evil. That the wording "knowledge good from evil" is, to me, I think the most accurate, most insightful wording of that theme. Where basically, it's quite obvious to me that goodness is a warped, twisted, benevolent. It's a warped mutation of evil in the sense that it's like a it's here's how I would describe it. I would describe what we consider or classify as good to be the main central necessary evil amidst a reality of unnecessary evils, if that makes sense. In the sense of it's like the only perversion of evil that's doesn't feel like it's evil, but it is. You know what I mean? That's basically how I see it. It's like a mind fucked word. But yeah, it's like the only thing that it's the only type of evil worth pursuing, even though it is evil. Basically, that's basically how I would describe it. Or rather, the only type of evil I consider worth pursuing, and a lot of others consider worth pursuing, whereas most, like yourself, consider it also not actually worth really pursuing. Maybe not necessarily to the same degree or extent or whatever, but yeah, you get the gist of it. It's just so that's the thing. There is no actual good. That's what it comes down to. There just isn't. There is no actual good when it comes to existence or reality or sentience or whatever. There just isn't. Period. It's just not there.
Yeah, and one of the things I found was really fascinating is like the evil of entertainment values.
Yeah.
Basically, he says I was held spellbound by theatrical shows full of images that mirrored my own wretched plight and further fueled the fire within me. Why is it that when one likes to be moved by grief at the sight of sad and tragic events on stage, when one could be unwilling to suffer the same things themselves? In the capacity of spectators, one welcomes sad feelings. In fact, the sadness itself is the pleasure. What incredible stupidity! The more one person is buffeted by such passions in his own life, the more he is moved by watching similar scenes on stage. Although his state of mind is usually called misery when he is undergoing them himself, and mercy when he shows compassion for others so afflicted. But how real is the mercy evoked by fictional dramas? The listener is not moved to offer help, but merely invited to feel sorrow, and the more intensely he feels it, the more highly he rates the actor in the play. If these tragic human stories, whenever referred to events long past or fictional, are played in such ways they fail to move the spectator to sadness, he walks out in disgust, criticizing the performance quality too. I have no desire to enjoy it when I resolve to steal. Oh, sorry. Uh, It feels a state of keenly attention and joy to could cry. So it is impossible to enjoy sad feelings, yet there can be no doubt that everyone aspires to be happy. Can this be really? Can this be reason that has one to be merciful? But we do like to think ourselves merciful, and mercy must entail some sorrow. How can it be that this reason alone that sorrow feels are welcome? To be sure, the power of sympathy drives from the stream of friendship. Basically, he's just trying to say that like we purposely go out of our way to envelop ourselves in sad entertainment, but we don't actually want to like do any hard work of like experiencing sadness ourselves. We don't actually want to go through any of these experiences that we watch people go through, but we just want to like observe other people's like misery so we can like kind of feel good ourselves.
Because we're
And
sadistic motherfuckers, that's why.
basically, yeah. He's basically just pointed out we're all a bunch of sadists who like observe other people's misery, but don't wish to go through it ourselves and take entertainment from it.
That's
And we
pretty
would
much it,
never,
man.
yeah, and we would never want to go out there and help them ourselves. We just want to sit by a stage and watch it, and it's just like,
That's really the psychology I think that whatever divine or demonic entities exist out there have. It's quite obvious that's the psychology it is. It's like they're getting off on observing us, what's happening with like a fucking movie, even though they don't want to experience it themselves. They're getting off on seeing it happen to us, basically, right? So it's like, dude, it's so goddamn fucked up, man. I can't even fucking, I just can't even, dude. But look, the thing is, it's it really is a mind fuck, man. Like it's so funny to me. Like we were talking about American Psycho the other day, right? Like those scenes where he's just running naked with a chainsaw and shit like that. I mean, basically, you either it's like a person either like offs themselves or they end up doing that shit, one or the other. Like if you decide to keep doing the living thing, it's either you just fucking tune yourself out and become a doofus to various degrees, basically on purpose, so you don't become a suicidal, person or a psychopathic nut job. But like psychologically, like being aware of the hellscape that reality is, it can only ever lead to those kinds of like physicalities of just total psychosis. Like there's like no other way around that happening in action. You know what I mean? Like awareness of reality as it is, just having it sink in and shit like that. It's so fucked, man. It's not even like, God damn it, dude.
do you have any favorite movies, by the way, out of curiosity?
Well, that is now on the top of my list. American Psycho is now one of my favorite movies. That's
Okay.
But the sadist that I am, right? So it's like that one, and I like The Edge with Anthony Hopkins, where they're fighting against the bear with spears and shit. That's a pretty cool movie.
Shit.
Have you ever seen that one, The Edge?
I don't think so.
That's a pretty cool one. What else? Jurassic Park is always one of my favorites. The original Jurassic Park, especially. That's always at
the
top of my
original.
list.
That
Yeah, I
one's
like the first
that's
one.
a 10. That's a 10.
Yeah, that's a great one, man. It was much more of a thriller than the later ones were. And let's see here. Yeah, quite a few. I have quite a decent list of movies that I really enjoy. I just don't remember them off the top of my head. The Island is a cool one too, with what was it? Ewan McGregor and what's that other chick? Chick that plays Black Widow. I can't remember her name at the moment. But yeah, them two. That was a good movie. The Island. You saw that one, right? I think we talked about that. Where
I think so.
yeah, where it's like a fake, like the last resort thing, like the last home of humans, and supposedly the world outside is this irradiated wasteland, and there's only one island that's like free of the radiation or something, and they supposedly send people to it, but they actually are killing them off because they're just clones of people and they're being harvested for organs and shit. Like, yeah, that one.
No,
But outside, it's just the
fuck
standard
yeah.
world. Yeah. Right.
Oh, if you like sadistic films at all, Funny Games is pretty good.
Funny game. Oh yeah, I saw that on a list. I was like, I'll probably watch that, man. Funny Games. That was a really dark one, man. I saw or heard.
Yeah, it's just about like a home invasion, basically.
Yeah.
It's
But
like interdimensional time god does a home invasion just for funsies. It's basically like inside of my own mind.
You know, what's what's interesting is the freaking you know, like what that dude or whoever was you were reading that dialogue off. They were saying it exactly like it is in my own life because obviously I don't desire for actual agony to happen to real people, but in the form of like entertainment, I actually enjoy it quite a bit in terms of like horror movies and like as long as I know it's not actually happening to someone, basically, I enjoy it then in that case. But it's like when I don't enjoy stuff when it comes to it actually happening to someone. Like for example, like I enjoy understanding better about the inner psychology to prevent those things. Like, you know, in the cases of like serial killers and shit, where they do horrific acts of violence on others or serial torturers or whatever. Like in those cases, I don't enjoy the fact that they're doing that or that it's happening to someone else. I mean, there's no sadism there, but when it comes to like if a fictional scenario were to be created that didn't actually happen as like an artistic movie, I would find it entertaining. That's the weird conundrum psychologically that we're in, you know. Like
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
like a simulation of it is entertaining as long as there's no actual sentiences being pained or whatever. I guess is basically my stance on it. Same thing with like video games and all this other type of stuff. But like if I was made aware or it was actually happening in some way that, you know, while a video game is being played, the sentiences in it are actually feeling agony as they're being shot or whatever the hell's happening in a horror game or something. I would never play those games again, knowing that there's a sentience harmed while I'm playing it, you know. That's basically my stance on it, you know. I would immediately stop if I knew that that was actually going on or was even possible. I would just
And
be
you
like,
wouldn't
"Oh."
want to at all, like to some
I wouldn't
extent.
want to at all. No,
Okay.
none whatsoever. I would have no interest in it. I only find it interesting if it's strictly fictional or if it's just something that's like made up and there's no sentience is actually being damaged. That's why I like Halloween, but I don't like, you know, someone actually being murdered or like an axe murderer or some shit like that. But
Yeah.
like somebody dressed up as an axe murderer, I find entertaining. But
Have you ever
know,
seen
that kind
Westworld?
of- I did, yeah.
Oh, what's your thoughts of Westworld? I haven't seen season 2 because I've heard it's bad.
Well,
but
Westworld,
season 1 is.
yeah, a Westworld scenario, I would be opposed to a Westworld scenario also because even even if the forms that are created, the cyborgs, and I'm not sure to whatever degree they're able to experience pain in that scenario, but let's say you have a Westworld scenario where the forms that are being killed or shot can't feel any pain whatsoever. They're just literally, you know, sentient robots doing their thing and acting a scene or whatever, and they don't feel pain when they're getting killed or whatever's happening to them, but they can feel anything that's pleasurable. If that was the case, I would still be opposed to a Westworld scenario where the forms I would be opposed to the forms being harmed or killed. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't be opposed to a Westworld where you could interact and have scenarios like time periods where you're not harming their forms. I would be fine with that. But where you're just having intercourse with them or something, you know, that kind of a thing, I'd be fine with.
Is it just more like an emotional disgust to it, or is it more like
It's
you think
multiple
there's
layers.
something,
No, it's because
like, inherently bad of it?
if their forms or their sentiences were able to experience pleasure, especially, I would be opposed to them ever being killed or destroyed. That's
Okay.
that even if they couldn't feel pain, that would be my stance. But even if they couldn't actually even feel pleasure either, they're literally just programs responding to what you're saying and doing, but they themselves aren't actually feeling anything. Even then, I would be opposed to it because I value machines and the work and effort and time that goes into making them and the value of the machine itself. And I'm not a wasteful or destructive person. I consider it wasteful and destructive to destroy things for any reason unless it's absolutely necessary, you know. So like even just from a straight up logistical no other reason standpoint of let's engage with this machine as long as possible until it just naturally wears out versus destroying it, that's my stance. Same thing with cell phones or computers or TVs or whatever. That's why I'm very livid and opposed and really pissed off at people who destroy functional devices, like the videos where people destroy perfectly good Game Boys or like game systems. That shit really pisses me off actually, because of the amount of waste that is involved in that and the amount of destruction of something that could have been given to someone who really needed that or wanted it for free, like a kid who doesn't have money but who wants a PlayStation, and then you're smashing it. That, yeah, I really want to behead those people doing that. That's the degree of emotionality of hatred I feel towards people who destroy machines and very useful objects and items. You know, like a cell phone that's being smashed is perfectly good that could be given to a homeless, starving kid somewhere for him to get help with. You know, it's like that's kind of this. That's my stance. So if there was like a humanoid like form that didn't feel pain or pleasure, it was just responding and stuff, that's a far more valuable machine than even a computer or a cell phone or anything else we currently use. Like vastly more valuable, because you at least have a simulation of a human interaction, and that's insanely valuable in my view. That's why I actually did multiple videos on this on other channels, like love dolls especially and stuff like that. Even stationary love dolls that don't move or interact, those are like literally sacred to me. I would use the term religiously sacred, but I'm not religious. But like they're like majorly sacred to the point I consider it criminal, and I think people should be executed if they destroy in an aggressive way, like a love doll or something like that, or just damage a form like that. Because it's the psychology that I want removed from the world that leads to people doing that. You know, I'm not talking about like, okay, you need to replace the parts and like constructively deconstruct something for some other use or whatever, but I'm talking about like just actually destroying those forms, you know, like smashing their heads in or ripping the heads off or whatever, because I know people are going to start doing that as time goes on with these love
Do you
dolls
not
and
think
stuff.
it's like
That pisses
better?
me off.
Do you not? So it pisses you off. Does it? I mean, do you not think it would be a better outlet than like like I mean, doing an actual? I mean, or like just letting it like contain within yourself, like because that's gonna harm themselves by like.
No, I don't think it's a better outlet. It's when it comes to like humanoid like forms, especially in particular. You know, I would say this: if there's like a device, like for example, these next to the axe throwing places, they usually have these places where people can go in and smash old machines and stuff. Now, like I would say, I would put it this way: as long as the form isn't like humanoid or human-like or like animal-like or something that's close to like a sentient form that can feel pain, if it's just like, you know, a TV or whatever, if it's something that's already broken and doesn't work anymore anyway, that was going to be ending up in a dumpster anyway, and people just want to let it rage out on something like that, then in that case it's not as big of an issue, even though I still consider it wasteful, because you could deconstruct it in a more constructive way without doing it that, and you know, harvest the materials. But I think within that, that's, you know, it's within the realm of, okay, you know, whatever. It's never something I'll feel inclined to do. But you know, but when it comes to like love dolls in particular, like sex dolls and stuff, it's a hard no for me. Like I don't consider that at all any less bad than killing an actual female or killing an actual sentient person. Personally, I don't feel it's different, even though I know technically within the laws it's different because it's not actually a sentient form that can feel pain. In principle, to me, because my devotional practice, also my goddess dynamic thing, has to do with recognizing her doll-like nature. So love dolls are literally like for me personally, they're living examples and samples of the actual goddess and her actual nature, more accurate samples of her actual nature in this world than even sentient organic forms are. So that's, for me personally, why I take it so incredibly personally when that happens. But, and I could elaborate on that in a different place and have in other videos and stuff, but that's how I see it. So yeah, I just put it this way: if I had somebody who was a friend of mine and I found out they engaged in some like ripping and destroying a love doll or something, like some rage outlet or whatever, I would never relate to them ever again. I wouldn't be able to consider them a friend ever again. I just wouldn't be able to have anything to do with them after that, like, because there's no relatability in me to that at all. Like that psychology, their actions, unless afterwards maybe they like were super remorseful about it and like were that recognized it was insanely fucked up and they'll never do it again, then maybe I would reconsider it. But
So are you like
that,
an intentionalist, rather? What do you say, or?
Yeah, majorly also that. An intentionalist is part of my worldview as well. So if you're an intentionalist combined with an actionist, so it's like, you know, depending on what particular context. So if your intent leads you to actions that are physically harmful and stuff, that's a problem. If you have an intent that's fucked up, but you don't physically act on it, it's not that big of a deal because it's just floating around in your head. But you know, that's kind of how I see it. You know, like if you intend to do something but you don't, okay, you didn't actually do it. But if you do the thing, then yeah, that's so. Not necessarily. I don't know. Not necessarily an intentionalist in that regards per se, because I don't think people should be
What's your
punished
thoughts
for
on
just intentions only.
what's
But
your thoughts on what I do, which is like I'm not intending to harm anybody, but I intentionally make like fantasies that are quite violent towards like women and stuff.
well, I think in your case, it's probably more like, and correct me if I'm wrong on this. You're probably kind of like what a person creating a horror movie would be doing. Like you're thinking up in your head scenarios to put into some sort of like visual artistic form for you to either observe or just engage in visually or whatever, without actually desiring for any sentience to actually be harmed. Would that be accurate in what I'm saying? Like the visuals of it happening are what you're contemplating, but you're not actually contemplating actually inflicting actual agony on someone else, you know? Or is that not accurate?
Except for the most part, that's accurate. To some
Like
extent,
I'm saying in cases of minus someone like having done something to you, minus it being like a revenge thing to get back or something like that.
yeah.
Like just a totally innocent female. Obviously, those your contemplations aren't those kind. Obviously, right?
I mean,
I
it
mean,
really
obviously.
depends. I mean, sometimes I think it can kind of get into the territory of like actual violent desire for people to be harmed, but I wouldn't
Mhm.
actually like do it myself. But because I am a sadist, but at the same time, I think most of it is just like for the gore appeal of like I get off to like witnessing sexual violence, basically.
I see. Well, I think in your case, it would be like, at least you're honest about it, and that's the first principle. Most people aren't honest about stuff like that. So, I mean, the way I see it, I guess if an intentionalist means that you believe people should be convicted or held to account for the intentions themselves, I would say probably not really. I mean, because as far as I'm concerned, that's just stuff floating around in your head. I mean, yeah, in my view, if it involves in any way, shape, or form the contemplation of actually inflicting actual pain on a sentience, especially an innocent female, that's insanely fucked up. But as long as you're not acting on it, well, you're not acting on it. But I mean, it's like, um,
Yeah, I used to. Well, back in the day, I used to be like full on, like thought I'd be like a serial killer by this point, basically. Like back in the day, I was like straight like, yo, I'm probably gonna be like homicidal as shit in the future. Now,
yeah,
obviously, I'm not, but like, I
you're
I
able to
still enjoy the
somehow,
fantasies. So
yeah, you were able to somehow figure out and regulate it and stuff like that. Yeah, it's definitely. I understand what you're saying, but it's definitely not something I relate to. Like, but I can totally understand contemplating like in a movie format. Like, okay, I have this idea for a movie where this happens to this person or that person or whatever, or for like a story or something. Like Stephen King does. Okay, I'm gonna write up this story about this and this and this and this and scare people with it or whatever. That makes sense to me. I don't see anything wrong with that as long as no one's actually being harmed and it's just a fictional scenario or something. Um,
but you would never
but
relate to like first person, just like while beating your meat, just like imagining doing extreme violent harm to someone against their consent, essentially.
not at all. Not at all.
That's understandable.
Especially if it's a totally innocent form or person or whatever, or there's any degree of innocence there. Especially not. I can. Yeah, I have emotional surges like in the moment that go away pretty quick that I've had towards people who have like been really, really, really fucking nasty and shitty to me and caused me fucked up situations in my life and others that I care about. Where like, man, I just want to chop this person's fucking head off and just remove them from existence. But I've never had any like it's more just like a reactive thing of that's how pissed off I am at how horrible they're being. Not that I'm contemplating, oh, I just want to do that or I'm getting off at the idea. It's more just like wanting to get rid of this problem person that's only a problem everywhere and everything they do and just remove them from existence so they're not a thing anymore, interfering with my happiness and others' happiness. It's kind of a thing. But those even then it just surges up in me like in the heat of the moment or maybe like a short while after, but then afterwards I just cool off and it's gone. But that's pretty
Yeah.
much the extent of it with me. I mean,
So
beyond
you've never had like rape fantasy or desire ever in your entire life, I imagine, like most.
no,
Like,
actually, it actually totally turns me off. Like the idea of anything not consensual happening, I can't even stay hard, even at the thought of something not being consensual. Like if I'm even if I'm intimate with a female, if I'm not 100% certain she's like totally cool with it and wanting it and really happy about it, it's hard for me to stay hard if I'm even like in that zone at all. That there's any possibility she's not getting pleasure from it or something. That's how far it goes for me. Like I can't feel turned on if there's any degree of lack of consent in something. It just immediately I'm totally turned off. Like entirely. Yeah. So
See, I find that interesting because I've had conversations with Christians and stuff, and they'll be like, "No, man, every single person on the planet is born into sin and has all those desires." And so I guess even Christians, like I've had conversations with Christians where they'll be like, "Yeah, man, everybody has those things," and I'm like, "Huh,
well,
it's probably true, but
here's an interesting scenario. And this is how I would actually go about it because a lot of people try to claim and say all this type of stuff, but let's zoom to the most horrific example. Like I always like doing this because that's where things always eventually lead anyway. So let's put an example in front of our faces so we can discuss how we would realistically, with our psychology the way it is now, go about it. So let's say you are locked in a room with a very, very extremely attractive female that's like super hyper attractive to you, right? And she's put in a position physically to where all you have to do is just go up and penetrate her, right? But she has no desire to be there. It's totally against her will. She doesn't want to be there. She's just, but she's not able to scream, right? She's like her ability to scream or whatever is shut off, but there she is. Now, the only way for you to be able to escape that room and her is, well, only you know this though, right? So she's not aware of this, but you are informed via some like internal brain thing that they wired in you or whatever, that only if you forcefully penetrate her are you able to escape that room, and only then is she able to escape the room, but she can't know that that's the only way both of you can escape the room. Okay,
I've
so
seen
let's.
that hentai.
What's that?
I said I've seen that hentai.
Yeah, it's a hentai scenario. So it's like, okay,
It's an actual one too. Not even
yeah, it's
joking.
an actual one. So basically, what I'm saying is that all right, but you have the ability to say what you want and go about it any way you want. Like you can, and basically afterwards, you won't face any consequences yourself at all, no matter how you go about it or what you do, even to the point of the person being murdered or killed. So you could be as gentle as you want, or you could be as brutal as you want, and no consequences will follow for you afterwards, guaranteed 100%. But only you know that, right? So she's not able to scream or do anything. She's just in that position. You can just move her, do whatever you want with her. Now, what I would do, but she's able to process and hear what you say, and she's aware of what's happening. She's just not able to, like, of her own volition, like do anything or respond or whatever, other than what you make her do or respond. So what I would do is I would explain to her the situation. So basically, you would have the option to either explain to her the situation or not. So you would have the ability to do either one. And I would be like, okay, I would make sure to be as gentle and as soft as possible, basically just to get it over with, and explain to her beforehand what the situation is, how fucked up it is, how it's totally disgusting, how I'm sorry beforehand, all this type of thing, and be very careful and be like, you know what, I really don't want to be here, but literally this is the only way to escape this fucking hell we're both locked in right now. So afterwards, I'm gonna make sure to make up for it, and I'm gonna make sure to go forward and have a good dynamic with you in a relationship, everything else, and make up for this fucked up situation we were thrown in, right? Ideally, hopefully, having a consensual, mutually uplifting thing. And then once I saw that she was like feeling assured to some extent about the scenario and just, okay, I understand, I get it, then and only then would I actually start going forward and trying to actually give her pleasure while it's happening, so that it's not basically getting her to the point where she actually consents to it first before anything happened would be a big deal to me, however long it took. If I had to spend days trying to convince her to get her into that state where she actually agreed to it, like legitimately, I would, however long it took, as long as I could reasonably do so. That's basically what I'm saying. So even if I'm put in the worst case scenario where I have all the power in the world to do literally whatever I want to with the form, I'm only going to be able to be aroused if there's actual consensualness in the other person, like that's legit there. If it's not there, I can't even fucking get turned on, for fuck's sake. Really?
You're a lot more virtuous than I am. I mean, I'm not even sure about virtuous because I'm not sure. I mean, for me, what I'd do is basically something very similar if I was nowadays, but then I'd just snap her neck afterwards, I guess.
Wow.
But
At least you're honest about it. But yeah, I mean,
but you know, when it comes down to it, like in the past, it would just been like I would just not cared at all. I would have just been like, oh, enjoyment of myself, I guess.
yeah.
But
You're one of the rare people who's actually honest about that. I think many more people in the world actually agree with you on that and would do that in action, whether they admit it or not. I think a lot of people psychologically are there, you know, and it's fucking horrifying that that's the case. But I mean, it's the fucking reality. Like a lot of people are there psychologically, man, and they would be very brutal in those situations if given the power. Fuck, I've seen situations that are far more mild than that, where people are extremely brutal to others when they're given any degree of power over them or sense of power, etc. And what's interesting is I actually like to test that sometimes as a little game just to see how fucked up people are psychologically. So you saw like those handful of videos I was doing throwing out at the schizo machine to just see how he would respond to them. Damn, dude, that dude would be a fucking psychotic piece of shit if he was given power over others to do what he wanted with them. Holy shit, man, that guy would be fucking awful to people. I mean, even just little
which
minor
one?
degrees. The guy who runs the Sanity Machine channel, who does all those fucking like tangent narratives about people and shit like that, and he just goes on
okay.
and on and on. So if he were given any degree of actual fucking power over others who had insulted him or mistreated him in the past, holy shit, that would be fucking hell to pay for the person like that. And it really, I sit here chuckling and I'm like, yeah, people would really vastly prefer if I was the one. Just that they like if they fucked with me or treated me bad in the past, they would vastly prefer if I was the one that they were at the full mercy of. If push comes to shove, like they would not want that motherfucker anywhere near them in terms of being thrown at the mercy of someone they insulted or mistreated. That guy is a vengeful motherfucker. That guy is a retaliatory piece of work. Like it's nobody's fucking business. Like retaliating over minor ass
Yeah, I think it would be like 90%, 99% of the time you'd like 99% of the time you nowadays you'd want me to be like the one doing the punishment because you know I'm just gonna Thanos them out of existence, just snap them out like bam. That's how I'd do it if I was at like power of God, you know. But at the same time, there's like that 1% chance that you just catch me in a real bad day, and I'd just be like full on revenge mode and just be like, I'm gonna tear your rib cage out and slit your throat using, you know, like who
Yeah,
fucking
a lot of
knows?
people would be of that mindset. Whereas with me, it's just like, okay, whatever somebody did to me or however horrific it was. I mean, like obviously if it was like an extreme case, like if they cut my penis or genitals off, then I would
Yeah.
just immediately kill them, obviously. But if it was something more mild than that, of any variety, like just emotional manipulation or verbal abuse or whatever the fuck, hell, even like physical abuse or beatings or something. If so, as long as it's something my body could have recovered from and it wasn't like permanent, lifelong, like something that I couldn't, you know, like my leg was missing or some shit from that. If it was something more mild, I would just you know, I would just give them a very long conversation about how I could have done all those things to them. And it's very important that they themselves have my own psychology going forwards so that they understand the implications of the bullet that they just dodged by being at my mercy instead of at somebody else's mercy. Right. That's basically the spiel I would give them. Right. And, you know, I would be like, all right, so going forward, you're going to treat me like a fucking angel and you're going to treat me like the best thing that's ever existed forever for the rest of my existence. You're going to fucking worship the ground I walk on. Capiche? Yes, yes,
Right.
yes, yes, yes. That's what I would make that very clear to them. Like, you're going to do these things after this and you're going to follow through on them. All right. You got it? Yes. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. And only then, you know, that kind of a thing, basically. But to make sure that they actually behave that way would be the idea, right?
I think I understand that bit quite a bit because like just me being like the psychology that I have in the past compared to now, like one of the reasons I'm so open about like the way I am is just because like how much I've changed basically. It's kind of like to show like I could have been like an absolute fucking psycho, but I like have the ability and chose somehow not only chose but like somehow like fate I guess kind of pushed me in the direction of you know not being like absolute horrible person, but I could actively see that I could have been. So it's like you know in a way it's kind of me like being like, hey world, look at this, like you should generally become a better person yourself, because if I can become a better person, then fucking anybody can.
Exactly, man. There it is, you know? I mean, I think about that a lot though. I was like, man, how would this person behave if like there was some altercation and I was left totally at their mercy or some shit? And it's fucking nightmarish, the obviousness of the vast majority of people, how they would behave. Damn, dude, most people are vengeful motherfuckers like it's nobody's business. Like,
Oh,
holy
yeah.
shit. Over like really minor ass shit a lot of times too, dude. Like it's scary to me. Like legit. It's scary to me the degree of vengeance that most people have most of the time in them. That they don't admit but is there and is obviously there.
Oh, people get angry for like the silliest things, man. I got like
Shit, man.
some person tried to scam me a couple days ago on Facebook, and I literally recognized it was a scam, so I kind of wasted their time for a little bit, just kind of toying. Like, I think this is a scam, but I'm not 100%. So I'm just gonna like toy with them and see if it's a scam. So I just
Yeah.
went forward with it all the way to the point where like, can you send a picture of your driver's license to me as fast as you can? And I'm like, block. And I blocked them on Facebook, but they also during this process of trying to scam me were like, "Yo, can you add me on Google Play?" Well, it's not Google Play, Google Message to try to like contact me through there, to like contact my boss or whatever, to get hired for this company because they're basically trying to do identity theft for me. They're trying to like get a hold of all my information. So I was like,
Right.
yeah, sure. So I'm just like talking to this person for like 2 hours before I inevitably just block them on Facebook.
I love it.
Right once I block them, once I block, well, stop messaging the person and block them on Facebook, I just get like a message out of nowhere from from a different one of their accounts messaging me, being like, "What the fuck? Why did you block me?" And here, because I said it was identity theft, so so they know who they're trying to do for identity theft. So they messaged me through my phone number, and they're like, "Oh, what the fuck's wrong with you? You just blocked me, bitch. You don't realize what the fuck you just did." They're like, I was trying to help you, and you just are a dumbass. And I'm like, are you sure about that? Because it sounded like you were trying to do identity theft. And then I blocked that account, and then they messaged me. I got an email from Google saying that they messaged me on on Google Message, being like, "Hey, I see you've blocked my friend, so and so. Why would you do that?"
Which
And
is dumb.
I'm like, wow, this lady's literally pretending to be her employer and everything, just yelling at me through multiple accounts. It's fucking amazing.
I love the fact that see only you, man, with your psychology. I love it. Where you just sit there for 2 fucking hours and just toy with somebody who you know is trying to fuck with you. See, that's the one advantage of being a psycho, bro. That's what you have the abilities to do shit like that that can actually like backfire. Well, that can actually help in benevolent ways where you just toy with people who actually deserve to be toyed with. Taste of their own fucking medicine, man. You know, it's like so instead of like her stealing your identity, her time was totally wasted and fucked with by you, basically, in the process of trying to steal your shit.
Pretty much, yeah. I gave her just the amount that I needed. I was like, here's my useless phone number. Here's my useless email. Oh, you want my driver's license? No, no, no. We're not giving you that. Anything that's actually legally me in the picture? No, no, no. But we can waste your time bouncing you around with valid emails and shit.
I love it. That was actually very fucking similar to what I did with the Sanity Machine, actually, on purpose. Like I knew what his psychology was when I first encountered him, but I drugged the thing out for like 4 months just to like show people what was actually happening with that situation over time. So I would put up like these decoy videos that would be up there just to see if he would bite. And like once he realized, what's funny, he realized over time that the videos that I was intending for him to bite on were what he was always biting on. And I was like do a follow up and talk about it and elaborate on it and all this type of stuff. So he just stopped. I've looked at his channel and he's like he hasn't, other than like the same picture over and over again, the Scatman picture where he posts on his community page, he hasn't like done anything about my stuff since then, since I blocked him on my channel account. And since I basically just every single time he did that, it would be so obviously a decoy video for him to like focus on and basically for me to go on an elaboration about his psychology and what's actively at work here towards these things, why he responds this way. So it's really interesting to see that at work. Like like paranoid schizophrenics, they have a very specific pattern, as well as like you're talking about, like criminal people who want to steal your identity and stuff. Their pattern is very obvious. So all you have to do is, okay, observe their pattern over time, look at what it is, and literally, if you just on purpose, like what you did, you're basically decoying the person in essence. Then what happens is all they're left with is, okay, no matter what I do, this person is literally only going to keep doing that in relationship to what I'm doing. So they lose their fuel for doing any of it. It loses the entire purpose and point, basically. Whereas in the case of what's that?
What's the name of the channel, by the way, that you're having that like little fallout
His
with?
channel is the Sanity Machine. It's I to this day still laugh about the fucking exaggerated bullshit he goes on about with, he'll have like Christopher's, all these other channels, just video after video, short after short after short, just huge numbers of them going on these totally tangent narratives about everybody else being team evil, these demons, all these types. It's like the second anybody anywhere who he's had prior contact with calls him out in a solid way on anything, immediately from that point forward, you're now instantly a member of Team Evil, and he'll just do huge numbers of videos about you. If you're another content creator he's contacted and had any kind of contact with before, that's what he does, and you can see it all over the place. That's what his channel is known for, especially. But
you're not even wrong. He literally has a video called "The Lord of Flies: Mentality of Team Evil." He literally has a thing called Team Evil. What the fuck?
He has hundreds of them. I mean, yeah, it's fucking hilarious. And he like actually legit believes that Team Evil narrative that he's like spewing out to people. Totally fucking paranoid schizophrenic, diagnosed with it, proud of the diagnosis.
Proud of being a diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic.
Yeah, but denying that the DSM-5 has any validity in every paranoid schizophrenic always does, obviously.
Yeah.
Because they're always right and everybody else is always wrong, blah blah blah, that whole spiel. Or everybody else is always more wrong than they are, even if they're mistaken. Everybody else is always more at fault than they ever are. That whole spiel, like every paranoid schizophrenic does. It's amazing how unbelievably schizotypical he is, but he believes he's so incredibly unique and so distinct from all sorts of other people and all sorts of other paranoid schizophrenics, when literally his behavior is so goddamn cookie cutter predictable within the paranoid schizophrenic fold. You already know what he's going to say before he even says it. Before he even does the video, you already know what he's going to go on about. And so I observed his pattern over those 4 months, and I was just like, you know what? If I call him out ahead of time, he's going to do it anyway. But I would rather have all my videos up about all my pervy shit first, and have it like where I already publicly talked about it before he can get around to it. Because if you were to do it before I publicly talked about the stuff, it would be this whole thing of, oh my God, see, it would be a whole other narrative. So I was just like, okay, I'm just going to do it before. Then when I get around to calling him out on his bullshit, which I eventually did, then boom, there it was, Team Evil. So basically what I did was I determined when he classified me as Team Evil instead of him determining when, right? Whereas the others that he did that with, they immediately retaliated like early on. Like at any point, like even from the initial contact I had with him, I could have retaliated right then and there, like instantly, the first time he contacted me, because he was going on in this tangent narrative saying, oh, your friends, like all these different content creators I had never even fucking heard of. I watched one video of this guy, and he's saying your friends who are Team Evil and this and that, and he had this huge fucking story attached to like my 1 or 2 comments under a video of a guy I never even fucking met before. Like I just saw like one video of his, and I talked to Corbett like a handful of times. So it was obvious to me what he was doing and what he was on about. Like, and people had mentioned, oh yeah, he has troll tendencies, he's diagnosed schizophrenic and blah, blah, blah. So I knew what to expect, but I was like, okay, well, if right off the gate he's doing this with me, he's just literally sitting there waiting for me to basically bite with retaliation, with like getting pissed off and angry. So what I did instead was I did a bunch of videos where I was quote unquote representing his side and the other side over and over and over again, just to see how he would keep responding to that stuff. And sure enough, The response was always the same. But it's a situation where it actually got really fucked up with him and a few other different content creators, because it actually started getting, it affected another person's physical life, where his family members kicked him out of the house, and there was all sorts of weird shit that went on outside of fucking YouTube, actually. So it was a really bizarre fucking situation, but it just goes to show the degrees of fucked uppery that are going on in the paranoid schizophrenic's brain. It's really fucking weird, but it's predictable. It's just basically everybody else who isn't a paranoid schizophrenic also sees exactly what's happening, but it's only the paranoid schizophrenic and others diagnosed with it. They're the only people who are living in a different headspace in relationship to what's happening. So this is how like you can recognize a paranoid schizophrenic. It's they'll have a totally different narrative about you in their head that they've made up and created and concocted and elaborated on, that has nothing to do with the reality about you whatsoever. And everybody else with basic sense understands this also. But the paranoid schizophrenic actually believes the narrative about you they've created in their head. So, in my videos, that's why I was saying, I was like, yeah, I would call him a troll because he's engaging in behaviors that are by definition trolling behaviors. The only reason I'm not going to do that is because it's obvious to me there's some sort of processing of the situation in his brain that is, he's legitimately not at all processing what he's doing as trollish behavior, that's what it is. He's living in a different headspace entirely from the people he's going on about in this way. So, that's precisely why I was I didn't get that incredibly raging about it, because I knew that's what the situation was. But
my brother walked into the room and said he's 100% certain that the devil exists for some reason. Why do you say that, Colin? Because you see all a bunch of evil shit and people are corrupt. Why do you? I mean, some people definitely go to hell, but I mean, if there is a hell, there's people who definitely go to hell. But I mean, it's a destination.
It's 100% certain that devils exist for sure. Whether it's one devil or multiple, that's for sure. I mean, reality itself is 100% evil. So, I mean, yeah, that's obvious. So, yeah, what good insight. The devil definitely does exist. I guess the only question would be what kind of devil, what definition, and whose version of the devil exists, I guess would be the question. But a devil existing is definitely real for sure. Yeah, it's obvious. Definitely true.
Huh.
It just depends on whose version, like how powerful, what degree of devil are you classifying? If we're minusing the theistic world, technically we have a world full of devils in human form that are permeating the planet. So, I mean, I guess it really determines what a person's definition of devil actually is.
Yeah.
What tier of power do you classify as a devil or not? Sort of thing.
Yo, Scott, I'm gonna be right back, my dude. I'm gonna go smoke my brother really quickly, but feel free to do whatever you want. If you want to leave, fair enough. If you want to top up and drink, fair
I've
enough.
got some other stuff to do tonight. I enjoyed talking to you though, and I will probably just say have a good night on this one. And yeah, man, it was fun talking to you.
Yeah, it was awesome talking to you, Scott. Take care.
Take care, brother.
Ciao. Yeah, we're smoking. We're vaping THC. CBD. Gone to vape. Gone TBD to have.
There are people who want it not to be true, that God exists, and in fact wouldn't submit to that truth even if it were true. There was a recent poll run by the Atheist Experience YouTube channel, which I know, Jonathan, you're a fan.
I'll be right back.
Fan of, which asked, if there was a God, would you worship it? To which an astonishing 85% of respondents said that they would not. There are, however, also people who disbelieve in God, not out of resistance or stubbornness or a hardened heart, but rather due to sheer lack of conviction. Indeed, many such people actively want to be convinced of God's existence and would jump at the chance of entering into a relationship with him if they thought that he did. But no matter how hard they search, they simply find no answer forthcoming from the heavens. And this is the non-resistant non-believer. Formally, then, Schellenberg's problem of divine hiddenness can be stated as follows. Premise 1, if there is a God, he is perfectly loving, something I'm pretty sure Jonathan agrees with. Premise 2, if a perfectly loving God exists, non-resistant non-belief does not occur. Premise 3, non-resistant non-belief does occur. 4, therefore, no perfectly loving God exists, and the conclusion from the first premise is that therefore there is no God. A loving God, like the Christian God, would surely not refuse any willing person from developing a relationship with him. And so if somebody is truly non-resistant and open to receiving God's grace, we should expect them to receive it. Thus, Schellenberg's assertion that if God exists, then non-resistant non-belief does not exist. The question, then, is there such a thing as non-resistant non-belief, a non-resistant non-believer? To which all I can really say is nice to meet you. The last time I debated Jonathan a number of years ago, when I was just a few months out of being a teenager, I said that even if I found Christianity to be true, I still wouldn't want to worship the God that it promotes. I now, since then, have realized how irrational and self-defeating this assertion is, and stand before you today as an example of a non-resistant non-believer. I think it would be great if God existed. I really do. I would absolutely love to escape death. I would relish being a
No, I
recipient
don't
of
have that.
unconditional love. Less selfishly, I would love to be able to worship that which deserves to be worshipped. I just don't think it's true. Now, try as I might, look where I can, I find no response, no hint, nothing. I don't choose to disbelieve in God any more than I choose to disbelieve in aliens, despite how much I might want them to. So when faced with a psalm like Psalm 139, I'm overwhelmed with a sense not of beauty and consolation, but envy and disappointment. Where can I go from your spirit? Where can I flee from your presence? Where can I go, I should ask in response, to find it? Of course, you cannot know my heart. You can't know if I'm truly as non-resistant as I claim, but I hope that my actions here might betray me. As a Catholic child, I was once an altar boy. I would serve the altar of Mother Church every Sunday dressed in a white robe. In the time since then, I have, to put it mildly, been looking for God. I went to Catholic schools. I studied philosophy and theology at A levels. I made a career out of engaging with religious arguments. I have explored arguments from contingency, from fine-tuning, from motion, from mathematics, from irreducible complexity and the alleged resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth. It may surprise my followers online to learn that at university I visited numerous churches on the invitation of various friends. I spent hours talking with religious friends until the sun rose again, if you like. I spent I attended Bible groups regularly too, which might surprise people as well. And in fact, I still do attend such groups. Just recently, I agreed to embark on a series of study of the wisdom literature, specifically reading it again in the hopes that this time I might finally feel a divine presence seeping from between the lines. I moved into a house for a year with 2 devoutly Christian housemates with the express intention of seeing if the obvious truth of Christianity and theism that people like to talk about can be found in the minutiae of daily life. I have looked, in other words, in a great deal of places. I read Athanasius and Anselm. I read Augustine and Aquinas. I looked in Julian of Norwich and Catherine of Siena. I looked at the sociological origin of religious belief in Durkheim and Marx and Freud and Jung. I looked at religious experience in William James and Rudolf Otto. I've looked in the modern works of people like Ed Feser and Bill Craig and Michael Murray and Richard Swinburne and Alvin Plantinga. I've looked in poetry. I've looked in the Psalms. I've looked in Job. I've looked in Ecclesiastes. I've looked in Dostoevsky. I read C.S. Lewis. I listened to worship music. I prayed. I studied the gospel. I even got an actual degree in theology from a university. And nothing, not once, not nearly, not ever, not even briefly have I experienced anything that speaks to the existence of a God in the universe. I think it's asking a lot of any atheist to seriously engage with a religion that he does not believe is true in any circumstances. But I think like I have gone above and beyond what can be reasonably expected of any atheist who wishes to entertain the God hypothesis. And for my efforts, I have been awarded radio silence. The inescapable God of the NRSV, in other words, is for me the invisible God or the inapproachable God, the deaf, distant God. The best account that I can give of this experience of complete and utter silence from deaf heaven is that all that truly exists to me is impersonal space and air and rocks. I know, it sucks. I'm sorry. It's a shame, but there's no need to cry about it. And nothing more. My question to Jonathan then is simple. How can theism account for this lived experience? How can it account, in other words, for non-resistant non-belief? And if atheism, and doesn't atheism, offer a better explanation at the very least? Am I a non-resistant non-believer? If so, what offers a best account or a better account of such a condition? A universe in which there is a loving God who does want to be my friend, but is for some reason refusing or hiding or toying with me, or a universe without one? Or is there no such thing as a non-resistant non-believer, which is the only remaining option? Do we all secretly resist in some way or other? After desperately, in other words, trying to convince myself of God's existence for years and being left painfully unconvinced, will you just submit, as if to add insult to this spiritual injury, that this is in some way my fault? And if it is, then what could I have done differently? What should I be doing differently? What could I possibly have done differently given the course of my life? Now, assume for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, the alternative hypothesis of naturalism, of atheism, and ask if it provides a good account of non-resistant non-belief. And I think the answer is obvious. But it does get worse yet. You'll remember that my second fact that I said that I would bring up is the geographical predictability of religious belief. Not only does theism need to account for non-resistant non-belief, but also for the fact that such belief is unequally present across the globe. Stephen Mason has pointed out that the populace of Saudi Arabia is 95% Muslim and therefore 95% theistic, whereas the populace of Thailand is 95% Buddhist and therefore at best 5% theistic. How likely you are to be a theist, in other words, is intimately tied to the place in which you happen to be born. What can better explain this geographical spread? Theism or naturalism or atheism? Well, let's consider our two competing hypotheses. Could it be that God does exist, but that the Thai are simply naturally 20 times more likely to be resistant to belief in God than, say, the Saudis? Are they just naturally 20 times more stubborn or something? This seems implausible. This doesn't seem to be their fault. Okay, so maybe then it's not their fault, and God just has some reason to hide his face disproportionately more from the Thai than from Saudis, or indeed from those born here in Massachusetts, which has a theistic, according to one statistic, is 75% theistic. If theism is true, it seems to me that God has a lot to answer for here. Is it not troubling, Jonathan, for as a Christian, that your place of birth is a reliable statistical indicator of how likely you are to be saved. I'll say that again. Your place of birth, which is entirely arbitrary, is a reliable indicator of how likely you are on Christianity to be saved. You're significantly more likely to be a theist if you're born in Rwanda than if you're born in Thailand. Can this situation really obtain under the supervision of a God who wants to come to know us and makes his existence equally accessible to all? The chances seem infinitely small. Now consider naturalism or atheism. Religion varying by region is exactly what we would expect if it is a man-made cultural phenomenon, and nothing like what we should expect if there is, in fact, one true God who loves all equally. Again, I think atheism provides a much stronger account of this fact of our world. Finally, then, the third fact of our universe, which is gratuitous suffering. Gratuitous here means something like unjustified or unwarranted or meaningless. I do this because it's easy to see how some instances of suffering may be beneficial in certain circumstances or necessary to bring about some desirable state of affairs, some desirable end. But the existence of meaningless or unnecessary suffering does seem to be incompatible with the existence of a God who loves us and has the power to prevent it from happening. We're sometimes told that God has morally sufficient reason to allow suffering to exist. Indeed, if God is good, then he must have such sufficient reason. Perhaps suffering is necessitated by human free will. Perhaps suffering helps to develop a person's moral character, or maybe it's necessary to achieve some other end that God wishes to bring about. But intuitively, there appear to be instances of suffering that cannot serve any such end. And if even one example of these turns out to be an actual case of unnecessary or meaningless suffering, this would be enough to cause a problem. I want to propose something that might sound a little strange at first, which is that the biggest problem for theism here is not, famously, the great, intense sufferings of the world, like holocausts or earthquakes, but rather menial, less significant suffering, like being caught out in the rain, or stubbing your toe, or tripping over a curb on the street. Why? It seems a tad absurd, I'll grant you that, but consider this. When we experience a great suffering, like the death of a loved one, or a devastating earthquake, or indeed a holocaust, it's easy to imagine that this might somehow be part of a grand plan. The depth of our suffering may make us into better people. The people who die may be experiencing a much happier state of affairs in the afterlife now. Perhaps by allowing the Jewish Holocaust to take place, God makes it such that we are far less likely to allow even worse projects of genocide to occur in the future. But what could possibly be served? What possible end could be served? What possible meaning could there be in stubbing your toe, or tripping over a curb, or having a pigeon use your new suit as a restroom? Such instances are not significant. They're usually forgotten within a day or two, and therefore do not and cannot develop the soul. Nor do they seem plausibly part of some grand design or plan. They seem, that is to say, meaningless and unnecessary. More meaninglessness than instances of, let's say, great or intense suffering, much more meaningless than these. And truly meaningless, unnecessary suffering is certainly more expected in a world without benevolent supervision than in a theistic paradigm. A successful theodicy, in other words, then, needs to provide not only an account of the great and intense sufferings of the world, but also the menial sufferings which pervade the human experience. Now, I'm actually quite surprised that I've made it this far without mentioning animals yet. It's quite unlike me, but that's a final consideration that does deserve our attention. Whatever theodicy might explain human suffering, the existence of animal suffering seems infinitely more difficult to explain. Animals are not free in the way that we are, and so are immune to the free will defense. They cannot morally develop in the way that we can, and so are immune to soul-making theodicies. They are, on most accounts, not going to heaven, and so they will not be compensated for their suffering. Yet their suffering is immeasurably large. Somewhere, right now, billions of animals are suffering in the wild, from predation, from disease, from hunger, from fear. Imagine a deer with its leg caught under a fallen tree, dying of starve, confusion. It doesn't know why it's there. It feels hungry, it's starving to death, and it's trapped under a tree, and it has no idea why. What could possibly be the purpose or meaning of this? I'll remind you that this is exactly the kind of thing that we should expect to see if the natural world is an amoral arena of accidentally existing organisms fighting with each other to stay alive. But can we really expect this on theism? Should we expect this on theism? What offers a better account? Keep in mind that, in other words, I'm not arguing that theism can offer no account of these kinds of situations and sufferings,
Howdy, howdy.
though I
Whoever's
am
watching.
skeptical that it can. I'm only arguing that assuming that theism is false offers a better account of it than assuming that theism is true. Assume atheism, assume that human beings and other animals are nothing more than evolved creatures who developed pain receptors to make them more prone to avoiding the menial and great sufferings that upset our survival prospects. On this account, the existence of all
Reproduction
suffering,
process,
small and great, is
survival,
not only explained,
secondary.
but expected. Thus,
I
atheism
get the
offers a
point.
better account, in my view, than theism of three crucial and unavoidable facts: divine hiddenness, geographical religious statistics, and the existence of gratuitous human and non-human suffering. And I am truly excited to hear how Jonathan might account for these on theism in defending it as a more plausible account of our reality. Thank you.
The full conversation that the clip you just watched was taken from is available via the link that just appeared on your screen. Don't forget to subscribe. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Based. How's it going to whoever's watching? Moral of the story is, yeah. God doesn't exist. There's no reason to think he does. And if it does exist, it's not a being worthy of worship. It's something that's evil. Beyond comprehension. That's all I can say. There's probably no God, but if there is a God, it's the evil as shit, or it's dead. And this is the corpse of its body and its multiplicity of all of its chaotic good and evil all combined. More evil than anything. But when it comes down to it, as Sudan said, the universe is pain. Pain existed before even God. And will always have suffering. It's inherent to life. To anything that desires, a desire will be upset. And it is just the way. The way is not good. This is not the way. Such a thing as it will never
Things They Will Never
tell you.
by Thomas Ligotti, read by Wilhelm Alexander.
I
They'll
love
always say to you
this
that it's okay.
man.
They'll always say to you that it's alright. Under no circumstances will they say to you that it's not okay. Under no conditions will they say to you that it's not alright. If only once in the course of all time, if only once in the course of your life, they would say to you that it's not okay, that it's not alright. If only once they would give you the satisfaction of hearing it spoken, only once allow you to ride on those wonderful words and soar upon the spit and the snare and the astronomical relief of hearing it said, only once. They will never say it's not okay. They'll never say that it has never been, nor will it ever be the least bit right, in the least degree. Have they mentioned that you could get by quite easily without knowing a single moment of what we call joy or what we call pleasure? That you can exist for many years, a lifetime in fact, and be estranged from anything we might call happiness or simply relaxation, yet continue to flourish right up to the very second that your own headstone looms into view? You know that it's true, but have they ever mentioned this to you? Have they ever mentioned that no one could get by, that nothing alive could remain so for long without the fear of hurt and dread of harm, without feeling the frustration or the anguish, or the full hell of unmitigated torment that is woven into everything that lives and comprises the very threads, holding it all together and true. Have they ever mentioned this to you? Pain is essential. There's nothing else to do, no other way to be. We can call it what we like, say that pain is something else, or part of something else. Never fret about finding it to be otherwise, finding it untrue. Because pain is essential, it is all there is. So why would they ever mention this to you? Skull crushing. Due to the nature of physical existence, they cannot avoid imparting to select persons what it means to have one's skull crushed, either slowly or quickly, completely or partially, whether one is deliberately attacked by some skull crusher or simply the victim of some skull crushing accident. The reason that skull crushing cannot entirely be kept a secret by them is that such an event involves, in many cases, not only great bodily pain, but also mental derangement and intense emotional agony, striking phenomena that are difficult to conceal, even to the imagination of a brain that has not undergone an actual incidence of skull crushing. Nevertheless, they have succeeded in restricting the knowledge of what it means to have one's skull crushed, to the extent that it is not a vital factor in forming the way the population in general thinks about what it means to sustain lasting and excruciating damage to any part of the human body, whether this part is a skull or the brain inside that skull, not to mention the spine and the similar developments that may ensue from spinal crushing, or even the effects of a pernicious disease affecting some other part of the anatomy that may be crushed from the inside, one cell at a time. Insanity and nothingness. Stuff and nonsense, insanity, derangement. Whatever name you want to use, we can't get enough of it. They've made sure of that. Offer us nothingness and we will pass it by without a glance, given its invisibility to our sight. They've made sure of that too. In the dark corridors of our brains and the black chaos of the world's marketplace, we will rush about as if in a dream, to grab at every piece of pulsing inventory paraded about, a galaxy of arbitrary objects in all shapes and colors, a full array of unrequested needs, unrequested impulses, and of course, every accessory imaginable for those motley costumes of agony we are forced to wear every day of our lives, seizing such merchandise with a death grip, and recalling only when our hands feel nothing in their closing grasp. Between insanity and nothingness, the choice was determined from the outset. They made sure of everything. Bottom line, no one is in the market for nothingness, while insanity, since time began, has always been flying off the shelves. The sellers. Which of them would ever say that all they have to sell is a piece of fruit gone rotten, shriveled and yet still pale green, with a dying life made of mold? They would never tell you that what they are selling is something spoiled, a piece of fruit left forgotten, unfit to be sold, and ripe with pain.
It's not Painbat's fault. Pain. Insane. Down the drain. Pain. All I know is pain. Just kidding. Pain. All I know is pain. Without you, pain. All I know is pain.
that.
Look at that. That dude.
Look at that. Just look at it. Doesn't it suck? You're either watching this or you're listening to it. And every time, every single time that I get a view from a new person, like a first-time listener, they find this, it just means that that's two more fucking idiots that had sex, that had a kid. Every human being represents two idiots. Think about that. Think about that. Think about those numbers, guys. Think about those fucking numbers. Every one person represents two fucking idiots. Every one person is just a cream pie when it could have been a facial. Or an abortion.
You're not
Or an
wrong.
abortion. Or a
Thank
Plan
you,
B
Rita.
pill, right? You know, you know the whole thing about like Hollywood's pedophiles? This whole planet is pedophiles. Every parent, every mom and dad is just a fucking pedophile. They want a kid for their own pleasure. It may not be sexual. It may not be sexual. They have a kid because of desire. They have a kid for virtue signaling, to not be socially condemned. Raise your hand if your moms and dads have a picture of you in the bathtub. How common is that? How common of a phenomenon is that? That you're in the bathtub and you're a little kid, baby, and your parents have a photograph of you in the bathtub. Maybe with your siblings. Did you take baths and showers with your moms and dads when you were kids or babies before you could talk and shit? It's normalizing pedophilia. That's the next wave. Evil. Stupid. Does it really matter which word it is? It's the problem. If they don't recognize that they're part
He's
of the
paranoid
problem, then they're the
schizophrenic,
problem.
but he does have a little point.
The red pill is a lie. There is no red pill. It's blue or black. Blue or black. Blue or black. Blue or black. Red is for pussies. Red is for simps. Red pill's bullshit. You want the truth? You want the truth? You want the truth? You're here listening to me? Your parents don't give a fuck about you. They're fucking using you. My mom uses me. When she buys me groceries, it's so she can feel good. Even though I don't want to be alive. No, that's what it is. Planet full of pedophiles. Every one human being is a cream pie that was given a name. They're naming cum. When you jerk off, do you name that load? No. They fucking name cum. They're naming cum. Cream pie. That wasn't aborted, given a name, no plan B, no plan A, no plan at all. No plan. No. Just pedophilic, hedonistic, sadomasochistic, masochistic desire, endless need, utility, redundant, grinding, wage slave, capitalistic. It's just nothing. Nothing. You see, I guess the Buddha really wasn't that enlightened after all, because people didn't listen. Jesus was more popular, and look at what he's done with the world. Or not him himself, but the message, and how it's been corrupted. And Buddhism just didn't go far enough. Buddhists just didn't go far enough. Life is suffering. Life is suffering. Stop having kids. Stop naming your cream pie. Stop naming the cum. You know? You know how many fucking guys want to nut on faces? You know how many guys? That's like, yeah, that's a thing. That's my fucking thing. And that's you gotta fucking brainwash a porn star with MK Ultra, or you gotta fucking pay her. That's the fucking thing. You either gotta fucking give her money, or you gotta brainwash her by traumatizing her brain so fucking hard that she'll act like she enjoys it. They don't fucking enjoy it naturally. They don't. You know? I don't even think they fucking enjoy sex. They fucking like food. That right there, that's their fucking G spot. They like fucking food. You know what I mean? Taking pictures of food, going out to fancy restaurants for fucking expensive meals. You know, if they like eating so much, why don't they like cooking? You know? Oh, I like driving cars, but I don't like working on cars. You know, I like playing video games. I don't like making games. You know, if you love something, just if you fucking love something, it consumes you. The problem is people love desire. It doesn't fucking ever end. It doesn't satisfy you permanently. You know, the pendulum is just boredom and suffering, boredom and suffering, boredom and suffering. And sometimes right in the middle, you'll get a little bit of pleasure. You know, you may get, you know, to smoke some do drugs is your pleasure. You may get to drive a fast car, or you may get to get, you know, get a blowjob. You may get a blowjob, but in between is always boredom and suffering. Boredom and suffering. And the suffering, you can be suffering because you have too much awareness, or you can be suffering because you don't have enough awareness. But the boredom is there, the suffering is there. The boredom, the suffering, there's two ways to suffer. Too much, not enough. The boredom's always there, and everybody always just wants to be happy. The happiness and the joy and the pleasure never lasts. Your mom and dad were pedophiles. They named cum. You know, You can't make life what you want. You know, life is what you make it. No. Life is what makes you. Life is what makes you. Life makes you. Do not take my words, but just question what I say. I question what I say. I'm trying desperately to see anything that I've left out of the equation. You know, anything objective that's not only in here, something that everyone can verify for themselves. So I go off of this, and the world that's in here by itself, it's not objective. It's subjective. That's the difference. The world in my mind has to fucking align with the things that are objective that other people can verify and account for. Okay, we're not isolated by a lot. Like our brains are isolated, but we still live in the same fucking physical world. You know, I mean, like it's just like it goes on and on and on. You know, just like the Spartans throwing babies off cliffs, and those babies
Not
are
much is
the ones,
happening, Kane, my dude. We're just watching some Reed McLeod.
so dumb. Like this isn't where you want to be. I know that. I know that this is not what you want to be doing.
Enjoying
Right now
the
in your life. You
whole
do not
Rita
want,
rant.
and you don't want
I love listening to this paranoid
you know,
schizophrenic.
this is just like
It
where
always
you
says
are
the
right now.
greatest
You're
shit.
coping with me, and I'm coping with you, and it's cope. But you want to be okay, but it's like, dude, you don't believe in love
Based.
anymore. You know, if you're this far in, it's just like you're more of a fucking alien. You're more of an alien now, living on a planet full of fucking animals. They walk around, they'll drive cars, and they'll talk, but they're really just animals. And you're a fucking alien. You're a goddamn alien at this point. You're a fucking alien somehow on this planet, walking
Basically
around,
how I
and people
feel
are
like.
oh no, Russia, Ukraine, and fucking Marvel movies, and fucking like, oh no, like it's just, like that is auxiliary bullshit. College degrees and going to clubs and looks maxing, gym maxing for a piece of fucking flesh. You know what I mean? That flesh is most of the time attached to some stupid ass fucking personality. You know what I mean? If they weren't hot, the girl you like right now, your crush, the one you want to go fuck, if you even have one, would you really give a fuck about that person if they weren't fuckable? You know, the ones who probably may have a higher chance of being lovable are not fuckable. Nature doesn't give a fuck. Nature does not give a fuck about morals or ethics, and that's the thing that really changes the game of consciousness and awareness. Like, the AI is intelligence, but like, it's just a scheming tool. Morality, and ethics and philosophy, just like, wow, man, like I don't fucking want any part of that. But like, I'm still in this fucking meat suit. I'm still in this fucking flesh that needs to eat food and drink water, and that's really it. The body only needs like, shelter, food, and water. But then there's like the emotional and the psychological, and the social needs. I want to have friends. I want to fit in. I want to make my mommy and daddy proud. I want to make my mommy and daddy proud. I want to be a success. Do you really want just some fucking girl who wants you to bang her for the rest of her fucking life, and she'll fucking throw away her fucking smartphone for you? Is that what you want? You want some girl to love you so much, and she wants to bang you for the rest of your life, that she throws away her smartphone and never talks to her parents again, and she doesn't go to college, and she doesn't go to school, and she just does whatever the fuck you want? She just does whatever the fuck you want, because like you're good to her, and she's like, holy shit. It's like, and she wants to be good for you, so she says she'll listen to you talk the truth, and you're just explaining all this crazy ass shit, and it doesn't fucking send her to the hills. And she says, oh my god, my mom and dad. And she's like, you know what, fuck mom and dad, I'm with you and nobody else. I don't need fucking Stacy, Gwen, I don't need Rebecca, Samantha, and Cassandra. I don't need those fucking fake ass bitch friends. They'll tell me to leave you. I don't need any of those motherfuckers. I'm with you. You're my man. I'm gonna be with you till I fucking die. I'll follow you to the fucking hell and back. I'll die for you. And she wants to do that kind of shit. She bangs you forever. She takes her phone and smashes it in front of you, right? But then guess what? No matter how cool that sounds, after you're here listening to me at that point, you can't trust her either. Because it could be just trying to get your guard down. Just trying to get your guard down.
Paranoid
So she can
schizophrenics
fucking
are
stab
fucking
you.
awesome.
Is that what you want? Do you want to fucking let that last bit of hope?
They're
That last
hilarious.
bit of hope. That's what they prey on. They prey on that last bit of hope in humanity's goodness. That last bit of hope, you see. That's your weakness. That is your weakness, my friend. It's not your lust. It's not your fucking desire. It's not, your flesh. It's not your fucking cravings. That last bit of hope. That there's a unicorn. But dude, unicorns never existed. Think about that. Everyone's out there looking for a fucking unicorn, and they've never been on the fucking planet, dude. It's a mythical creature for a fucking reason. Everyone's looking around. Oh, where's the unicorn? We got a fucking gang of unicorn hunters. It's 5 guys looking for a unicorn. There's only one. What the fuck are they gonna do? They're gonna all do the jester maxing shit. They're gonna try to outmog each other. And then this girl's gonna be like, oh fuck, it's just, she'll trample away. She'll fucking trot off. Do you really want to be part of that? Oh, I'm at 15 minutes. There you go. There's some black pills in 15-minute form. 15-minute form black pills. If you're watching this, fuck you. You know who you are. Brothers, you're cool. But I know you're watching. You can't resist the temptation, can you? You can't resist the temptation to watch these. And I'm not talking to future me, because I know I watch my own videos back, just learn lessons from myself in the past. But if you're watching, you better hope that atheism is real. Better hope it's real. If it's not, it'll be bad. It'll be really bad. Because I'm not alone. There's a legion. The legion is growing every day. Bye.
Just kidding. Kane, are you an antinatalist, by the way? Or Kane, like, I forget if you're an antinatalist or an ethicist, or if you're just like a random person who like stumbled across my channel. You're not sure? Hmm. Do you know what they are or no? Or it's like you're just not convinced of it yet. So it's like you're kind of convinced, but you're not entirely sure. Antinatalism is the idea that it's wrong to have children. And ethylism is the idea that people ought to extinct animal life as well as human life. Yeah, I don't see a need to have kids. Okay, cool. So you're an antinatalist. Cool. Or at the very minimum, a child for you. That's pretty cool. Glad we're growing. Glad we're growing. Every day our numbers grow. Just as Rita McLeod said. Just kidding. But it's true. Hmm.
Guy, Meridian Frost, made a video regarding the stick cam conversation I had last night. Part of it, anyway. I mean, it wasn't the whole night on this subject, but anyway. So here, I'm stuck with this, and just this, it's the pettiness and the cheapness of his fucking argument. Fuck you. Okay, I'll say that plain and straight. What an arrogant bastard. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not gonna put a.
All right, yes, making another video. I'm sorry. Brain is just a little bit. So what the hell? All right, so this guy, Energy Pun, is an interesting name, but I don't know what that means. Anyway, I don't well, whatever. When you listen to Hotla Day, you can tell that he's more concerned with his inflection of words rather than the.
General people are evil in society. Yeah,
say.
basically, and it's just gonna make more evil people.
I don't know what to say. I mean,
To have kids is
some of
just
this
to
is just familiarity
populate the
problem.
world with more
Use
evil.
certain pieces of furniture, and even when they're useless, you just I can't throw that out. And maybe it's I've said before. I mean, Hotla Day is really in some ways just too silly. You can't I can't find a I mean, this isn't that complicated, in my opinion. I mean, for him to say it's not happening, and that's what he's pretending. He's pretending a human being is just molecules like a pen, and that this emergent property of consciousness is not somehow a significant property. When, in my opinion, plastic is insignificant, skin is insignificant, flesh, blood, blah blah. That's all insignificant. The only property that's significant is this emergent consciousness thing. That's the one that has significance. And you're saying, how can you have an argument with somebody about that? That's just ludicrous to have an argument. So yes, he's ludicrous, and it's a waste of time probably. So yeah, I should probably take your advice. Anyway, he's trying desperately to sound like a philosopher. Yeah, I don't know if that's what he's trying to do. So again, this psychoanalysis is kind of useless. I think what he's trying to do desperately is rationalize his position in the universe, and he doesn't wish to see the bleakness because obviously bleak is not a good thing, and so he's running from it, in my opinion. Maybe it's hard to say because he does have a droneness to him. Like he's not even paying attention to the TV show anyway, and you're almost So I don't know. It's a little bit strange. I have to admit that it's hard to qualify what he's. Because Anaconda Body, you can see he's more of a passionate guy who just doesn't want somebody to fuck up his sex routine. It's like he's jerking off, and the last thing he wants to hear about is your house is on fire or something. He just doesn't want to. Don't bother me. I'm in the middle of something. He's always right.
Yo, man. If I was jerking off and my house was on fire, I'd finish that nut.
And again, let's understand that he represents not an insignificant number of people. I mean, the amazing atheist, Paul's ego. These people are all nihilists, essentially. They won't call themselves what they are, but that's what they are. They're value relativists, which is the same thing as saying it just doesn't matter because there's no truth, so just make up shit. He probably interprets that attention as validation. I doubt that's what he interprets it as, but he probably gets some validation from other people who comment, and like I say, he probably gets validation from people like Anaconda. So he can say, look, that guy's well-traveled, and he's read lots of crap, and he's familiar with lots of silly religions and myths and all kinds of history and shit, and he believes what I believe, so we must be right. because even though I don't have his life experience, you know, I know math and stuff. He doesn't know that, so we've got this covered because see, I'm a math guy and he's a travel guy, and we both agree. So therefore, we've got this thing proven. And, you know, so I don't think I'm validating, but you know, it doesn't really matter. I mean, what I'm trying to do is is figure out that this really might be part of the problem in terms of communicating with human beings, is that they are fundamentally nihilist and selfish. They're conveniently nihilist. Let's put it that way. That this idea of pretending that you can qualify your opinion by just stating it. You know, I am human. I have opinion. Therefore, I am right. Therefore, I can eat pigs. I think he's just feeding off your energy via attention you give him. Maybe not. I mean, obviously, what he chooses to react to. You know, YouTube's a sort of a big place. There are lots of other subjects he could interject into, and yet he feels compelled to play in my part, so to speak. But I think one could argue that I found him in a sense, rather than him finding me. In the sense that, yeah, if you go on YouTube, you know, anywhere past, you know, to even after Google bought it, you could almost say it became harder and harder to start an account. And
I'm done listening to Immune Doom at the moment. Doom and gloom. So what's bopping, G Dizzle? Pretend I'm your therapist. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. But how are things going for you on a real note, Kane? If you think that like people in society are generally evil, you must have like a little bit of a negative view on life. Like how you feeling, home slice? You doing all right? I'm fine, but most people are out for themselves, he said. Okay. I'm glad that you're fine, and you're definitely right. Most people are out for themselves, unfortunately. Like, I'd say, like, 95% of people. Do you think most people are just abide by what's called social contract, or, I mean, do you believe in social contract? Because, I mean, social contract's a little weird. I mean, it's nothing that guarantees social contract, but, I mean, social phenomenon from evolution do seem to be a thing. But, like, you want to abide by social contract, comrade. Because that's a good thing to do that. Because I think social contract cash money, if it exists. I think most people agree with that. Most people are still out for themselves. I don't follow the contract. Ah, that's fair. I follow most of the contract because I'm just like, yeah, man, I don't need to cause unnecessary suffering. So I follow the contract for the most part. But when it comes down to it, I think most people buy by social contract if there is such a thing. And when it comes down to it, you're relatively safe. People are greedy and out for think of themselves first, but you're pretty much okay in society. It's not very unlikely that you'll like have anything bad happen to you. So For all people out there that are paranoid about like the world being horrible, it is horrible. But at the same time, if you're in a okay area, you're in an okay area. If you're not, then I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like I'm just talking for people who are like in an okay area. If you're like in like the ghetto, then I'm sorry. You might like low-key get shot, and I don't take my advice. Just you might want to be like on guard, friend. So you may want to be on guard. You know what's funny? When we started the whole podcast, not pop high, or whatever you want to call this, like 9-10 hours ago, we could have totally read all of fucking Paradise Lost, but we didn't. Ew, it's okay though. Actually, it's called the Revolt of the Angels. My bad. What is Revolt of the Angels? What about Paradise Lost? What is the difference? I wonder if Paradise Lost is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Here we go.
LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Owen Clayton in York, England. Paradise Lost by John Milton. Book 1, Section 1. Of man's first disobedience, and the fruit of that forbidden tree, whose mortal taste brought death into the world, and all our woe with loss of Eden, till one greater man restore us, and regain the blissful seat. Sing, heavenly muse, that on the secret top of Oreb, or of Sinai, didst inspire that shepherd who first taught the chosen seed in the beginning, how the heavens and earth rose out of chaos, or if Sion Hill delight thee more, and Cilia's brook that flowed fast by the oracle of God. I thence invoke thy aid to my adventurous song, that with no middle flight intends to soar above the Ionian mount, while it pursues things unattempted yet in prose or rhyme. And chiefly thou, O spirit, that dost prefer before all temples the upright heart and pure, instruct me, for thou knowest, thou from the first wast present, and with mighty wings outspread, dove-like, satst brooding on the vast abyss, and madest it pregnant. What in me is dark, illumine. What is low, raise and support, that to the height of this great argument I may assert the eternal providence, and justify the ways of God to men. Say first, for heaven hides nothing from thy view, nor the deep tract of hell. Say first what cause moved our grandparents in that happy state, favoured of heaven so highly, to fall off from their Creator and transgress his will, for one restraint, lords of the world besides. Who first seduced them to that foul revolt? The infernal serpent. He it was, whose guile, stirred up with envy and revenge, deceived the mother of mankind. What time his pride had cast him out from heaven, with all his host of rebel angels, by whose aid, aspiring to set himself in glory above his peers, he
Yeah, it's kind of boring. I'm not going to listen to any audiobooks right now. I don't really know what to do. I kind of want to play a game. But I kind of don't want to play a game. A conundrum. Ain't that right, Kane? Maybe I'll take a little meditation break, a little nap, but like without falling asleep. A little meditation break, a little just cleanse my mind of all thought and just vibe. Vibe with me, comrades. Vibe, comrades. Get comfy, my homies. We're having a nice little rest this Tuesday. There we go. I put in sleep. We have one down. Yo, feeling up and what is poppin'? How's it going, my dude? On a subjective level, of course, 'cause subjectively, life is a misery. Good, you? I'm doing mighty fine on a subjective level at the moment. A bit depressive here and there, but for the most part, I'm doing mighty fine. But are you really doing good? Feeling up? Being life is a bit of a bitch, ain't it? 'Cause like I don't know, man. Like every day, I'm just like suicidal at least once, minimum. But I'm not like to the point of like action or anything like that. I just like do myself a big old think at least once a day. But that's just because my brain has ideation because life's misery, man. I'm on my floor, fair enough. I'm on a chair, rocking back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You're getting very sleepy, Finny. Now, I'm kidding. I'm just joking. But you know, how's it going? I'm drunk, by the way, if you can't tell, but just a bit, a little tipsy, I should say. Hmm. Jim. Drunk with a vape. Oh man. So are you an antinatalist, or how did you stumble across my channel? I mean, we're in the chatting section, so I mean, you know, I'm down to chit chat about basically whatever you want. If you want, you can actually have the SteamYard link. It's kind of up there if you scroll up a little bit, and you can join if you feel like it. I forgot what I said. I said something, but I'm not. I don't remember. I said something. Drunk with a vape. Oh, are you an antinatalist? Do you basically will think it's wrong to have children? Is that how you discovered my channel, or an ethicist, which is like the idea that we should basically extinct all life on Earth? Or are you just like stumbling across my channel because like you're like, yo, I'm in the chatting section and I'm just like wanting to chat with somebody? And if that's the case, I'm down the chat with anybody. You can also click the StreamYard link, and there's a link to basically come on in here also. No, Fortnite. No, Fortnite. You were watching me play Fortnite earlier. Oh yeah, you were watching me play Fortnite earlier. I remember that. Yeah, yeah. No, I was playing Fortnite earlier, but my dad came home, and my dad has a rule about me not streaming in the living room because he doesn't like the invasion of privacy feeling or whatever of like having a camera recording things in the house when he's home or whatever. So, because he's like, oh, people can hear our conversation. Some people can't hear our conversation, so mic's not that sensitive. And he's like, oh, well, I just still don't like it. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. So, basically, until he goes to sleep, which will be in a little bit here, I'm just hanging out in my room. Once he goes to bed, though, then I'm going to go out back into the living room and stream out there while gaming. So, house cam 24/7. Yeah, basically. You can see the inside of my house like everywhere. Been like in the basement, been in like my room. The only bedroom we haven't been into is like my dad and mom's, and, like the bathroom. It's about the only place that they haven't brought this thing. What have I been doing for the past 3 hours? A whole bunch of things, I guess. Talking to Scott, watching videos, watching like other videos on like assessments of ethics, just different like antinatalist stuff. Yeah, basically, yeah, we've just been having conversations basically with like some people and with like chat, and yeah, let's take a gander. Talking about those who walked away from Omas a little earlier when yeah. Not a whole lot though. Basically just chilling. Basically just live streaming what it's like in the life of a person, you know, in the modern world. Playing Titanfall 2, that's pretty awesome, bro. I also have Titanfall 2. Titanfall 2 is quite fun. I'd actually be down to play Titanfall 2. I should play Titanfall 2 more. Yo, that's a good idea, bro. That's a good idea. I'm gonna put Titanfall 2 into my PlayStation 5 later, and I'm gonna download that bitch and be like, yo, cool. That's something I'm gonna do. Gonna play some Titanfall. Oh my shit, my fucking alarm went off for my antipsychotics. I should actually take them before I forget. Yum yum in my tum. Just kidding. Look, Morty. The multiplayer was asked 2 years ago. Oh, really? Was it? Is it good now? That's pretty cool. Glad it's getting popular again. Yeah, I'm gonna look for it in my shelf somewhere. Titanfall 2. Bam. Found it. My chair is right next to my bookshelf, so it's easy to find things. I got it for $7.99, baby. Such a deal. They fixed it about a year ago. Shit, really? Nice. Buskin is a word too besides bussin'. Oh, fuck yeah, fair enough. For $3, I got our Rainbow Six. You got Rainbow Six Siege for $3? Damn, son. That's pretty good. That's bussin'. That price is bussin'. My room is pretty damn warm. You're right, but at the same time, who are you, Kane? How do you know? Plus, when it comes down to it, I'm getting kicked out of here in like a year anyways, so it's like whatever. I mean, yeah, I'm getting kicked out in like a year, so it's like, Plus, they don't really respect me very much. They're just kind of like half listen to what I say, half don't. And I'm like, it's not that hard to follow what I'm saying, guys. People can easily understand what I'm saying. I am streaming on YouTube. No, don't ever leave Sears, staying for life. I wish I could do that. My dad probably would be like, okay, maybe, but my mom doesn't care, so she would be like, nah, bro. But yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube at Fillion Nop, so you can't see the YouTube comments, and the YouTubers can't see your comments, but I can see both of your comments at the same time. How many people are watching on YouTube? Just one at the moment. It's just Kane. At some point, there was like 6 people watching earlier in the day, but now it's just Kane. There's like 4 people or 5 people watching on YouTube, maybe even 6, and there was a couple people watching on Discord, and I was like, nice, this is good. But now it's just you two. Oh, how do you stream on Discord? If I said Discord, I didn't mean to say Discord. I meant to say Twitch. I meant to say Twitch, yeah. But no, I mean, if I wanted to stream on Discord, I could do that too. You could just stream through the stream thing on Discord, and then I could be streaming through here as well, and then I could show Discord through here. But Twitch is the enemy. Yeah. Hey man, I can do them both at the same time, so I do both at the same time. Twitch is the enemy of YouTube, but when it comes down to it, I play both sides. I'm sly like that. Just kidding. Who cares if you get banned? Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna get banned. Double dipping. See, I can double dip if I want, you know, no one will stop me. It's not like my channel's popular anyway, so it's not like it's just. If anything, I have more followers on YouTube. I have like 75 followers on, well, 75, 76 or something like that on YouTube, but I only have like 10 or something on Twitch. I actually remember Twitch. I almost said Discord, but you know, hey, I didn't. I didn't. And that's what counts. YouTube's better for pay, but Twitch is better for community. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I don't have enough viewers or subscribers to get pay, so at the moment I'm just kind of speaking my truth. And speaking the truth isn't really exactly a good way to get paid. But, you know, hey, whatever. If you want to pay me, you can always go to my PayPal and give me money that way, I guess. That's basically the only way I've gotten paid so far. I've made $15. Hell yeah. So $15 for like the many hours I've put on here, like put like a couple hundred hours, I imagine, at this point of live streaming. So $15 though, hey, it's better than nothing. I'll take it. I'll take it. $15 is generous, given that some people make none. So some people survive off of like $15 in like an entire like month. So like that's like fucking wild. So, you know, I'm doing all right. Maybe not in America, but I'm doing all right. Damn, isn't that the truth? Basically. The truth is sad, though. The truth is sad. Hmm.
The universe might be universing, but it's universes in very different ways, and some of these ways deserve a little notice, maybe. Deserve a little credit for being really fucking different and really fucked up. You don't think so? Fine. You don't have to think consciousness is anything. I think it is something. I mean, it's something pretty fucked up. I don't see any energy for even having a conversation with anybody if you're going to negate the meaning of all experience and negate the fact that there's a huge difference between this experience, pleasant, and this experience, unpleasant. Huge difference. One is definitely preferable. There's absolutely no reason to have the negative one, no good reason to even risk it, because it has this risk potential. But yeah, if you think it's all nothing, then yeah, how could you have any passion for anything? Except to say that you're just living a deluded existence, fine, okay, and you're going to be motivated by it even though you say it's nothing, okay, you can do that, you can choose to think that way. But I see no reason not to side where all the evidence points. It all points in one place, and the one place is damn, this sucks. Suffering sucks. I mean, it says it pretty loudly. This negation argument seems pretty thin to take away the suck potential. I hope you're right. If it didn't matter that all those Jews suffered in the Holocaust and all those Trail of Tears shit and all the other miseries that Black Plague and typhus and spotted fever and all this shit. It'd be really great if all this suffering, all this surgeries without anesthesia, I mean, all this shit that's going on, all that horrible suffering wasn't anything. It would be really great. But I ain't close to believing that's true. I just am not even close to thinking that's possible. And, it'd be great if that's how, if I could go somewhere to the end of the universe and find out it all didn't matter. Oh, that would be such a relief. But I can't see it. I mean, so I'm just trying to point out that I really want to believe that, but I can't see how it's possible. Just, I'd like to believe it, but I can't. It just doesn't seem like it's a reasonable thing to believe. It doesn't seem reasonable to me. Boy, yeah, that would be really great. Just this whole context thing. I guess you people just never asked the question soon enough in your life, or never had the thought, what if that was me? What if that was me? What if that was me? I mean, that happened for me really early. It just seemed very natural for me to start doing that, to start saying, well, what if I was that thing? Or what if I was that thing? Or what if I was that thing? And then all of a sudden, the world gets a little more brutal, a lot more brutal. And it's harder to find rationality in any of it, sensibility in any of it. The good die young. I mean, we can give 100 little trite phrases, but there's just no value to this torturing people while they die. Why should my grandfather die of leukemia for 10 years? I was young, 10 years old, and I'm somebody I just had such an affection for, and he's just being killed right before my eyes, slowly, a little piece at a time, being pulled off of him. How the fuck do you people make sense out of that? How the fuck do you people say, that's okay, that most valuable thing in the world, picked to pieces? Yeah, so what? It happens. No big deal. Yeah, move on. Sorry, you people fail.
The context is that life is suffering. Nothing can compensate for the problem. The problem is
Most
too
people think it's
intense
just about this human condition thing.
to ever
It's the whole
bear
process of DNA
without
mutations,
being
thinking
insane.
they're accomplishing something in a world that doesn't need their existence in any way whatsoever. Doesn't enhance the universe in any way. Just creates this huge liability of creating torture that doesn't need to exist and happiness that doesn't need to exist. There's no deficit felt until we show up to create it. And then say, ow, there's a deficit. We need to fill the deficit. We're the problem. There is no problem the existence of consciousness isn't creating. There is no problem that the existence of consciousness is not creating. There's no need that exists without us being here. There's nothing that needs to be fixed or changed or altered in any way, messed with. Universe is just fine until you put feeling things in it, and then all you have is problems that need solutions. All these animals are trapped in their ignorance. They can't get out of the maze. We have the intelligence to climb up, see that the maze is really badly designed. It's a death trap, this rickety roller coaster. We're just going to be the last riders, and then we're going to close the carnival. We're going to do one of those implosion things you see on TV. The old crappy building is going to be done for. Sanitizing the rest of the world to just end this blight of animals being tortured. Again, for that one turtle. 10,000 little turtles have to die.
10,000.
For that one. You get one, you kill 10,000. That's a ratio. Nobody reasonable thinks that's a good idea. Nobody has any kind of empathy or capacity to internalize for themselves. Would I want to be part of that racket? Would I want to be born something that has a 1 in 10,000 chance of reaching maturity? 10,000 times I have to die badly? Who would say yes? Nobody. Nobody who wouldn't be certifiably insane.
I agree with the Mendham. Yeah, they're fucking insane. I think any of this is worth it. Yeah, I'm a bit tired, my dude. Not super tired. I'm curious though if my parents are asleep because I'm gonna go outside my room and try to play some games. I also kind of wish I'd eat some food. I'd probably wake me up a little bit. I'm gonna get some. Yeah. I'm gonna get some food. I'll be right back. And I'm gonna see if my parents are asleep yet. I'm sorry the internet dipped out. We have trash internet here. But pain, all I know is pain. I had to heat up some rice. It's very spicy. Mm-mm-mm. This rice is pretty damn good. It's rice and beans. Because beans, all I know are beans. Beans, it's the way and the means. No, they're not asleep yet. My mom's asleep, my dad's still lumbering around. That was goddamn hot as shit. On the pepper. No, man. Hot dogs aren't vegan, so I can't have any of that, but why did I become vegan? Because I don't want people to be bringing animals into existence by supply and demand. It's unethical to do so. There's a unfathomable amount of suffering that occurs in every being's life. Then it's wrong to inflict suffering on beings against their consent unnecessarily. And given it's not necessary to be eating meat and bringing animals into existence to live an okay life, I say we shouldn't. So that's basically the reason. Trying to get me to smoke, is that what that means? Because I did the downstairs and I vacuumed the cushions in my room to thing, and then I used that thing to pick it up because it has more suction than the thing, so it's all wet inside and doesn't run that good for vacuuming right now. So it pulls all the water out and I just turn it off when it falls. If you wait 10 more minutes, then sure. Fine. I'll be right back, I guess. Nah, you should just do it yourself. I mean, I'm not even that high anymore, but I don't feel like walking away from y'all. I want to sit here with my viewers and talk about life. No, it's my brother. I'll be right back, though. So, brothers of the cum guzzling clan, I'm the leader of the cum guzzling clan. You guys are just like my apprentices. You know how goes this very fine moment? Have your faces been bukkake? I don't fucking know. I'm still here. That's awesome. What's your favorite Disney movie and why? What's your least favorite Disney movie and why? And if you have an answer to that, why do you have an answer to that? You should just be like, fuck this, I'm not thinking of this dumbass question. Unless it's fun. If it's fun, that's a very valid reason, I guess. That's why I'd answer it. I don't know, you're tired? You're not fair, man. Same. My favorite Disney movie is probably gonna have to be Atlantis. And my least favorite Disney movie is gonna have to be Frozen. I have an answer because it's pretty valid. Atlantis is just really cool. Second favorite probably Treasure Planet, which is also really cool, but not as cool as underwater sci-fi magic thing, because that's just awesome. Steampunk Space Adventures are really dope too, though. But yeah, man. When it comes to Frozen, it's just because my first girlfriend, first time I went on a date with them, it was to Frozen, and I was like, bruh, that's cringe. So, I have an answer, but I was just wondering what yours might be. But no, maybe it's inspired this. So if you change your mind at some point, you're like, God damn, do I really hate Tangled? I don't fucking know. Then you can just blurt that out, and I'll be like, oh, fair, I guess, but why? But you know, I'm just trying to engage in some conversation because I'm tired. But you know, Bambi, fuck Bambi. Bambi deserved to have her fucking mom get shot. You know why? Promortalism. That's why. It's not like there's a moral agent. Fuck Bambi. Bambi's a dumbass bitch. Least favorite. I'm assuming Bambi was your least favorite, because if Bambi was your favorite, I'd be like, you know, like that's cringe, bro. But is that unless you're saying Bambi is your favorite, not your least favorite, is something else? So you're able to say I'm not sure, but I'm assuming Bambi is your least favorite because you know it's like fuck that dumb deer story. Hmm. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Bum, 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 bum. You know, I can't wait for Philosophy to Redemption to come out. It's probably like 3 more days. And I'm just like, oh my god. I should check Reddit and see. Half of teens now say they don't enjoy life, guys. That's fucking wild. Well, technically it's 49.5%. That's pretty much half. That's fucking wild. Even the optimistic bias of the world doesn't even override the fact that the planet's just fucked, guys. The planet's just fucked. Everything's going to shit. People are recognizing it. People are recognizing that Mainlander and everybody else, all the pessimists, all the anti-realists that are out here are probably wrong. The nihilists are probably kind of right a little bit. And then they realize that all these people are like, suffering's bad and everything's chaos. They're probably right. And all the people are like, God's good and all that shit. Bull crap. And everything is going to shit. The Riz is sailed. Now it's just, we all want to bail, but we can't. We can't bail because we can't bail because the law says you can't bail. And it's just like, why can't I bail? Why? Praise be. I'm tired and drunk, high, and I want to say hello. Hello. Disputable political thoughts and philosophical balls of Mainlander. I need to get a job so I can pay off my debt, and then buy Philosophy of Redemption. That's pretty much my goals in life. Good night, my dude. I just called you my dude. Good night. Just called my dad my dude. That's funny. Anyways, Legion of Regrettable Super. Oh my god, I was looking at this. No. Do you believe in God, Philippe? Not Philippe, no, yes. I don't fucking know, man. Well, let's see. Nah, that's cool, bro. Me neither. Well, kind of I do, but kind of don't. I believe that, like, if there's... I have a little bit of, like, a fear that, like, if God doesn't exist, then that means that, like, the universe is just going to be recreated again over and over by the laws of physicalism. And that scares me a little bit. So I kind of have a little copium where I believe in the Philippe Mainlander idea of God, which is that God committed suicide. Have you ever heard of that? Because it's pretty fucking metal, dude. I think that there is a higher power. Oh, just not God. Oh, fair enough. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me, but, like, can you elaborate what that means? Like, there has to be something that made us. Oh, fair enough. That's why I think Philippe Mainlander's the answer, my dude. Here, listen to this. And get your mind absolutely bamboozled. Are you a pessimist, by the way? Are you a fellow pessimist? Pessimist just means you think life's really bad, and that, like, the future is gonna be probably pretty bad as well. Not really. Oh, why not, my friend? We're all gonna die in a horrible way. We have to consume things to survive. And those things all are feeling just like us and have equal value to our own. So it's basically like cannibalism of things just as valuable as our parents and loved ones. I don't know, man. To me, it's quite a depressing thing. But I'm glad that you're not depressed, I guess. Good for you. Even if I think it's a little wacky.
And philosophers can be kind of depressing. Even the most hopeful theories and ideas still get to their conclusions with a healthy dose of sobering reality and pessimism. And then there's pessimism itself, a branch of philosophy in which the conclusion is more or less, it is better to not be than to be. Nobody has taken this to its extreme more than Philip Mainlander, the philosopher who took his own life.
He's basically me.
This video is brought to you by the Ridge Wallet. It's light, sleek, and industrial. It doesn't fold or awkwardly bulge in your back pocket, and it seriously changed my whole pocket situation. Most people are still using wallets designed in the 90s, carrying around old receipts, pictures of their ex, and gift cards in an unorganized mess. Not the Ridge Wallet, though. This wallet holds up to 12 cards, plus room for cash, and there's over 30 colors and styles, including carbon fiber and burnt titanium. The durable material means each wallet comes with a lifetime warranty. You can buy this one wallet and carry it for life. If this wasn't enough to win you over yet, check out their 30,000 5-star reviews. The Ridge team is so confident that you'll like it that they'll let you test drive it for 45 days. You can. Born in Germany in 1841, and the product of his father forcing himself on his mother, Mainlander was the youngest of 6 siblings. His demanding father forced him to go to school in Dresden, where he would learn to become a merchant. Afterwards, at the age of 19, he worked at a trading house in Italy, learning Italian and acquainting himself with the works of Italian writers, such as Dante and Leopardi. Leopardi was especially influential in Mainlander's philosophy. Schopenhauer describes Leopardi's pessimism as such. He is entirely imbued and penetrated with it. Everywhere his theme is the mockery and wretchedness of this existence. The monotony of his day-to-day job led Mainlander to find an escape through reading poetry and philosophy, and so, aside from Leopardi, Mainlander also delved into the works of Schopenhauer, who gives us such cheery one-liners like human life must be some kind of mistake, and lasting happiness is an illusion. The two most important Schopenhauerian ideas that Mainlander would carry into his own work would be Schopenhauer's assertion that nothingness is preferential to being, and that the world is driven by the will, an aimless and irrational striving that causes all suffering. In 1863, Mainlander returned to Germany, where he maintained yet another depressingly boring job working for his father. His mom would pass away on his birthday 2 years later. In 1869, he got a job at a banking house. He hoped to earn some bread through interest earnings and live a decent life. And then in 1873, the stock market crashed, and this ruined his plan. He promptly resigned and spent the remaining 3 years of his life, aside from a short career in the military, writing The Philosophy of Redemption, a work that would articulate his entire system of philosophy. In 1876, he asked himself whether or not his life still contained any value for humanity. He concluded that he had completed all that he could, and at the age of 34, and shortly after the publication of the first volume of his work, he hung himself. One of the most unique and imaginative ideas that stems from Mainlander's philosophy is that of the death of God, a theory that predates Nietzsche's own statement in The Gay Science. Mainlander points out how strange it is that the world appears simultaneously unified and fragmented. Sometimes we feel at one with everything around us, and at other times we feel alone. Man is both a part of nature and notably distinct. Mainlander believes that the universe was at one point a singularity, a perfect unity, and has increasingly become fragmented since its conception.
Based.
This unity he called God. God, being God, would know that non-existence is better than existence. It should be pointed out that, like most pessimists, Mainlander argues that annihilation is preferred, that nothingness and non-existence is just a heck of a lot better than existing. And so God would naturally come to the same conclusion. However, God also can't simply cease existing. It's against his nature. So God decided to carry out a process of self-fragmentation, taking his own life in the sense that he would continually divide himself, that being the universe, into further and further fragments until he no longer exists. Mainlander
This is a
gives us this
simple
terrifying
version,
idea
but there's
that
an
the
even more
world is
thought out
simply the
version,
rotting
which
corpse
is
of
like
God. Now, why would
actual
God
reason
seek
that
bliss through
Philippe
annihilation?
Mainlander thought guy
Mainlander
killed
quite liked
himself,
Schopenhauer's
which is
idea of
quite
the will, the aforementioned craving
quite
everything has that
wild.
appears to have no exact aim. Animals strive to survive, plants strive to grow. All of these strivings, if fulfilled, simply extend the period of striving. The will is in this sense the root of suffering. If we weren't constantly trying to find meaning or be happy, we probably wouldn't be in such a panic to begin with. Hence, Schopenhauer suggests that those who can silence the will, such as the artist at work or the saint while meditating, can live a life devoid of suffering. For Schopenhauer, the will is unified and singular. Silencing one's own will only partially silence the unified will. Mainlander disagrees, stating that the will is broken into multiple wills. There is no unified will, at least since God decided to break himself apart. So, as he argues, death is a better salvation than creation or asceticism, for it accelerates God's aim towards absolute and eternal nothingness. This is an important point that also departs from Schopenhauer. Whereas Schopenhauer viewed history as meaningless and striving towards nothing, Mainlander took the more Hegelian view that history is actually moving towards a goal, the goal being nothingness or the end of existence. Mainlander really liked nothingness, so it would make sense that his ethics revolve around the idea that all of our pursuits should be ended, since they lead to pain, and that we should welcome the will to death in order to find true happiness. He argues that one's individual will is united with the entire universe if they will death or nothingness. What does this look like in a less philosophical sense? Mainlander believed in psychological egoism, the idea that what is best for the individual is what makes one happiest. This sounds like basic self-interest and reflects Stirner's philosophy of egoism quite closely. However, Mainlander makes an important distinction. Whereas ignorant self-interest seeks to promote itself and further seeks to satisfy the will to live, enlightened self-interest reflects Mainlander's idea that happiness is achieved through a will to death, through the recognition of nothingness as the holder of happiness. Hence, they would be humble and live a life of asceticism. His main goal, interestingly enough, was to reduce human suffering. Yes, despite his adoration of death, Mainlander recognized that it would be best to make life as pleasant as possible for those who are still alive. Hence, his politics reflects a sort of progressivism that is rare in the works of other, more reactionary pessimists. Mainlander also appears distinct from other socialists of his time, believing that revolution was unnecessary, tied to the idea that socialism would be achieved through the parliamentary process. He was also fairly nationalist, straying from Marx's international aims. And finally, he held a favorable view to the state, believing that it was necessary in order to supply the basic needs to the population and maintain social order. Mainlander appears somewhat utopian here, amidst his incredibly pessimistic championing of nothingness above all else. Certainly, Mainlander held dark and troubling ideas. Viewing our lives as sections of God's rotting corpse isn't pleasant, and yes, his pessimism appeared to deeply impact his personal life, leading to him taking his own life before he ever found any recognition. Nonetheless, Philip Mainlander presents us with the idea that one can still maintain hope even after accepting the darkest of possible visions. As Frederick Beiser tells us of Mainlander, he had the deepest sympathy for the suffering of the common man, and much of his thinking was preoccupied with the poverty of the mass of people and the workers. In fact, his personality was generally described as gentle and warm-hearted, perhaps a token of his acceptance of the chaos and finality of the world that he had envisioned. Some would argue it makes sense as to why he decided to take his life. However, with a life spent coming to terms with annihilation, I'd argue that it is far more appropriate to see his final act as a tragic surrender to personal turmoil rather than a product of his work. Despite his grim fate, Mainlander did in fact offer us a vision of a world that limits suffering for those still living, through humility, political cooperation, and the guarantee of basic needs to all. Mainlander consumed the darkness around him, and in return, offered us light.
Mainlander's a real homie. And this book is about to be translated to English. So, fuck yeah. Hmm. Yo, do you want to watch me play Fortnite again, by the way, if you're still watching Felinpo? Because I can end it down here, and I can put it on. Sure? Okay, cool. I'm gonna end it, and you're subscribed to me, right? So yeah, you'll be able to watch me in a second. Or really any game? Cool. I'm playing Fortnite, so that's what we'll watch then. And that. Boom. Yo, how's it going, G? Let's get this dub. We're not actually gonna win, but we can try to win. Hmm. What does this person do again? Thermal DMR. How did you get looted so fast? Oh, because I was already in a game. And I also killed like 3 people, so. Oh, I didn't reload the shoddy. Oh my god, I didn't reload the shoddy. I'm a cum dump. No. You see that, Felipe Nimpo? Felipe Nopin. I forgot to reload the shoddy. And then I got glickety glocked. I got lit up because I didn't reload the shoddy. Also, this person's outfit's black, so that means they're actually it's dark red. They're playing Scarlet the Witch. Either way, I really blunt into that stairs because I'm too high and tired. Look at that, I just yoinked the victory crown. Fuck yeah. We're going to the same place as last game. Same place as last game. We're gonna get a dub this time. We're not gonna get fucked up by a random person that has a dark ass skin. So we're not gonna go to the temple where it's spooky. Still, we're gonna go this way. Yeah. What the fuck? MK Alpha. Fucking MK Ultra just killed me. The fucking Fed. Well, GG. What is this? I'm playing. Well, earlier I was listening to. Oh, I don't even know, man. Oh, it's been going on for quite a while, yeah. Well, at some point, you know, essentially, I was making a live stream about just audiobook, and then I was like, nah, we're not even doing that. But I decided not to change the title because I was just like, ah, fuck it, whatever. But you know, basically, this is just about like ethics and about random other shit, like just ethics plus random shit. So we're talking about like the purpose of life, not really, but like you know, we're talking about the purpose of life, like what we ought to do, what we ought not to do, things like that. You know, a little bit about Philly Mainlander because Philly Mainlander is an interesting dude. But yeah, we're also playing Fortnite if you want to watch me on Twitch. So. Damn, Molotov cocktails fucking suck in Fortnite. How come Apex Legends doesn't have solos yet, Colin? It's just gay. Maybe why? No. 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 Yeah. No. Shut up, Marco. Maybe.
It's Cloud9 merch. It's really faded.
You want it?
Because I have a lot of sweatshirts and it's been bleach washed by Dad last year. It's like $60, but I ruined it. This is a little close.
Fair, sure.
It's really $5.
No, I mean, you're just gonna give it to Goodwill anyway. Oh, fair enough. Well, maybe someday. No. Not anymore.
Well, I will save these for you.
Okay.
Do you think they would take this somewhere?
Maybe. Maybe for like the Packers or something. Too bad it's not green and gold. Should have made it a green and gold tie dye, and then it would have been even better.
Do you know anybody that would want these shirts?
Nah. someone's watching me, or who's watching me? I mean, so someone on YouTube's watching this, but I don't believe it. No, they're not. I'm not saying really much of anything. I guess maybe they could just be like half asleep, you know. Just I appreciate it either way.